It's the GOAT. It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them. Cut, you killing them.
Yeah, welcome family to episode 1 of the GOAT and Kuttack show. We are here.
DJ Cut.
Cut, you killing them.
It's the GOAT. Hey man, shout out to DJ Cut, man. Hey man, appreciate everybody, man. Tuned in, man. Shout out to all the American Aborigines. Appreciate everybody, man. Do us a favor, like, share, subscribe. Share this on all your social medias. If you guys can, man, tag Brother Rich, Brother Rod Hayes. Salute to them. Salute to Black Magic 363. You know what I'm saying? This is just a live reaction video. I heard some things, whatever. I said, man, you know what? Why not watch this, man, with the family, man? So it says, y'all see the title? Rod Hayes says, what? Yeah.
That's right.
It's the GOAT. DJ Cut. Talk Mix Show, man. It's going down. YouTube and Mixcloud, man. Y'all know what it is, man.
That's right.
We just keep breaking ground over here. Shout out to all the only builders. It's the GOAT.
We in they motherfucking chats. We in they mother.
Cut, you killing them.
That's right.
She cool, Ranisha. Keisha so bad, but her body fake. She a moonlight bright. My type, bring her straight to the crib when she acting right. Ranisha be on me, but she like the homie, so we keep it cool. That's my role. I just fuck on her friends. I cracked about 10, but Keisha gon' be my Latrobe. Keisha cool, Ranisha. Keisha so bad, but her body fake. She a moonlight bright. My type, bring her straight to the crib when she acting right. Ranisha be on me, but she like the homie, so we keep it cool. That's my role. I just fuck on her friends. I cracked about 10, but Keisha gon' be my Latrobe. I'm talking to Nisha. Next thing you know, it's a call from Alicia. She a fresh box of pieces. I used to hear with her nigga would leave her. She answered the phone and she put on speaker. Alicia was saying she had money fever. 50K up and you ain't gon' believe it. Nisha say cut it, just tell me the secret. Alicia say fuck it, I ain't get no loving, so why not make these niggas pay? She was showing her ass online getting smashed. She sent her the link to the page. She was busting it open, not for the gram. Clicked on the link, it's the OnlyFans. Alicia say I'ma keep busting it open until I touch me 100 fans. I told you Alicia was super hot. See the money then turn to a super thought. She don't care if you already knew or not. OnlyFans got her ballin' with stupid knots. It's a price on that pussy, just shoot your shot. Ain't no driving the boat, she gon' push the yacht. Every picture got tongue in her ass side. Like it straight off her page if you screenshot. OnlyFans, she the motherfucking mascot. No, I keep it pimpin', but these hoes be trippin'. These hoes be cool with the way they be living. I don't knock it if you with it, go get it. Keep it funky if you did it, you did it. All you got was a bag of some fins. 4 for 4 and she ain't selling no wings. Throwing plays like she moving that Grinch. Men with the bodies like 50. Bitch, be bad with they math skills. She tell you she got about 8 bodies, you times it by 3 and you get you a cold 24. Say she the GOAT with the throat and she won't even choke, trying to see just how big you feel. Slapped on her ass to see do a jiggle, it don't even matter, it feel real. If you fucking with randoms, then this is your anthem. Just don't get hit with the bill. And I know some crazy little thotties that go in your pockets and pop you, they kill bill. If you fucking with random, then this is your anthem. Just don't get hit with the bill. And I know some crazy little thotties that go in your pockets and pop you, they kill bill. Say this for the bitches that run up they digits, they big pussy poppin' for OnlyFans. They fucking for chicks, they on OnlyFans. They throwing their neck, they on OnlyFans. Say this for the bitches that run up they digits, they big pussy poppin' for OnlyFans. They run up their chick, they on OnlyFans. They throwing their neck, they on OnlyFans.
It's the GOAT.
DJ Cut. Best to do it. It's the GOAT.
I know
CT Finesse.
I know these niggas can't stand me. If they want a verse and they paying me, I gon' do this for the family. And for the birds, fuck 'em. And you know that's off the muscle. If there ain't no money involved, it's over my tolerance, zero. You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That's That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know, sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove.
Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. Working my shine, I'm a beast. I'm kinda getting obese. Doctor said I had to stop eating beets. I'm kinda getting obese. Doctor said I had to stop eating beets. I'm kinda getting obese. Doctor said I had to stop eating beets. I'm back in that mode. Working my shine, I'm a beast. I'm kinda getting obese. Doctor said I had to stop eating beets. I'm a red-nosed pig, far from a stray, but I've been off the leash. Got ties with the mind, capiche? Say you want a feature from me? Shit is gonna cost you a fee. You know? Got Bobby back in that mode. Ever since Dizzle came home, got word that Dolo got on. You know? For sure. Created a lane of my own. So how the fuck you put me on? What kind of dope you smoking on? Let's go. My tolerance zero. Gilbert arenas. Me, my niggas keep them busy in arenas. In the 7 Series Beamer. With a splash of Alpina. Name a fatter nigga cleaner. Got a bitch a Howard named Medina. Got a bitch a Howard name. Come on, man.
That's why I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know, for sure. That's why I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know I'm back in that mode. This shit like crack on the stove. Pass up the dope that make know you, he cook it up. That's why they packing the show. Said she wanna link up with me. I put her ass on the bowl. You know I'm strapped with that pole. I put that pap to your nose. Go hard in the paint and I smash on these pussies. I'm feeling like Shaq in the post. I'm gon' keep it cool, won't go hard in these pussies until I get tagged in the post. I did my research, he ain't got no credentials, but homie be bragging the most. Watch me just manhandle the goat. I have your ass on the ropes. You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know, I don't really like that. You better ask. I'm a cheat code. I don't really like that. You better ask, bitch, I'm a cheat code. I don't really like that. You better ask, bitch, I'm a cheat code. I let niggas have their time, but I want it back. Bitch, it's a repo. I don't really like that. You better ask, bitch, I'm a cheat code. I let niggas have their time, but I want it back. Bitch, it's a repo. They hating and fuck. This now my roommate. Stay with me. I feel like I'm Russell. He pouring the rent. They don't wanna play with me. Back in that mode. No more of the brakes. I'm back on the gas. I'm talking my back bike. What the fuck is you saying? I'm back on their ass. I'm live from the kitchen. I'm back in my bowl. They missing my whip.
It's the go.
Me fix it. I noticed that dope, but then let me zip it. Yeah, young nigga ready. I'm a little nigga big, but I'm heavy. Off the muscle, I come in here flex. Bitch, I'm mean, that shit ain't a rest. You know what going on, ain't no gas. Who the fuck said I was gone? Whoever said it was wrong? 2, 3, I'm back in my zone.
DJ Cut. Best to do it.
Trump rally.
Hey, the GOAT. DJ Kuttack, look show.
Corrupt City.
It's the go. Cut, you killing them.
Corrupt.
Corrupt City, check this out. Oh. Corrupt City, check this out.
That's the Panthers.
Brought the money back to Texas. Brought the money back to Texas. When I done got it and came on back with it and brought the money back to Texas. When I done got it and came on back with it and brought the money back to Texas. Brought the money back to Texas. Brought the money back to Texas. I brought it right back to Texas. I brought it right back to Texas. Texas. Look, we went to Alabama and Atlanta, then we bought it right back to Texas. Look, we went to Mississippi and Miami, then we bought it right back to Texas. Look, bought the money back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. Look, I bought the game back to Texas. I bought the game back to Texas. Oh, yeah. I'm about to hop off an exit. I'm about to drop off a message. Oh, yeah. Original Purple Panthers, we the option. You can't do nothing but respect it. We about to do something epic. Can't do nothing but accept it. Pop up when you least expect it. Pick up the money, collect it. Yeah. Pick up the money, collect it. Yeah. I just been sitting back and watching, waiting, contemplating when to connect it. Got it perfected. I refuse to be neglected. I refuse to be rejected. Yeah. We got this Texas thing up in the lock and your bitch I ain't really protected by the same niggas taking bricks and making zips and making flips and taking trips across America, hopping in the states. No, you won't see this on Netflix. I'm trying to snatch all the commas, look. I'm moving past all the drama, look. I'm getting cash all the summer, look. I got some ass on your mama, ass on la mama. Say you like Cali Dro, got the best of the OG that Cali grow. Always stay in contact with my Cali hoe. I do business with killers I barely know. Got a 223 and a Cali coat, but it still is some places I rarely go. Look, I might just go buy some Balenciagas, but you rarely gon' catch me in Bally's though. Coming straight out of Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. When I done got it, they came on back with it and bought the money back to Texas. When I done got it, they came on back with it and bought the money back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. I bought it right back to Texas. I bought it right back to Texas. We went to Alabama and Atlanta, then we bought it right back to Texas. We went to Mississippi and Miami, then we bought it right back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. I like that Gucci Versace, just so the group it can jock me. I make a coochie get sloppy. Mostly I usually get toppy. Just call me drippy long pocket, cause my pocket usually stocky. Police they usually stop me, trying to confuse me with Poppy. OPPC, that my posse. Blue and red mixed together, no copy. That's a real 59 on Takashi. Anunnaki, so no Illuminati. Look, I'm trying to monopolize the whole internet like Mark Zuckerberg. Get sued by the government, then change my name to Dark Fuckerberg. I might just spend a cool $1 billion on construction to create my own cryptocurrency right out of nothing. No bluffing. I might create something that costs $1 that's needed by everybody in China, so I can make $1 billion every day to spend it all kinda.
It's the GOAT.
With assessments, big developments, but not arrested. Street tested, yeah I stretched it. That's a smart nigga, you guessed it. See, Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates is really who I'm trying to flex with. To make $1 trillion and build a black city in the middle of Texas. Back to Bought the money back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. When I done got it, then came on back with it and bought the money back to Texas. When I done got it, then came on back with it and bought the money back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. I bought it right back to Texas. I bought it right back to Texas. We went to Alabama and Atlanta, then we bought it right back to Texas. We went to Mississippi and Miami, then we bought it right back to Texas. Bought the money 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 back to Texas. When I done got it, then came on back with it and bought the money back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. Bought the money back to Texas. City, check this out. Trump rattling. Knock the Trump.
It's the GOAT. You killing them.
The GOAT. And Kuttack up in this bitch.
Mix show.
Had to
Live
break
and
it
direct,
down.
man. Hey, I always making history, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Really appreciate it. Real shout. It's the GOAT. DJ Kuttack.
Cut, you killing them.
Live on Mixcloud and YouTube. Hey, man, please share this on all your social media platforms, man. Tag a friend. Tell another friend that you tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time.
That's
Let's
right.
go. DJ Cut, the best to do it, man.
Cut, you killing them.
Hey man, shout out to the Bill this morning, man. Felt like an old school. Hey man, we just didn't have the fourth horseman in there this morning, man. Shout out to Ahanu El Kibe, aka the Tonsinus One. Y'all already know, man. Copper Grizzly, aka Big Aboriginal Power. Peace to the gods, man. Real talk, man. Y'all already know, man. The fourth horseman, Jaguar Olmec. Shout out to my brother Jaguar Olmec. He just a silent killer. He was awesome. Shout out to the brother Jaguar, man. Peace to the God, man. So y'all gonna see more of Jaguar Olmec. Obviously more of us, more of a Hanu, more DJ Cut. Y'all, man. Shout out to y'all big homie, the one and only CEO. More of the CEO, man.
That's right.
Y'all stay tuned, man. It's going down, man. It's going down. Mixcloud, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. God damn it. The internet, nigga, is going down. It's a GOAT. DJ Kuttack Mix Show. Live and direct Mixcloud and YouTube. Hey DJ, we on your channel too, right? Y'all subscribe to DJ Kuttack YouTube channel. You guys get a chance, man. We appreciate everybody, man. It's a GOAT. DJ Kuttack Talk Mix Show, man. It's going down.
Straight up.
Best to do it. Cut. What we got on deck today, man? What's happening, man? What you got going on, man?
Rod
Hayes. Came with the title. Rod Hayes said, "What?" That's I guess was that my reaction to something you told me?
Rod Hayes says what? He said what?
Say what?
What did he
say?
Hey
man, shout out to the guy, Rod Hayes, man. Real talk. Hey man, somebody tag brother in there. We definitely would like to speak to him, man. Shout out to the brother Rich, man. Black Magic 363. All the work they do over there, man. So we're gonna be showing a clip of that, of his interview he did over there. I think he's gonna be there tonight too, man. So y'all never know, man. We might have to do a live reaction to that. So shout out to the guy, Rod Hayes, man. Shout out to brother Rich, man. Salute to Black Magic 363. Shout out to the Aboriginal community, man. Shout out to the Awakening. Shout out to the movement. Shout out to everybody, man, putting in this work, man. We really appreciate you guys, man. Real talk. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. Support the real. DJ Cut, best to do it. Let's go.
All right, my guy, I got us together right now. We're gonna go here. I think this is the first one where I see my man was going hard in the paint. And when I say hard in the paint, I mean hard in the paint. So let's get him conjured up here. Let's get him conjured up. You see Cuddy already ready with the mute, ready on deck for the advertisement. This is how the brothers get paid, so we ain't mad at them.
Should be live now.
There we go. We got shout out to Black Magic 313, brother Rich. Shout out to Rod Hayes, you know what I'm saying? Rod Hayes said, "What? Is that what?" He said, "What?" God's blessings. Let's get into this.
And put them on the platform, and let's take this thing let's
into building blocks of particles, right? So they had to think all that stuff into existence, and this is what creates the universal Akashic record, because everything they thought, we have access to it. When we raise our vibration high enough, we can see what they thought. This is why they say the gods come to earth in human form. Right? So once we can see from the God form of the mind, then we can't be deceived because we know who we are. Right? So when you get to the 3D matrix, it work on a set of laws. Now, when you look at Earth is like an egg, right? The planet is the yolk,
The atmosphere is the albumin, and the light barrier is the shell, right? So you got the fat part of the egg and the skinny part of the egg. Most eggs are made like a teardrop.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the Earth moving in its orbit generates a tailwind like a egg shape.
Okay.
All right. Now, from this tailwind, it has to open up the future in front of you as it moves through the mind matrix that we call outer space.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So while we're doing this, effects are happening that we can see materializing in the 3D world.
Mm-hmm.
Now, something happened with the Anunnaki Wars where the Earth uh, had a collision that knocked it partially out of its orbit. So the yolk broke through the egg, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when it broke through, the albumin, which is the liquid around the Earth, splashed, right? But because outside of the upper atmosphere is cold, it's caused a flash freeze.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have what they call a wall, an ice wall.
Shit.
Now, after the fact, the Earth has to reestablish itself within its own atmospheric pressure range.
Mm-hmm.
When this happens, it meaning the yolk has to go back to the center of the egg where it belonged after the collision.
Mm-hmm.
So the ice wall becomes the splash that froze over in the flash freeze, and because of its position, the Earth shields it with cold that keeps it frozen.
Right.
Right? So now we got an ice wall.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what was there before it was an ice wall?
Mm-hmm.
So we talk about the Tartarian Empire. Tartarus was the name of the desert that they talk about in the book of Enoch. Tartarus is the landmass that we call Antarctica now before it froze over. Right? And before it froze over, it was an Atlantean major bustling community that was big as hell. So this is what Hitler had to discover. He went to Tibet. He sent a guy named Otto Warburg to go over there and get occult information. There was a couple more too. A guy named Rubles and one of his main generals was allocated to go and collect the occult information from the monks. So this is what World War II was concealing. Because they had overt warfare and then they had covert warfare. The covert warfare, they was using espionage, spies, and everything to fight that war. Operation Paperclip is how the Roman nations did business. When they conquer somebody or when they get conquered, they don't go in as victors. They go in as agents of the state that's already there. They put their people in places of power in order to hold their own power in these key places. So Hitler's army ended up discovering where the capital Tartarian desert was, which was in Antarctica, but it was covered with ice. But it's the coldest desert in the world. Right? So this is all documented in science. Now we just had to match up the landmarks. all of the landmarks in Antarctica match up to the Book of Enoch's Tartarus. And Tartarus is where they bound Marduk for 1,000 years. Right? And Marduk was Enlil's son, who he sent out to conquer the world for him. But he didn't work.
Pay attention, please.
Right? Because they had already had...
Pay attention, please.
It's like your favorite cousin, right? Your favorite cousin, daddy, send him to take over send you to take over his house. And when you get there, y'all start hanging out, being cool and shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We out here chasing the honeys together, smoking. We ain't thinking about what Pops and them talking about. We ain't got nothing to do with that. Right? So Marduk was the one to tell you whatever this motherfucker say, listen to him, because that's who they sent to come and clean this shit up. Right? So this is why they all had to go down to Antarctica, because once the Nazis set up...
Pay attention, please. Right here said what?
Camp, they reached contact with people from Nibiru. And this was all by Galactic Council. So Earth has its own council. The Earth Council. Spirit beings that protect the Earth. Right? They call them nature spirits, but they take human form from time to time, but they're not always in human form. If they ever become aware that they took on a human form, they can still tap into the energy of the element that they related to. This is why you have people with psychic abilities that's different. Because some is using water, which means spirit, so they're getting it intuitively, where other ones is using the air, thought, that means they putting it together logically. Right? But we don't know how to use them to read one off the other in order to see clearer the picture. Right? But the more we start looking at things, the more we start seeing, recognizing the patterns. Once you start recognizing the pattern, in order to break the cycle, you interrupt the pattern. So that's why they did everything is based on Pavlovian response, Skinner box conditioning. Right? So that keep us in the perpetual loop. And then we develop a complacency called learned helplessness in the loop that we ain't gonna never get out of it. And this is how we be caught in the same bullsmack for 3-4 generations in a row. Because don't nobody want to be the one to step out on the limb and say, let's change something, see what happens.
Right.
So, do you remember a movie called Boys from Brazil?
No, I don't remember that one, no.
So it's about Adolf Hitler moving to Argentina and setting up a cloning shop to clone the boy.
Right, he said what?
Boys from Brazil. All right. And it's supposed to be Hitler in a paradoxical reality. Right?
Check that hat out, Brother Rich got on though. Salute, Brother Rich.
What if factor? But the details is too intricate not to have some validity to them, because the movie came out based on the conspiracy theory. But they got to give you the opportunity to discover everything they're doing. So they use public information, movies and entertainment to tell you what they're doing as if they're not doing it, and it was all just a big fabrication. But that's the way that the Akashic Records push information out through the arts. So when they make the movie, he thought he was telling you a story, a fairy tale. But the Akashic records say that's what happened. Right? And you're going to learn to read it because it'll have an air of familiarity to you because most of that stuff is based on historical events with us. X-Men is all about the Pharaoh's house in Egypt.
Right here he said, what?
Having the X gene, meaning the mother right to rule, giving the power from the motherland. That's the X. But they men. They mama's boys. And who is mama's boys? Masons.
My sons. You connecting the dots, man. Shit,
Right.
you connected some dots. Go ahead, brother.
So now mama's boys wake up from a slumber and mama's house is not in order. What you gonna do if you get home and your siblings got motherfuckers clowning all in your house, stripping naked, and you know your parents is on their way home soon? What you gonna do? You start throwing motherfuckers out, ain't you?
Yeah.
Cleaning up. Get this house clean. Hey, whip in shape. Get it together. This is where we at.
Yeah.
Right? Now, while the house is getting clean, it still look just as chaotic as the party was. But they cleaning house. So the chaos appears to play out under the cleaning program off the party program. Because a party has been pooped. And what we're seeing now is the cleanup. The Hunter Biden laptop is the straw to break the bull's back. That's the one right there. Domino to make all of the rest of the dominoes fall.
Rod Hayes said, what?
You said Hunter Biden?
Yep.
What was on that laptop?
Everything. He got all his business deals with the pharmaceutical companies and deep state actors in Ukraine and business deals on his emails with they implicate his father, president, and it also implicate the business associations with certain people that was associated with the Clintons overseas. Right? Which is going to make them in turn have to bring out the Podesta file, his laptop, with the frazzle drip on it. Right? So it's a chain reaction. It's a rollout. Right? So they had to start by something had to spark the flame. All they trying to do is get the people to see the deception. But the deception gonna continue to play until enough people see through the deception. And then that's when the walls of Jericho come tumbling down.
What's the walls of Jericho? The ice walls, you mean?
It's the artificial construct.
Okay.
It ain't really there. But they told you it was. Right? They ain't really supposed to be on our land, but they told you that what they was. We ain't never not been at war with them, but they told you the war was over. But they still continuously treat us as if we had war. Right? They Supreme Court basically back in the 1800s put an eternal hit out on any of us that they kill. Right? Because it said that we don't have no right to life. We the enemy. Right? So we not even realizing that the squatters on the land call themselves the United States.
Rod Hayes said, what?
Hey, Cut, so far so good, man. I ain't heard nothing too.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like
I know.
the galactic Nibiru stuff. Hey, man, I'm gonna say this, yo. I don't know. I haven't never been abducted by aliens. I don't, you know what I'm saying? So I can't say that I believe or don't believe in anything that I don't know anything about. You know what I'm saying? But I do know the difference between esoteric knowledge, right? You know what I mean? as well as parables and fables and things, as well as people distorting history. So I do understand all the, and then mixing all that into one big pseudo gumbo. You know what I mean? And then serving it to people, and people believe in fairy tales, pseudo shit.
I got you.
Wholeheartedly. You know what I'm saying? Like, our ancestors are so great, man, that they will have to make outlandish ass Zachariah Sitchin ass shit.
Right.
You follow me? Do your research. But yeah, I'm very entertained, and this brother is very knowledgeable. Shout out to the brother. Shout out to the guy, Rod Hayes, man. Like I said, y'all tap in, man, and get him to come through and rap a taste with us. And I had a few questions, man. But yeah, y'all haven't heard it too, nothing too, that's alarming to me.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right,
Rod
here we
Hayes
go.
Says what? We might have to have a whole Rod Hayes Says What segment. You know?
Rod Hayes said what? No doubt.
And I still want to hear what you told me he said. So that's why we'll get to it.
You notice we went from Nibiru to Hunter Biden's laptop, so we'll get there.
Hey, no, what he's saying as far as Podesta and all these other things. O'Bannon just did he get sentenced to 2 years in prison?
Not yet.
Was Trump aid? Something, yeah, man. He ain't. That's no time. O'Bannon a soldier. You hear me?
Right.
You know what I'm talking about? Some people be like, they the guy that's gonna take that if it's that. And you got me, you'll pardon me later. Okay, cool. You know what I'm talking about? They're not gonna sit on real time. They're not gonna lose no assets. They're not gonna do anything. You know what I'm saying? But the people do lose the assets of the people. When we showed Joe Biden, you know what I'm saying, and Hunter Biden stuff last week when we were talking about him talking about have something the size of a quarter and it's going to give you 5 years and ruin your career and all this. What about ruining you guys' career? But I'm gonna tell you guys something. The only reason why we're seeing Hunter Biden, this is not the first air quote family that's been in drugs and you know what I'm saying, there's a fuck up and stuff like that, you guys. So this is not the first thing. We just in a different age now that we can see stuff.
That's right.
People sweep shit under the rug, man. So far as his drug use, now what he's talking about, as far as the underhanded dealings that they're having with Ukraine, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? And China, that's a problem. And they can't keep sweeping that type of shit under the rug. That laptop, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, the stuff that was going on.
That's right.
The Pizzagate, all those other things, whatever. Protect our children. We don't want to hear nothing that y'all talking about. So that whatever y'all got going on, bloodletting, so on and so forth, whatever. We're trying to keep it light, but we got Rod Hayes said what? Today.
Rod Hayes said what?
Hey man, let's get it, man. Let's get back to it. Salute to Black Magic 363, man.
That's right.
Hey man, he on this journey though. You see that hat though, right? That red, black, and green America. What y'all think that means?
It's the go.
Legal fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it is. It's the fiction.
Mm-hmm.
So they tell you, and that's what the United States of America states. It's the corporate United States of America legal fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it is. It's the fiction.
Here, I'm going to bring it back to where we was. Here we go. There we go.
Right? Because it said that we don't have no right to life. We the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we not even realizing that the squatters on the land call themselves the United States. It's the corporate United States of America legal fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it is. It's the fiction.
Mm-hmm.
So they tell you in all of the fairy tales, little pieces of the story for you to put it all together.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's what the boule do.
Mm-hmm.
The boule job is to find out what's going on in secret and put it out in the public so the king can see what's being done on the land without having to disrupt the day-to-day lives of the regular people.
Mm-hmm.
Rod Hayes said what?
right? Let them go on about their life, and we just get rid of all of the dirty players. So this is what we seeing play out in media now.
Why do you think we're hearing more talk right now in this time period? Like I said, I just seen the History Channel YouTube. They was talking about Antarctica. Why are we hearing so much about Antarctica right now? Like, what's beyond the wall? Is there another continent? Is that when you
It's a
get to the other
landmass
planets?
it's a landmass under the ice. It's
What do
a
you mean?
city under the ice. Right? But the city was frozen. It was flash frozen. Anything when they flash freeze a human, they can use the cryogenics to thaw them out.
Rod Hayes said, "What?"
They can use the same process as cryo. And any one of those Atlanteans, they wake up. That's it. There's not nobody walking around in physical form right now that can fuck with them on the psychic mental ability alone. They psychic powers, they can make you just fall down at their feet.
So you saying our ancestors is currently flash frozen in Antarctica?
They thawed some of them out, and then that's where they fucked up at.
Who they thought out?
I'm not sure exactly which ones it was.
Rod Hayes said,
What? Hey man, it's getting interesting. It's really getting interesting.
Let me bring you back. Let me bring you back just a little bit. And let's continue. Okay, I got you.
God damn.
That's it. There's not nobody walking around in physical form right now that can fuck with them on the psychic mental ability. It's a city under the ice. Right? But the city was frozen. It was flash frozen. Anything, when they flash freeze a human, they can use the cryogenics to thaw them out. They can use the same process as cryo. And any one of those Atlanteans, they wake up. That's it. There's not nobody walking around in physical form right now that can fuck with them on the psychic mental ability alone. They psychic powers, they can make you just fall down at their feet.
So you saying our ancestors is currently flash frozen in Antarctica?
They thawed some of them out, and then that's where they fucked up at.
Who they thought out?
I'm not sure exactly which ones it was.
So where are the ones they thought out? Where are they now? Because you
they
said
down there.
Rich said,
down there like we
where they at?
That's right.
Hey, Brother Rich, man, this dude got the straight face the whole time, man. God damn. How did you do it? I think he needs an award just for keeping a straight face this whole time. He's like, where they at?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, I bet you he's really good at poker and don't even know it.
Oh God. Do not play this man in no poker, you guys.
That's right.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying?
Terrible.
Okay, he said, where they at?
This is classic.
You know, and they working on.
They now because you
they
said
down there.
So what?
Sure, exactly which ones it was.
So where are the ones they thought out? Where are they now? Because
they down there. They live down there like we live up here.
Look at Rich face.
And they working on thawing out more of the ancestors. Well, they not really our ancestors. They were contemporaries of ancestors that we had at that time. When they got flash froze, they bloodline stopped right there.
Okay.
They can't regenerate.
No, you can't do that when you're in cryostasis.
But our ancestors that was from Atlantis, right? That's been continuously reproducing. We don't look the same no more. We changed due to changes in the conditions around us.
So
Compels
we just
us to
kept
have
building
to adapt to
magnificent
the
shit, you guys,
conditions and
and
perish.
living and building
Right?
and breathing. And for us to be here, okay? Just keep that in the back of your mind. Our ancestors kept fucking, kept building for us to be here. And we
That's
owe the
right.
same thing to the next generation. So they could say the same motherfucking thing 100 years from now that we gave a fuck about them. Y'all dig what I'm saying? I don't want to take over this. I just want to say that. I just want.
Because we're not understanding that the whole physical construct, the body is a machine. The machine is programmed to adapt to all circumstances and conditions in the environment at the DNA level. So when you produce your child with whoever you produce your child with, the DNA will align to produce what's going to be needed in 30 years versus what you got right now. Your son might look just like you, but the life that he lived is going to require him to function differently. So therefore, he can't be exactly like you, but he can be pretty goddamn close. Right?
Yeah.
So what you doing is your job now, okay, let me make sure my son know how to conduct all of these types of businesses. Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. My fault.
Hey,
That's me.
yo, but it's really
He thought
about
that was you, right?
passing the next generation. Real quick, cut. It's really about, like we seen in the clip with Kevin Hart and Jay-Z. They didn't get information from their parents or their grandparents or whatever. It was quite the opposite. Their talents gave them access, and them, asking questions and observing and being just being smart men, or just hardworking, you know what I'm saying, to get to those points, to get access. But it's about information and having more information, you know what I'm saying, generations before us passing us information, financial information, real estate information. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And equipping the next generations to be stronger. All other communities do this. We don't. We are more like, yeah, you're 18. You niggas is free slaves now. Free to what? Free to do what? To go build for other people? Y'all understand what I'm saying? What about your family dynasty? What about your family name? Shot Dame Dash say he hustled for his family's name, not for Procter and Gamble or Gucci, Versace. Y'all understand what I'm saying? We do this for our family's name, our bloodline, man, the soil that we stand on. You know what I mean? And that's why we do this, man. And I salute the brother Rich, man. Salute his brother, the guy, Rod Hayes, man. So yeah, let's get back to it, man. Just want to say that, you guys. Free King Fort. Free Jeff Fort. Hey, we're gonna have a nice little piece a little
That's
later
right.
on, man, on King Fort, you guys.
That's right.
It's always free Larry Hoover, man. Free King Hoover, Free King Fort. I think it's just one and the same. They both in the same place in Colorado.
Right.
You guys. So let's talk about it. We're gonna shine some light on King Fort.
Yeah, they're pretty close. They're so close, but so far away at the same time. It's weird, but yeah, I'm finished.
Yeah, like
yeah, brother. Let me press mute while you talk. Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't teach your son everything the same way you was taught, because you learn from how you was taught what work and what don't. And for us to do better than our parents, then we should raise our children to do better than us. So we had to teach them certain things, instill certain values in them, and then expose them to life lessons that they can understand. You got to explain this shit to them. They just don't understand because you want them to. You have to break it down to them in bites and tell them how it works. And they smarter than we give them credit for.
Let me read and pardon the noise right now, family, that's going on upstairs. Let me read a response. When I posted that you was gonna come on the YouTube, I got an interesting comment. This is from somebody named Jay Elegant, and I want to get your opinion on this. Jay Elegant said, when I said what's beyond the ice walls in Antarctica, Jay Elegant said more land, an entire continent, and then an electromagnetic field, ozone beyond which is the next dimension where their sun is what we see as Mars. So when they talk of going to Mars, they mean
What Rod Hayes' guest said, what?
getting past the field into the other lands, but they can't penetrate the field. Hence why rockets have those spears on their nose, despite their best efforts. On Antarctica itself is an entire lush continent of rivers, lakes, pyramids, and animals. That's an interesting comment. They said their sun is what we see as Mars. I mean, just the whole comment. What do you think about that comment right there, Rod?
I find it pretty fascinating. This reality that we in is operating on what they call the observer effect. Every time you have a closing of an age, every paradigm has to be challenged. If anybody can perceive it in their mind, and that's a reality until they all find a common ground in order to produce the reality we gonna see next. So I can't tell you he might be wrong from my perspective, but from his perspective, he explains it clear enough, coherently enough, where he doesn't sound insane at all. Right? Now, from what I know is different.
Clarity is a sign of non-insanity? Rod Hayes said, what?
Is because from a different angle of creation, my perception can't be the same as his. Right? We have to have, in order to challenge paradigms, to continue creation moving in a progressive manner. Right? Remember, we program to always advance on what we have. That's in our DNA. That's why we continuously changing our music. We didn't change music in the 60s and 70s as fast as we change it now. You had one song to stay on the chart for 5 years. You don't get that no more. There's so much music out now that certain people can't stay on the charts for 2 weeks. They might peak out at 3 or 4 and still can't stay on the top 100 for 2 weeks. That's how much music it is. So, and it's all because the collective is moving in a progressive.
I've got a problem that I'm pretty sure you can help me with. Yes, you will be paid for helping me. Actually, paid really, really well.
What we call.
The white man said he got a problem and he needs my help.
He need to find some hair.
He said, what?
He ain't got no hair nowhere. At least grow some hair on your face, fool. You know what I'm saying? You looking like a whole potato right this moment. Crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Rod Hayes though.
Salute to Black Magic 363 and Brother Rich as well.
Salute to you guys too, man, for sharing, man. Live stream, man. We appreciate you guys. Tag Brother Rich, Brother Rod Hayes in this, man. Tell a friend, tell another friend that you tuned in to DJ Cut, the best to do it.
Killing them.
And the GOAT.
It's the GOAT.
Talk Mix Show, man. It's going down, man. Appreciate everybody tapped in, man. Real talk.
Promotion.
Indeed, brother, indeed. So what about the inner earth? Is there any entrances to the inner earth from Antarctica?
Yeah, Antarctica is one of the biggest entrances. The Arctic up north and Antarctica both have gaping holes. The one in Antarctica is right around the area of what they call the ice wall. But the ice wall is a circle. It's like a splash mark.
Right.
Right. So you can go around it, but you can go in it, but you have to go back out the way you went in because it's not 300. It's not open all the way around. It's only open in areas. And they was using that to traverse. That's where Abu Bird went in when he went. He was able to.
Yeah, I would love to interview this brother. Actually, yeah, I got a few questions.
Rod Hayes said, "What?
What?" I think he was. I don't think he was. The one part you was talking about, man. I think you kind of made that up. Man. I don't know, man.
Well, hey, watch. Hey, man. Hey, he touched into it a little bit, but you'll see it. Somebody's gonna speak on it. Don't worry about it. It's coming. Rod Hayes said, "What?"
So who controls this area, Antarctica? Like the Chinese, the U.S., who's in control of this gateway that you could go in and out the Earth and all that? Who controls this?
That's under control of the.
No, that was a great question. I'm just gonna comment as it goes.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Atlanteans and Anunnaki right now. The Galactic Council had the Earth Council had delegates. Did you see Thor?
Yeah.
You remember when a man was waiting for somebody to come through and he had that axe?
Yes.
Yeah, that was his job. That portal right there was his. So this is why when you see them going to Asgard, they're going across this ice rainbow.
So let's get this right.
This is the ice wall in Antarctica.
Idris Elba.
That's comparable to the
ice up in Antarctica with a sword. Allow access in and out this portal. Got you. Let's go.
Rod Hayes said, "What?"
Shout out to Thor, man. Shit.
In Antarctica.
Right.
Damn.
So once you get to Asgard, you have to stop at the gate.
Damn.
Hold up. Hold up. Here we go.
You see them going to Asgard, they're going across this ice rainbow.
Yeah.
This is the ice wall in Antarctica.
That's comparable to the ice wall in Antarctica.
Right.
Damn.
So once you get to Asgard, you have to stop at the gate and then you have to meet this guy.
Yeah.
Well, he ain't our size.
A giant Idris, ladies.
And his psychic abilities is amazing.
Does he have a name?
Idris. That nigga name is Idris.
I don't know which one of the names he's under now, but they all of the guardians got a name.
We still call him Big Idris.
Supposed to be kept sacred. So they don't tell you their name because they don't move from their God. You got guardians around you too.
Yeah.
Every one of us got a guardian that walk with us. And when you ever get in a crisis and you hear that voice tell you, run down the alley, don't go in the street. That's that guardian be talking to you. Probably call it your holy guardian angel. But really what it is your higher self. And because we the angels, we just don't know it. When we start to remember from our higher self will tell us who he is. Right? And that's what they call waking up, becoming conscious and sentient of your God form. Your God form is not your physical form. Right? But you manifest in the creation as you moving with the power of your mind and others like you. three-dimensional matrix is made up like a Merkaba in Metatron's cube.
You mean Earth itself is made up like that?
The energy grid.
The energy grid.
That
Okay.
is built on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. So you can see it when you astral travel and you go in fourth or fifth dimensions, you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
From the outside, you can look in.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because that's where your God form is projecting into your human form from.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you basically telepathically being you on Earth from somewhere else.
Mm.
Interesting.
And this is the energy that generates your sense of self, your I-ness, your I am factor.
Mm.
Right? The thing that we're supposed to be doing on Earth is called purifying the ego to facilitate the higher soul.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because if we got a corrupted ego, then the higher soul won't assimilate.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to go do it all over again in a time loop.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? And when you go through the time loop, you come up on another timeline where you're successful eventually.
Right, right.
Right? So you might have to murder yourself in 3 different timelines before you get to the one where you win your game.
Mm-hmm.
The game of life.
Mm-hmm.
Where you the one. Because you chose you. That's
Damn
it.
it.
As we incarnate in this realm, this 3D realm, sometimes do we incarnate in the other, in that realm, beyond Antarctica, and then we come back here, then we come and we like exchange information from our life experiences over here?
That's what you're doing when you're dreaming at night. Use information exchange.
Mm.
Right? You're giving yourself a report from other timelines.
Right, okay.
But can't nobody tell you what the report is but you.
But you. Mm-hmm.
Right? Because you have to become sentient enough to know where you at all times. The point of focus is where you at.
The point of focus, yeah.
You aware right now that we in this conversation through a YouTube channel. That's where our point of focus is. Or else we couldn't carry on this conversation. And that's where our apparent I-ness is resting up on the pivot point of the point of focus. Right? So everything is converging onto you as the one. In everybody's reality, they the one. Unless they don't choose themselves. That's why they say, man, know thyself.
That's right.
Once you know yourself, you choose yourself.
Right.
Because then you can say what you will and will not tolerate, and then you will understand what you want and what you don't want versus what they told you want versus what they told you do want. Right? So you got to learn yourself in order to know if you're thinking for yourself. Right? So if a person accuses you of something, you wondering if maybe I got drunk or something. But wait a minute, I don't drink. That's not my character. That shit don't match. You lying. And we can teach our children that at an earlier age now. They perceive it because they coming in on a higher frequency in the sun cycle. Right? The sun cycle brings in more solar radiation. Right? And the solar radiation is what generates the messages to the pineal. And you download them as consciousness and spirit messages. Right?
Yeah. Let me ask you, these beings from that exist in this other realm beyond the ice wall, do they ever why aren't they interfering in earthly affairs? Like we look at the state of the world and we look at the Europeans and everybody, whoever's doing whatever they doing, oppressing the world with however they doing it. Do these beings, are they restricted from interfering with the affairs that's going on over here? Or do they want to?
They
Are
can,
they?
they can only move according to the level of consciousness of the collective.
Okay.
They can't do anything that will upset the level of consciousness of the collective.
Because we have free will. That's what.
Bro, yep.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: it's only free will if you use it.
Mm.
Otherwise, you're on a predestined path. That's what makes you a slave to the system. Because the system understand that if you don't use your free will, it's available.
Mm-hmm.
Using the law of use, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I understand the law of use, say if it's not being used, use it because it's useful for no other reason. So under the law of use, they come in and they use your free will that you're not using, and they attach it to their desires, and your free will manifests their reality of opulence. You creating from within yourself to benefit somebody outside yourself before you benefit yourself because you don't want to use your free will. Everybody want to be servants. Don't nobody want to. They want to
Right.
claim they're a boss, but they don't want to do what the boss do.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't want to be the boss.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be bossy,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
Tell you what you should or should not do.
Right.
They want to be self-righteous to the point where they don't care about what you going through, what you dealing with. I called you, you supposed to answer me.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't know nothing about your life. They don't know what you're doing. No. They get in their feelings and they feel some type of way because they feel you're supposed to respond to them out of a superiority complex.
Mm-hmm.
And so
So.
they start pointing the fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he ain't doing this and he a fake and he a fraud. No receipts, just allegations.
Right. Right.
Right? Fairkind sold out long time ago. The only one been talking up for us.
Mm-hmm.
But they ain't doing it. But they'll cut him down because they don't think he doing it how they supposed to. But they ain't doing shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know? They they
Mm-hmm.
they ride with the
I agree
system
with that.
against their own people because the system said they was criminals. A criminal system called our people criminals and you went with it. You
That's
sold
right.
out without getting nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even know you sold out. That's the sad part. Because you're not smart enough to know you sold out.
Mm.
For nothing. For free.
You know what I'm
It's the
saying?
go along to get along
Get
shit.
along. Yeah. Yeah. I seen an interesting comment in the chat. Somebody said the ice walls is the final boss. If we say this is a video game, a simulation, you know how you used to play Street Fighter and the final boss was I think I forgot his name, and Bison. Like it's getting beyond the ice wall. Is that the final boss in this video game? Then we get to the other, outer space and everything. That's the real entrance to the.
When you read in the book of Enoch, it tell you that the big hairy beast was chained up in Tartarus.
Mm-hmm.
The big hairy beast is Marduk.
Mm-hmm.
In the Sumerian tablets, they said he died and they called him Enkidu.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The Bull man.
Mm-hmm.
The hairy man.
Mm-hmm.
Who was best friends with Gilgamesh.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And they was on the tear together.
Enkidu.
But they couldn't kill Enkidu. But they told Gilgamesh he was dead.
Mm.
When they chained him up. So this is Marduk.
Mm-hmm.
And it's two Marduks. One of them is Enki's son, one is Enlil's son. Enlil's son is the one they call Enkidu.
Mm-hmm.
right? Because he was told.
Rod Hayes said, "What?"
Yeah, that's funny, man. Inky do though. Harry Bull, man. Yeah.
Here we are. But hold up, it's not over. It's gonna get into it. Watch. But go ahead. I'm listening.
No, go ahead. I just comment as it go, man. Sheesh.
Told when he got to Earth, when he said, "What am I supposed to do?" and they told him, "Do what Inky do."
Mm-hmm.
So when he got here and they asked him his name, he said Inky do.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a joke between the Anunnaki to call him Enkidu.
Mm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, he is what you call a Bigfoot.
Mm.
And that's Enlil's daughter by those group of people. In Star Trek, he would have been Chewbacca.
Right.
Yeah, that's who he is.
Wow.
They tell you the story in the fiction in order to make it absurd when you tell them the real story.
Right.
But when you read in the book of Enoch, it's going to talk about the hairy giant tied up in Tartarus. And Tartarus is the South American plateau.
Mm-hmm.
That landmass down there.
Mm-hmm.
Under the ice.
Mm.
Right? And if got flash froze over, they still there. Right? And some of them down there can telepathically communicate with some of us here.
Mm-hmm.
So they able to give us messages from the past that will help us solve the problems of the present because they already went through it.
Right.
So it's like they shine a mirror on the past in order to tell us how to navigate the future without making the mistakes they made.
Is it possible that me and you might be over there flash frozen right now? We're projecting these holograms over here to understand how to free ourselves over there right now, being flash frozen.
Walk-in at that point.
That was what?
That would be a walk-in.
Mm-hmm.
So
Brother Rich said, "What?"
Brother Rich said, "What?"
Oh my God.
Walk-in is this. You have to fully give up on your life and your ability to figure out why you're here and who you are, and you don't want to play the game no more.
Mm-hmm.
This is a high spiritual thing. So then all your memories are still recorded in the synapses in your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now the walk-in can do two things. They can choose to use your physical form. They'll read your book of life, which is in your DNA.
Mm-hmm.
And they will determine if they can complete the task that you was originally sent to do.
Mm-hmm.
You gave yourself that mission.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can't complete it. The walk-in, which would be one of those, they would get in like a substitute player on a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll finish the path that you laid out for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm-hmm. So now where we at is we recovering ancient technology to move into what they call the forever time. That means a time where time doesn't matter anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What time is it that time doesn't matter anymore? When there's no more death. Right? In order to undercut the death, you have to figure out the cause of natural death. And then you have to bridge the gap in order to repair that damage that was done to the DNA that caused you to experience a natural death in the timely decay of the form.
What? What the fuck did you say?
Rod Hayes said, "What?"
listen, man. They going crazy in the chat room right now. I wanna give you an opportunity to ask some questions. We're about to get to Q&A, family. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, watching. We got a packed chat room. I think we got about 2,600 people in the chat right now. Family, make sure get your questions ready.
Yeah, we need
I'm gonna take some
2,600 people in
questions
the
from
chat
y'all
room.
because I see y'all got a lot
Rub
to
that.
talk about in the chat room. So get your questions ready. Make sure you hit
Yes,
the like
sir.
button. Like I tell you, that's very important for the algorithm and to get this information out to the people. So if there's
What he
2,600
said.
people, make sure you hit the like button, family. Also, it's important. I seen somebody asked about Rod's Cash App earlier. It's important to support the channel. The channel's Cash App is
What he
$
said.
Black Magic 363. Rod Hayes.
Anyway, like and subscribe. Period.
Let me you just gave it to me. It's earlier. What is it again? Your Cash App, my brother?
$, capital
Only
S,
builders.
IK, capital A, P.
Only Kuttack. Thank you guys in advance. Appreciate everybody, man.
SIKAPE, right?
Yep, the S and the A are capital.
Capital. Okay. Man. Oh, there's some interesting stuff here, man. There's some interesting stuff here.
It is.
Let's get to
Big Idris.
before I get to the Q&A from the people, right? You know, I heard
Sound like
somewhere that
Spinky
the netherworld that our ancestors talk about and we hear talked about in the text is really under the ocean. Now we're so concerned about going into outer space, but we rarely under the depths of the ocean is rarely explored. So can you talk to me? You know, they had a fake video of a mermaid surfacing from the waters of South Africa, and that got a lot of people talking the other day. What's going on in the depths of the ocean, my brother? What's down there?
It's some creatures down there that's just grotesque. I mean, it's a different living environment altogether. When you start getting into that high
niggas just don't want to be
pressure
like, I don't know.
scenario, bioluminescence become required in order to navigate down there, but it also makes you a viable predator or prey. Like you have one fish called a anglerfish. He got a bioluminescent thing on the antenna, look like a worm. He be doing this on his hat. And when the fish come to get it, he eat them. Right? But then you have certain species of squid that have like sparkling lights rolling up and down they tentacles and stuff from bioluminescence. So it's just a different environment altogether from what's up here. And they do have deep sea humanoids that live down there too. They breathe underwater like we breathe in the air.
So like Aquaman isn't far fetched when you know like Marvel got
No, it's not far fetched at all. They think that Atlantis used to do business with them. And they used to do rescues on the bottom of the oceans until war broke out on the surface. They went deeper. They didn't want no parts of it, and they wanted to be left out of it. The same with it, some people that was on the ground that went under the earth into the caverns and catacombs and set up whole communities down there and don't come up no more. Right? They done it because they didn't want to take part in the wars that was going on the earth. It was Anunnaki wars, sibling rivalries. That's why all their stories got brothers going against each other. You know, that's because the whole system is built up on a sibling rivalry between two competing gods that's trying to fight for superiority, and in the process, they subjugating their own children out of their ego. Right? So you got Enki and Enlil. Enki was here first. Enlil don't care. He figured that he should have he's superior rank, so he should be able to run the show. And he gonna get jealous and kick your ass if you don't worship me because I'm the only one.
Oh man. Let's get to some Q&A from the people real quick. Is the confusion that took place by the division of the languages coming to an end, since almost the whole world now speaks English, minus discrepancies from spells contained in English?
English is not gonna be the language. It's the language of deception, right? They they can translate from 5 different languages into one English word that mean all 5 of those things simultaneously, and they all mean something different,
Mm-hmm.
right? But the English is the only language where you can use that to deceive somebody. So it's actually the mirror language of what the next language is going to be. The children are going to be learning an entirely different language.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely disagree
Somebody
with
wants
that.
to know, Axe, is Gilgamesh frozen and coming back alive?
Gilgamesh is going to be reborn. He's one of the gods, one of the sons of the gods. That's one of Enki's sons.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next question. I've been having dreams of the pyramid in Antarctica. What would be your take on that? Pyramids in Antarctica, my brother. What's your
There's
take on that?
pyramids down there, absolutely. It's a huge pyramid down there. There's one down there that might be bigger than the one in Mexico.
Mm. And what civilization built this one?
That's ancient Atlantean.
Ancient Atlantean.
Ancient mound builders. They built all these motherfuckers. Wherever you see one that, they built them.
Mm-hmm. You know, after we did the show last time, there was a lot of people who are still confused about the whole topic of Anunnaki. They still ask, so maybe you clear up the confusion. They're like, are they good or bad? People want to know, the Anunnaki, are they good entities or are they bad entities? So
Both.
can you answer that? Both, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So they the Anunnaki is families that's intermarried from across galaxies to different bloodlines. So you got some of them that see us as food. You got some of them that see us as next to God,
Mm.
right? And it depends on what side of the family you bump into, how you gonna get treated.
Right, right. Mm.
Some of them jealous of us and feel like we spoiled brats. On no matter what we going through on Earth, the ability to be in the freedom of Earth, they jealous of that,
Mm-hmm.
right? And some of them,
So Earth has a freedom to it, huh?
yeah. If you know how to be free on Earth, this is the best place to be in the universe. Where
That's a big statement.
Yeah. Most of us don't know how to be free. We know how to be slaves because that's all we taught.
Hold up. We gotta rewind that. You said if you know how to be free on Earth, this is the best place in the universe. Elaborate on that a little bit, my brother.
Earth used to be a resort.
Woohoo! A resort. Oh shit.
Right. Then it went from being a resort, it was converted into a university because the people that was natural here was so advanced beyond other civilizations. So they was sending people here to train and learn. It was a university. Then the bad kids came, the bullies, whole family of bullies came and bullied the teachers out their positions. So now Big Mama's and her other boys, the big boys coming home now. My sons. They coming home to put the new world in order.
Rod Hayes said
They wanted
what?
the new world order under George Herbert Walker Bush. And 1,000 points of light. Bullshit. Not why the chiefs on the land you not. Right? We know everything they was doing. They was doing it out in the open, but most of us couldn't see it. Right? Because they good at what they do. They do the dirt and then they paint the picture how they want you to see it.
Right. Somebody wants to know, who are the Nordic giants?
Those were they are Pleiadian bloodlines of Earth. The it's a dude be doing videos. He don't got no eyebrows. He got straight blonde hair. He one of them. They not giants no more from mixing with other groups, other bloodlines of Earth. But they still can be pretty big.
Mm-hmm. Somebody asked, I don't see it. Somebody asked, I seen it a little earlier. They said, what does our melanin have to do with all of this? How is our melanin tied in to all of this that we're talking about right now?
Melanin is a big deal because the melanin is tied to that dark stuff called noon. It's black matter, dark matter,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it's through there in which the creation manifests. Remember, I told you it's a collection of gods generating this from their mind in real time, right? So what they seeing in their mind is molding the future. The melanin is the energy that they draw from to do it. That's why the more heavily melanated is, the more creative potential you have. But they teach us not to use it. They relegate our creativity to painting, music, and dance. But we are just equally as artistic in physics, quantum physics, and metaphysics. That's why it seemed like we can't reach higher than a certain level in their school system. Is that their school system can't teach us anything. They can't stimulate our brain cells to respond to higher thought of creativity.
That's right.
Right? So now we can't create consciously. Now we have to do it subconsciously, meaning we not consciously aware of what we're creating. Because we don't know how, we're not using our free will. So the system is designed to harness the free will that the people not using, and use it for the advantage of the ones who know how to harvest it. Vampires. You know, they energy vampires though.
Somebody wants to know, can Rod talk about the Betelgeuse or Betelgeuse supernova and the effects on humans?
Any of those novas, depending on the distance, right? It depends on the effect and when the effect will be seen. If it's close enough, the effect can be seen in a matter of a couple of years. But if it's not, if it's a distant star that became a supernova, it won't be able to be seen for some time to come. It might be generations before it ever get here.
Okay, can you please ask Rod about what he thinks is next for humanity? How far will we get in this time frame for seeing what is to come? Like, will we see beings like an get in this time about what he thinks is next for humanity?
Now, I know you're waiting exactly for what I'm saying. I think it's coming up now. Here we go.
Humanity. How far will we get in this time frame for seeing what is to come? Like, will we see beings like an X-Men in real life? Have we already?
All you got to do is look a little closer, because you got humans that's capable of doing some phenomenal shit. But we just don't realize that that's untapped potential. And if the potential is untapped, there's a possibility it can be tapped if you understand how it works. But as far as for what's next for us, it's depending on what we wake up to at this time, depends on what's going to be next. It's still mutable at this point.
Still mutable, right? that goes into what you said earlier about this realm being an observer. What did you say? Observer what? As far as what we observe, we have the ability to change.
Right. That's creativity in action. The observer effect.
Observer effect, yeah.
All right. So you have to look up the double slit experiment with the electrons and it'll show you how it works. Because that which is undetermined, which is mutable, is just a wave. It's just a field of energy. But once you make up your mind that it's going to happen, it becomes a particle. It becomes a proton.
Will America be split in half when the ice walls melt down?
I don't know, but it's a possibility that the Grand Canyon can fill back up.
You said the Grand Canyon?
Yeah.
When you say fill back up, what did it used to be?
So those were rivers. That was an ancient water system.
For who?
It was natural water system. What we did is it's a couple people that know about the artifacts and the stuff that's in the Grand Canyon that's Egyptian and Buddhist in appearance. Right? That's our shit from a long time ago. Right? And it was like living in Venice, Italy, on the water. But when the waters dried up, the people moved out.
What about these dams?
And the waters gradually dried up and the people gradually spread out to other parts.
90,000 dams have been built in North America.
Interesting.
Why?
This brother wants to know, is Nibiru here? Also, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad spoke of the original people being from Mars. Can you elaborate?
That's where the human
I never heard that.
creation took place on Mars in the Sedona complex, where you see the face of Adam. Dr. York put that out a long time ago, so that's like old news to us. But Nibiru is
I see that.
pretty goddamn close. If they
I see
stop
that, you
spraying the
guys.
skies, y'all might be able to see it.
There you go. Terrible.
What's the next question?
Family don't even know what the fuck going on. They don't.
I know, y'all know. Some of them, yeah. Some of y'all know. There's a lot of people here right now.
I can't see the
Yeah.
chat.
It's going down. Let's go. DJ Cut.
Cut, you killing them.
Talk Mix Show, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Shout out to Brother Rich, man. Great time.
Family. Sorry about that. Brother Rod, why do they abduct and take white people?
Monitoring genetics. They don't just abduct and take them. That's only the ones they report. Most of us don't have to be abducted. We can go to them.
No Amber Alert.
The ones of us that
Hey, are you like me, a homeowner in the Kansas City metro area that had an old, deteriorating roof? I mean, my was like 15 plus years old. Or
is capable. We normally, a lot of us get abducted in the motherland. But in America and Europe, most of the abductions is the European. They're just monitoring genetics. They came to get a drop of blood from us over here in America.
Mm-hmm.
They got it.
Mm.
Go
ahead.
The ones who didn't won't be here.
What's the significance of the crystal skulls?
Those are computers. They computer hard drives from ancient computer systems.
Hard drives.
Yeah.
Right. Hey,
they store.
what?
Hey, you know what a terabyte is, right?
Yeah.
Hard. Rod Hayes said, "What?
Hard drives.
Yeah.
Okay.
They store. You know what a terabyte is, right?
Yeah.
Multiply that by a couple of million, and then you will know how much information that skull can hold.
Wow. Shit.
It's a whole supercomputer's worth of information in that crystal. But you need the right computer mainframe in order to read it. It's in Tibet.
The computer mainframe is in Tibet.
Yeah. The only one that's still functional is in Tibet. It used to be one in Egypt. It used to be one in Mexico. It used to be one in Argentina. The only one that's still functional is in Tibet.
Wow.
Rod Hayes said, "What?"
I'm loving these questions. This is where we need to be at, family. This is where we're progressing. I love these questions. And the brothers knocking them down. The 2024 eclipse. What, if any, effects will it have on Earth?
All of the eclipses changes the energy frequency on the planet. So it'll always, but it's not gonna never be more than what you've experienced in prior eclipses.
Okay.
Right? The energy frequency might hit a little different because of the stellar position, the position of the stars, the time of year. But generally, the eclipses don't have major negative effects on the planet.
What's the mothership?
The mothership is actually a humongous spaceship that's it's like a commuter ship from Nibiru to Earth when they in close proximity. And it's fucking huge. It's bigger than the Enterprise of Star Trek.
Yeah. Wow. Well, let's get to the next question. Why did the leaders of the world financial system meet in Antarctica a few months ago?
No, they actually got turned away.
They got turned away? By who?
The Earth Council and the Galactic Council have a delegation down there, and they was asking to speak to Larry Hoover, Angel Bay, and Stan Tukey Williams. And the first time they tried to send the politicians,
Rod Hayes said,
Whoa, wait, time out. Hold on, cut you. Oh, hold on, y'all. Shit, this is crazy. Wait, Stanley Tukey Williams is no longer with us. Rest in paradise to Stanley Tukey Williams, by the way. I just want to point that
out. I'm gonna bring this. All right, I'm gonna bring it back.
A delegation down there, and they was asking to speak to Larry Hoover, Angel Bay, and Stan Tukey Williams. And the first time they tried to send the politicians down there, and they told them that y'all not the real leaders, y'all need to kick rocks. So the second time they tried to send the leaders from business and economics down there, because they was trying to establish the leadership of Earth under the corporations as an oligarchy. So it was three systems that we was faced against. The one was a techocracy where the artificial intelligence and the biorhythms is the order of the day. The other one was a oligarchy ran by major corporations and corporate interests. And the third one was a dictatorship under George Herbert Walker Bush called the New World Order. Well, we didn't want none of that shit. So one of us had to prove that the original training method for our children worked better than all that shit in creating a better person. Somebody who would stand up for all of the people that don't know how to stand up for themselves. The one that'll punch the bully in the nose and make that motherfucker get in line. That motherfucker. Right? And he had to be able to assimilate the technology and master it to the point where he can disrupt their algorithms. That was to kill the techocracy. So he had to go one-on-one with artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence had to not be able to keep up.
Wow.
Right? So that killed the Bill Gates community techocracy.
Mm-hmm.
So they couldn't send nobody.
Right.
The oligarchy was the financial bankers of the world and the corporate interests, the
Mm-hmm.
major companies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, our people believe that the people who work for the company own the company. We don't believe that you supposed to own a company and only give me crumbs for me making you rich.
Mm-hmm.
We believe that if it's a company, that everybody at the company is part of the company,
Mm-hmm.
and that the human that work at the company is more valuable than any other machinery there. That's how we believe.
Mm-hmm.
They believe under their corporate structure, people are just as expendable as the tools on the floor. Right? So we needed to change the workers' condition. That's what they called the worker rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the workers had to pick somebody to represent the unionized interests of the collective of workers.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had to go and find out what's the solution to the workers' struggle.
Mm-hmm.
And then fix that. That kills um the business or the corporate interest from being able to abuse the little guy.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the cost of living per capita in any country determines what they call the minimum standard of living. Right? The corporations give you just enough money to maintain the minimum standard of living. But once you unionize, organize, and establish that you just as important as the company is, now the company have to negotiate your value according to what you put on it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how we kill the corporate interest,
Mm-hmm.
using the auto workers as what you call the model.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we faced with the political interest. The remnant of the Bush administration was Joe Biden. He was part of the chase for Osama bin Laden, and the people finally caught Obama Joe Biden on a subjugation of the mind. They slid that one in there. See, for 8 years they was looking for Osama bin Laden. So when Obama Joe Biden was the running ticket, the homonym is too familiar to overlook. So they use reverse psychology to turn it around on the people. So
Mm-hmm.
that's how we overcame the systems that they was trying to say was superior than tribalism.
Mm-hmm.
In tribalism, the person that's best qualified to do the job, perform the function, and that's all.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
It's not personal, family business. We got to work together as a family. That's tribalism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what Cuba was establishing,
Right. Right.
right? And they had to first find three kings before they could raise the matriarchy, but they killed two of the kings.
Mm-hmm.
Camilo Cienfuego, long
Mm-hmm.
live Camilo, and Che Guevara.
Mm-hmm.
And then they left the spokesperson, which was the politician, which was Fidel Castro,
Mm-hmm.
right? So when the CIA shot the plane down that Camilo was in, and Che went to go free Bolivia,
Rod Hayes said, "What?"
which was Fidel Castro,
Mm-hmm.
right? So when the CIA shot the plane down that Camilo was in, and Che went to go free Bolivia, got killed in Venezuela, I believe it was, fighting the freedom for the freedom fighters down there. That made it where they couldn't raise matriarchy in Cuba, so now they have to adapt a structure
Mm-hmm.
to where they stopped that.
Mm-hmm.
Cuba was under embargo for over 50 years. Think about that. You can't do no world trade, so whatever you do have to be from self-contained. So what did they do? Start training doctors and mechanics. They could take those old cars together and put them back apart like it's nothing. They've been living off those same cars from the 50s for 50 years. Right? Because they couldn't get no new ones in.
Right.
And then you have the people. See, they had to get rid of Batista. He was an animal.
Hey, salute to everybody subscribing to my channel, DJ Kuttack 1. I appreciate that. I see y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Right? So they followed the formula to overthrow the government based on the principles of the three kings on the land.
I'm gonna get to we're just gonna do a couple of more questions tonight, family. I want to thank we got 3,000 people in the room. So shout out to the family that's in the room. Let me post the brother's Cash App one more time because I didn't leave it long last time because I went to another question. Sick. All right, so yeah, I just posted the brother's Cash App one more time. If you want to support the brother, it's greatly appreciated. I seen somebody mention it earlier. Also, I want to get to a quick commercial. The brother Rod Hayes is actually me and the brother was talking, and the brother's going to be joining my Patreon community. So for all of the Patreons out there, the brother Rod Hayes is going to be offering a class once a month, and our first class is on Tuesday at 9. And we are dealing with activating what we call junk DNA. So I want to thank the brother, for participating in my Patreon community. I actually made a commercial. The tune right here, this from Red and Blue Pill. I did the beat. So we're gonna listen. We're gonna watch this commercial real quick. Then we're gonna get to a few Q&A and get out of here. You want to say something real quick, Rod? Or
oh yeah, just let them know that the Patreon platform is your platform I was invited to.
Indeed.
They can still find me on my platform. I'm going to still be doing the same thing for free that I've been doing. You just asked me to offer my aid and assistance for a program you was running.
Indeed. I greatly appreciate it.
I be needing the people to know that I'm not in this for the money. This is for the people.
Indeed. He's only going to be on there once a month. So I definitely go. What's your Instagram? Because there's like it's a 75. So.
And then I have Facebook as Rod Hayes. I think my friends list full. So
I hope he hurry up and get to what I know he's going to say now.
They won't let me.
Right. Indeed. All right. So y'all got the Patreon, y'all got the Facebook, and the brother will be joining my Patreon once a month. We're going to get to this commercial, then we're going to be right back with a few more Q&A, and we getting out of here. Shout out to Red and Blue. This is a Red and Blues track. I did the beat, and so check.
Symbol in the fast rush to be. They could.
Sun, and they have a direct electromagnetic effect on the earth and the people. Right? So as we moving through this part of the universe, it's like other stuff going on besides just that. Right? So when this is going on, you got other stuff going on too. All this energy is creating a vortex of energy. Right? And we responding to it in real time, and we adapting our creation of tomorrow in real time based on the energy frequency. The more of us become aware, that's why we say each one teach one, we all might reach some. The more of us become aware of what we're supposed to be seeing on the land in order to restore the matriarchy. Right? Because the matriarchy is the original form of government of Earth. And you don't know, as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. At the close of the age, when we start looking for the three kings on the land, it's because we have to restore it back to its original position of purity. We have to raise the woman back up to her God status, but we have to make sure that the woman is worthy to hold that status. The highest ranking matriarch on the land right now is Mother Khadijah. By work and by suffering, because she's been struggling in this struggle right along with the minister for over 50 years, probably 60 something if you really want to get technical. But she's an instrument of the struggle, and she have the most active matriarch.
Gun owners know that total concealment of your firearm is a tactical advantage. It gives you the power.
Is active in their families and keeping their families together under her direct call. Like she can pick up her phone and call them personally.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So she have the most matriarchs on the land under her jurisdiction. The Nation of Islam is not part of the corporate United States. And they are a tribe that was established by Clara Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad. And the tribe had to be set up a certain way because of infiltrators that look like us, but they not us. So now when we start getting the people's mind to understand that we the ones that's being usurped.
Mm-hmm.
We them red people that Jacob pretended to be when he was stealing his birthright from Isaac.
That's right.
Right? And he was covered up by a woman who took sides, one child against the other, in order that this shit play out in the genetic memory. These are the clues for us to unravel the mystery. We are the ones who are organic to the Americas. The
That's
law
right.
of the land say that the one who becomes aware vexed the grievance in the public domain. This is why it seems like we always complaining in the open, because we is. Those who understand the problem based off the grievance vex that finds a solution is obligated by tribal law to offer up the solution. Right? And it's up to the collective of the clans people to support the leadership when they understand what's taking place on the land. They automatically line up to push the agenda for freedom. They're not going to do it if they don't see the solution, the problem, the perpetrators. They have to see everything involved. And then you have to offer a solution, because if you don't have a solution and you present a problem, you frustrate the people.
Right.
Right? So the solution is a universal understanding, everybody on the same page saying we need to see Larry Hoover walking on the land. Because it's a whole script of things entailed with us demanding to see Larry Hoover. Larry Hoover is the prerequisite for the raising of the matriarchy. Right? He is the chairman or the spokesperson for the collective chiefs across the land. And Angel Bay is his witness from Chicago. Big Tukey is witness from the West Coast.
And that's a
They have to tell the people the problem, who was doing the dirt on the land, and that they got it under control now. And Mama gonna be.
Rod Hayes said, "What?"
Safe to take her position, right? Because we was at war. Well, all that shit got to come to an end now. So the next thing to fall is their banking system.
Let's get to the next question. Please ask Rod, is our inner son the transmuter that will seal the reset or awakening?
Your inner sun is your heart chakra that runs off mitochondrial generated love energy. Right? And it's there to illuminate your body with wisdom when it reaches the brain, the frequency. It comes in through the heart chakra. But if you don't raise past your lower three chakras, then you can't tap into it. It's affected electromagnetically from the coronal mass ejections, from what we call stellar ejections, the energy being other stars doing the same thing in a different distance. Right? Because the coronal mass ejections is not the only electromagnetic energy that's impacting the Earth. This is why you have zodiac signs to read what electromagnetic field was you born under determines a lot about how to teach you, how to educate you, how to teach you to tune in to the self, who you were in your past life, and etc.
Let's get to two more questions. What is the blue ice in Antarctica?
It's not uncommon to see blue ice. Blue ice is fresh water that's frozen. When you see blue ice, it was fresh water. White ice can be salt or fresh water. And then you have that foggy ice that's more commonly salt water. It's clear, but it's foggy. So the blue ice is fresh water with very low impurities.
What?
Somebody, what is going to be the effects of what is going on in Ethiopia right now?
I'm glad somebody mentioned that genocide going on over there. It's going to be a backlash from the universe. It has to. You can't on Earth. It looked like people be getting away with shit, but ain't nobody getting out of here without paying for their dirt. No matter what we might think, they not going nowhere till they pay for their dirt. And some of them is paying for dirt that was done to them, and it looked like vengeance to the rest of us. Because we don't know that they was done wrong. But the effects in Ethiopia, we need to be paying more attention to that than Russia, because all they know in Russia is cleaning up the deep state dirt. Ethiopia, they got a full-fledged genocide going on, tribal massacre. Trying to eliminate one of the tribes because they got to try to find a place to be because they don't belong here. That's why they keep getting kicked out everywhere they go, and they're not native to.
That's right.
Yeah, we have a bigger body count.
Know where they go.
Body count, per capita, everything. There's no way we're gonna say it's you know what I mean. So we gotta start taking care of home first, though. You know what I mean, and then we can start talking about the place.
That's right.
Oh, where the fuck they from? Where they from? They not from here. They nomads everywhere they go. No point of origin. Drifters, eternal drifters. They not part of the families of the earth. And that's why they don't care what happened to us. And they look like us so they can pass for being us while they do dirt to us without us ever knowing it. The biggest thing is the soft sell. Get you to focus on the money while they can take everything else from up under you. While you so busy focused on the money, they destroying your family.
Let's get to one more question, man. I'm just really enjoying this conversation and these questions and answers as well. I just seen
I hope it's the one I want. I'm thinking it's about.
Give me a second, family. Well, let me ask this one. Rod, does the three kings have significance with the Orion or three kings in the Bible? All right, we just lost the brother. So
here we go.
We'll be right back.
Here we go.
Thank you to everybody that's
Here
tuned
we
in
go.
tonight, though, man. The Pack Show, great conversation, amazing conversation, y'all. Amazing conversation.
Rod Hayes is about to say what?
Oh man. Okay, here go the brother here. Rod, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so last question, my brother. Does the three kings that you talk about have significance with Orion or three kings in the Bible?
Yep. So in the three stars of the Orion's belt is called the three kings, and it's also called the three sisters. The three kings in the Bible is the same story. They was going to meet Horus, right? And Isis was giving birth. So the Orient Belt is reflected on Earth as Egypt. And Egypt has a guardian called a Sphinx. So all of these is telling us the story. They look into the West. This is the West. So when you
That's right.
get to the Vadun, when you need to send the opener of the way, right? They send them in rank as 3 brothers. There's 3 of the ancient pantheon. It's the Legba, it's the Shango, it's the Ogun. They tear shit up so that they can make way for the sister to return, Oshun, the goddess of love, which is another name for Isis. So it's all tied together across cultures and across histories, and in the as above, so below.
I guess we're gonna end it there, family. I don't want to keep the brother too long, man. Rob, man, I appreciate this, man.
No problem, man. You know,
you be connecting these dots, bro.
Dr.
Somebody
Ken.
said you got the crystal skull.
Hey, salute to Rod Hayes. Salute to Brother Rich.
Cut, you killing them.
Hey, man, look, check this out. The reason why I wanted to play this is because I wanted us to be able to hear some of the stuff that he was saying about, the Galactic Federation. This stuff is kind of it's crazy, you know what I'm saying, when you think about it. It's like sci-fi, you know what I'm saying? But not only that, I thought this was the one. Now, anybody in the chat, please, if you can corroborate me, if you heard Rod Hayes say Tukey Williams is defrosted from cryogenics and walking around in L.A., bald-headed, mad, because his curl fell out of his head. I thought this was the video where he said this, but apparently this is not the one.
Now, he is absolutely talking as if Tukey Williams, rest in peace to that brother, is walking around.
Exactly.
Or even if still in prison, you know what I'm saying? I think that's interesting. For real, I really do. I would definitely love to have a conversation with him. You know what I mean? So this cryogenesis stuff. And then when we talk about Demolition Man, right? You guys see Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes. Well, he actually has the Wesley Snipes box and everything,
Okay. Lou Eric Grassroots, he said, yeah, he heard. I believe that's yes. I think he's corroborating what I'm saying.
I'm gonna say that, just based off listening to what he just said, though, as if Tukey, you know what I'm saying, is still
has to get up with Jeff Fort and Larry Hoover and go down to Antarctica so he can talk to the aliens. Because the financial district can't make it, the political arena was turned away a couple weeks ago or something. He said a couple months ago, whatnot. He said, what?
But my thing is, though, if they're frozen or limited in how they can move and things that they can do, things of that nature, and they have all these powers, right? Our ancestors, right? Just think of this perspective. What we could prove is we're here. Built, loved, did things, you know what I'm saying, created, made history. These so-called other Anunnakis or whatever people want to say, because it was confusing because then now they're the mound builders that built civilization here in America, which is that us or is that not us? You know what I mean? And it gets very confusing. So I have a few questions, you know what I mean? Just where the origin of these alien things come from. And, there has to be an origin of this thought pattern. And yeah, you can have all the dreams the hell you want, but guess what? What language would you be speaking in that dream? Even if you went to different time periods in your dream, your ass is going to be dreaming in the language that you can understand. And generally that language was given to you by somebody. So if you don't know the codes, the words that was given to you to indoctrinate you, to empower them, and them is the system that oppresses you. It's all mental. So when we talk about colonization, I don't believe in colonization anymore. I say indoctrination, you know what I'm saying? Because we colonize or civilize the world, Craig.
That's
when
right.
I say we, I'm saying Americans, American Aborigines. See what I'm saying? And so now everybody's taking credit, even now aliens and Bigfoots and monkey people and all this other shit. And yo, check it out. If there's scientific evidence to back it up, you know, I'm one of these people to say, you know what, if some certain shit that's esoteric, once again, we start mixing Thor and Big Idrisim into our history, and that's just not, or mythology into our history. You understand what I'm saying? My bad. You know what I mean? Sounds like a great movie though, on thawing people and shit, and you know, I think that's dope. But when it becomes our reality, I think that's a problem. You understand what I'm saying, Cut? Just
most definitely.
You know,
but yeah, the most craziest
that would
thing,
be my
like
challenge,
I said,
brother.
look, check it out.
You know,
he did touch on cryogenesis. He did touch on, and he went even deeper than Tukey Williams being on cryogenesis. He actually said our ancestors. He said our ancestors are in cryogenesis right now.
Hey, but dog, Tukey Williams is walking around Compton.
Well, walking around somewhere in California, yeah.
His Jerry curl is that's we're not gonna know him. Hey, he's not gonna speak. He's not gonna be on Gangster Chronicles and nothing. He ain't gonna have a show and nothing like that. Come on, y'all. Like, think about it. Like, make this make sense. No, I ain't even saying it like that. But I want to interview this Tukey Williams that came out of cryogenesis. I'm not saying, you understand what I'm saying? He's cloning and all this other stuff. Because once again, yes, King Hoover should be been a long time ago. Because yes, but once again, his messages and things that he's been speaking on for decades should have been heeded a long time ago. The messages from the minister. What are we saying? Ultimately, we still have to make the decisions as men and women. That's called accountability. Everybody else wants somebody else to save everybody. Somebody else want to point somebody else to be the savior. You know what I'm saying? Or even be the messengers. You know what I'm saying? The messiahs. You know what I'm saying? Nobody want to take that. You know what I'm saying? And he said something that was interesting about people that want to be leaders, but nobody want to make the sacrifices it take to be leaders. Because if it was, we have a lot of brilliant people. Who want to run for president of the United States of America? Matter of fact, cities in our state, because we don't support each other. Nobody's supporting the sister Lightfoot in Chicago, because we're gonna go with what the media say. What about going into a partnership? The people saying, "Yo, we're gonna create peace. We're gonna make Chicago be the shining example of that." And we're gonna get into that, man. We talk about Jeff Ford. He's not talked about, as much. You know what I'm saying? And we want to definitely be able to shine some light on that. So we got a video, but we want to get a little music cut. Get the vibrational pitch back up a little bit. Hey, I thought this was Wednesday. Y'all used to do, I don't say that weirdo Wednesdays. But yeah, we used to do, on Wednesdays, we would come, aliens, Bigfoot, and stuff like that. Shout out to Todd Data, man. I always came up with, like, little quirks. Yeah. But it's the GOAT, DJ Kuttack. Talk mix show, man. Hey, man, you know what we're doing. We switching up how we want to do, man. We got something in store for y'all tomorrow, man. Great show tomorrow. We ain't even finished with this show, man. I just wanted to let y'all know, man. Job Bricks, man. Yeah, it's the GOAT. Stay loyal, man. Loyalty is royalty. Cut! Killing them!
Cut! You killing them!
We gon' do it to him.
All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. We adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait, royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait. I just had to catch my breath. I just had to stack my checks. Shorty got ass, God bless. Damn. I just had to stack my chips. I just had to grab my grip. A lot of niggas mad I'm rich. I'ma have to smash they bitch. Pull up in a maxed out fit. VLN on the logo, moving solo with the stick. Block jumping like a pogo, come and pull up on the strip. Told her pull up and get lit, so she pulled up and she stripped. Damn, I don't need all the attention, I just need all of the pension. Ran the bill up like a piston. Wait, told them but they didn't listen. Fuck it, I teach them a lesson. I ain't got time for the stressing. Damn dog, is you kidding me? You know that we Aborigines. I don't give a fuck if you feeling me, as long as you watch how you grilling me. My knee G's making history. Brother, some diamonds at Tiffany's. She a carbon queen and she feeling me, so you know she matching my energy. Royal, all of my needs they royal. All of my needs they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait, royal. All of my needs they royal. All of my needs they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait, so to fix your crime, girl, you royal. You ain't got time for the low vibes, but you know I'm feeling your vibe. You a black woman, you go God.
Go God.
You could trust me, girl, I promise. My only trust, to be honest. I feel like it's perfect timing. When we at your party, we getting it lit. Hitting YBs if I need me a fit. He got the sauce, yeah, he got the drip. We gon' keep grinding until we get rich. Smoking exotic, I need me a zip. My Aborigines be with the shit. Rushing your shit and I call it a blitz. We tryna find us a can't break bread, then you fit in. Free all my guys out the state pen. Her only wet, yeah, it's leaking. She say she want me to eat it. Had to ice her out, now she blinging. Dying for what I believe in. Dropping new heat every season. Call me a vet cause I'm seasoned. Call me a vet cause I'm healing the dogs. Roll me a wood, I ain't talking the law. Brought me some land, about to buy me a mall. Stand up nigga so I cannot fall. Chasing clout, then I won't get involved. Oh, that's your girl, then I'm testing the jaws. Said you was lame, so she gave me the draws. Feeling like Rick Ross because I'm a boss. Royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Yeah, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime.
I made a lot of money trapped on my front porch. You better watch that old lady on the front porch.
3628.
And I don't leave my front porch without that damn. I made a lot of money trapped on my front porch. You better watch that old lady on the front porch. I've been walked out the steps of my front porch. And I don't leave my front porch without that damn torch. A lot of boys telling lies, they still on the porch. I seen niggas do they live on they front porch. A lot of boys telling lies, they still on the porch. I seen niggas do they live on they front porch. A lot of boys telling lies, they still on the porch. I seen niggas do they live on they front porch. In the kitchen going at it, I'm up in that fork. Shirt out, dripping sweat close to that torch. Nigga run up in this bitch, he gon' get scorched. Cameras everywhere, we watchin' not for the park. Gorillas fresh off the yard, dunking Newports. And Nazi on the payroll, we at King Mart. We on top of his game, I'm street smart. A lot of these niggas lame, they ain't got heart. transport. No tent, dodge dart, dressed like a dork. On my way to meet Aki at the airport. And when the shipment come in, I'm like Walmart. I got what you need, loud, fruity, all sorts. Enough water, shit, I could drown Noah's Ark. Double cup, yeah, to lean on me, Joe Clark. My name ring bells from Oak Grove to East Park. I keep that torch, cause I know I'm swimming with sharks. Don't get caught out the dark, nigga, get sparked. A lot of these niggas wieners, ballpark. Dick in the booty with they eyebrows arched. I've been walked off the steps, check my travel card. I ain't gon' lie, I've been hard body from the start. I made a lot of money, trapping is an art. The walking Pyrex pot, I been off the porch. I made a lot of money trapped on my front porch. You better watch that old lady on the front porch. I've been walked off the step of my front porch, and I don't leave my front porch without that damn torch. Yeah. Yeah.
Push in my blood, dirty Sprite in my cup. Yeah. Keep the cabbie on deck, my nigga, I'm the plug. Yeah. I'm the plug. I'm the plug. Yeah. You ain't never no drought. I'm the plug.
R.I.P. Lucky Nutty. Shout out to this story. Yeah. Calico Smoke. Cowboys and Indians. 2 coming soon. DJ Cut, best to do it.
Cut, you killing them.
What you hollering? What's your pleasure? Yeah, I got it for a fee. I can make it happen. Let's get it with you. I'm the plug. Keep that push in my blood. Dirty Sprite in my cup. I'm the plug. What you want? What you need? What you hollering? What's your pleasure? Yeah, I got it for a fee. I can make it happen. Let's get it cracking. Booger Sugar turn her to a porn star. She's super with it. For a bill, slip herself a Mickey on some Cosby shit. Blowing up my line all hours of the night. Like a Motel 6, I'ma keep on the line. We be trapping, never napping. I'm a hustler. I keep it lit, go 0 to 100 real quick on some gangster shit. I'm a real bitch, ain't no faking me. I stay on deck about my bread like a bakery. You hate to see me shining, I be grinding about my cheddar cheese. For that mozzarella, got it hot, ready when you need it. Push in my blood, dirty Sprite in my cup. I keep the cabbie on deck, my nigga, I'm the plug. I'm the plug. I'm the plug. It ain't never no drought. I'm the plug. Niggas keep my name in their mouth, blowing me up. I'm the plug. I'm the plug. I'm the plug. Keep the push in my blood. Dirty Sprite in my cup. I'm the plug.
Lucky Nutty, he left the water on. I left the faucet on. The block hot, like the sauna on. And it's snowing blocks. Call it Call of Duty. Special ops. Ghost Recon just get cold like Freon. In the field, I'm prime time like Dion. Chase papers like I always got green on. Y'all say y'all grind, but y'all just peons. Despicable me, like neons. Got the plugs and drugs, y'all cling on. It's that shit make everything look neon. I move my hands and watch birds be on. Got niggas still over deer, keep your wing on. While I'm in the trap, both the ring on. And it's never no drought, bro, we on. And it's never no drought, we on.
Dirty Sprite in my cup. Keep the cabbie on deck, my nigga, I'm the plug. I'm the plug. I'm the plug. It ain't never no drought. I'm the plug. Niggas keep my name in their mouth.
DJ Cut, just to do it.
I'm the plug. I'm the plug. I'm the plug.
I'm the plug.
Shit, my blood, dirty Sprite.
Calico.
All this music I be making just like dope, nigga. I'm the plug. Need that fire, I'm for high, nigga. I hook it up. Calico Smoke, just Google me, bitch. Go ahead and look it up. I spit that shit, have niggas in the zone just like them double cups. King of the jungle. Fools is tiger cubs. Got niggas with packs getting off them sacks, they keep them thumpers tough. Down with me story, nigga. nigga don't get it fucked. And I'm in the cup with that nigga nuts, so don't try your luck. I got my backpack with my laptop and them beats just like crack rock, so I get annoyed when I see the cops. I'm selling my CDs all on this blacktop, and it's back to the lab in that studio with them flames up and them pots hot, nigga.
Push in my blood, dirty Sprite in my cup. I keep that caddy on deck, my nigga, I'm the plug. I'm the plug. I'm the plug. It ain't never no drought. I'm the plug. These niggas keep my name in their mouth, blowing me up. I'm the plug. I'm the plug. I'm the plug. Keep that kush in my blood, dirty Sprite in my cup. I'm the plug.
Yo. Yo.
Plug. I'm the plug. Keep that kush in my blood, dirty Sprite in my cup. I'm the plug.
Yo. 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 Yo.
It's the go.
Yo. Go punch it in, you hear me? None of these big things can't change, no big chains hanging on gangsters. Coke big things can't change, no big chains hanging on gangsters. Coke big things can't change, no big chains hanging on gangsters. Big things can't change, no big chains hanging on gangsters. Coke big things can't change, no big chains hanging on gangsters. Big things can't change, no big chains hanging on gangsters. Cocaine slangers gon' faint, gangbangers on swing. Big things can't change, no big chains hanging on gangsters. Cocaine slangers gon' faint, gangbangers on swingers. I know young niggas in Dodges, trade hawks and charges, foreign cars and garages, foreign worlds and menages. Crack baby with a meal ticket. If you really want it, then you will get it. Got a pretty bitch with a bad body. If you pull it out, then she will lick it. In the Jag sitting crooked with it. Tell me what you need, better quick and get it. Big 40 with the big switch, give an op show that we're whooping with it. Anybody wanna look and get it. Matter of fact, the whole hook can get it. Acorn in the apron, I'm in the kitchen, I'm cooking with it. Big chef like Raekwon, a lot of gang like Jason. All a soul away from the Golden State, that's Mo Green and Draymond. That boss nigga okay, man. Ain't falling off, no way, man. This conversation gon' run the nation. Let the congregation say, hey, man. I'm new to this, not new to this. Like talking teacher, I do the shit. Cause I know the pros, they grow the draw. I grow the rolls like Ludacris. I show them hoes, I do the bitch shit. Act like I never knew the bitch. She blew the dick, but I did need it. Get the kids smell like tuba fresh. Like who is this? Bitch say she on birth control. She done let too many nasty niggas hit it raw. Now the pussy on dirt patrol. One sniff it'll hurt your nose. Two sniff it'll hurt your soul. Three sniffs it'll knock you out. Take another one and your curtain close. I'm not going for the okey dokey. I'm still ducking from the roly poly. Make you turn around and do the hokey pokey. Then shoot you back and leave it holy moly. They go to police from the pawn shop looking for a nigga say stoley road. You the nigga riding in the backseat pointing niggas out trying to show the police. I'm that nigga riding down the back street just sold a dope that I scope and ordered. Screaming free my nigga trade 6 feet body look call Lil D and OG Loki 45 on your OG. In the city, bet your OG knows. Smoking yoga pants got me choking. Ran out of money, ain't Loki broke. Don't know how to save, don't know how to stack. Get a little paper, don't know how to act. Got 50 racks, now he wanna count 10 on the chain, 20 on the back. 5 on clothes, 5 on hoes. Me and over 10 trying to get it back. Caught a fresh case, hate to say that. 80 on the bun, had to pay that. Then you gotta try to come up with the money for an A-turn. DA wanna send a nigga down a long road on a journey. Have to lose again, facing 2 to 10, gotta share a cell with Gay Bernie. Don't wanna end up on a gurney, gotta pay a gang on pay journey. Join a gang on pay journey. Ain't no room for error when you're in the streets hustling, trying to make ends meet. Keep your head up and your bread up, never let your chest and your chin meet. Flip your money, then put it up, don't touch the money for 10 weeks. Then put your homies on the same hustle, so when you eat, then your friends eat. Put some money up for your bail bond, cause the hatred for a nigga skin deep. Let them sleep on you if they sleeping on you, cause their eyes open but they been asleep. If your opposition pull up on you 10 deep, let the Draco blow 'em back 10 feet. That nigga said that nigga dead, that nigga head is mincemeat. Yo. Yo. Yo.
It's the go.
Yo.
Cut, you killing them.
Yo.
killing them, man. Yeah, man, you about to kill some speakers too, man.
You said what?
Got a little feedback.
Yeah, I left the mic on as usual.
Yeah.
I apologize, everybody.
You still hear it? Even when it's low.
Who, me?
Yeah, you hear that feedback?
Yeah, that is that the speaker you got in there?
Oh no, I'm saying nothing. You hear that?
I hear it every time you unmute though. I'm muted though. Yeah, it's gone away. It's gone away now. Everybody, y'all don't hear that noise, do y'all? With me? Hey, am I echoing?
Nah, it ain't an echo. It sounds like it's like when you talk, it sounds like background noise.
Check 1, check 2.
Nah, yeah, speak.
I hear
you
that.
Hear?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. But when you mute, it don't do that.
Yeah, it do.
Nah, I'm muted. See, check. I don't hear none of that. Check. None of that shit is there. Yeah, hold up. Okay, I think it's on your end, Chief. Tayshawn, come on, man. Quit in, man, with this quality, all this money I got over here sitting up, lighting up in my face, man. All this equipment, nigga. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. It ain't cut. Okay, it ain't me. See, okay. Got you. Commander-in-Chief, you feel what I'm saying? Tayshawn, you feel what I'm saying? Hey, man, shout out to the gods for real, man. I appreciate y'all being here for sure. That, you know what I'm saying?
Man, I think I bust the speaker over here, y'all.
Oh, did I? Hey, you sound a whole lot better. You sound a whole lot
I had
better.
to switch up the microphone.
Oh, you sound great.
Testing. Mic check. Yeah, that might have fixed it, y'all.
Okay, now I'm pardoned, right? You can pardon me from the indictment.
Pardon the body.
God.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. See Empress Goddess, man, Chief, Smoke Signal, man. I see Mikey G, 13 in there, Sagittarius, Tayshawn, Jaguar, Cloud. Who else we got in the building, man? Kingdom of English. Hey, shout out to all the new mods too, man. Mod Squad, man. Hey man, I take, man, we really want everybody to be inclusive over here, man. You know what I'm saying? And like, it ain't really about blocking people, man, but it's really about being a part of inclusive. So you have businesses, man. You can post links, videos, you can share with each other and things like that. So this is what the wrench is about, man. It ain't really about having the power to block people that don't have a wrench, man. Because over here, man, we allow freedom of speech. You know what I'm saying? So we don't really want to block too many people, man. You know, unless they're just too disrespectful, man. But it's about sharing, man. So we want to share our platform with you as much as we can. That's why we put out the wrenches. We put out the link for people to come and speak. Give our platform to be able to build your platform, whatever, man. Because it's about everybody, man. So do us a favor and show us the same love, man. When we say it's a sum of love, man, show love. We show love back. You know what I'm saying? It's just a circle of love. You know what I'm saying? DJ Cut, shout out to all the lovers out there, man. Real talk, man.
That's right.
No hate, man. It's all love, man. Yeah, man. Let's take it to the next level. You know what I'm saying? Had some real interesting, comments and stuff, man. You know, and people are saying, basically we are stronger together. Well, guess what? We are. You know what I'm saying? When this comes to the information that comes to pushing this culture forward, man, and waking up more of our people, man, that's what it's about, man. So it's not about me. It's not about Cut. It's not about anybody else, man, individually. Y'all know all the names and stuff, man. But we all are competitive, though. You know what I mean? Y'all know that? So, but sometimes it's all about respect. You know what I mean? So just because we might not necessarily see eye to eye about some things or whatever don't mean that we are not all should be going for the same common goals is to uplift and empower our people. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to America, man. Shout out to all Americans. You guys are tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your side hop, man. We got DJ Kuttack, the best you doing, man. Yeah, man, killing them out here, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Who else we got in the building, man? Appreciate everybody, man. Y'all tap in, man. Let us know where y'all tuned in from tonight. Hey, Truth Master Dre in the building, man. Lucky 2 Sticks. Appreciate everybody, man. Real talk. Lou Era Grassroots, Priest Dirty, X. Yeah, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Let's get to it, man. DJ Cut, best to do it. Even your mama knew it. Let's go.
Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native. Yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. We been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Drugged up, slugged up, beat bread, left for dead, fuck your life. It's all a plan, kill your man, take your land, slave your kids, rape your wife. Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit happened to you? White man quick to tell you was a slave, nothing before me. He himself only been free since 1840. Yo, recording, I'm an ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, headed straight for Canada, that's Israel. Nothing fake about me, no capping, rapping, I just felt the ink and I'm digital. No caveman, I'm original. Kentucky fried, extra crispy, wear a lot of gold, cause my family history. I'm the guy to know, bring death to history. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native. Yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native. Yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Power, only respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Power, only respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Power, only respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Stand for something, or you die a coward. They bombed our churches, set our kids on fire. Police keep erasing cause they backed up by the nation. Nation ain't complaining cause the Indians still hanging. Comanche, Sioux, Apache, ain't no history in blackness. No reason for that chatting if you bitch up with this action. AR on my body, tell the bro to grab the shot. It loading up that new edition, finna hit him with this bobby. I can't shoot the shit, but 37 miss. 54 races, 100 for his clique. Anytime in prison, they don't want the shit. They don't want the problems. Snitches get the stick. Talking all that hatred, end up running like a bitch. Quick to call the laws, quick to play the bitch. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native. Yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native. Yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came.
You kill him. It's the GOAT.
Hey, man, we got Trey Ali in the motherfucking building. Peace to the guy.
Salute, Trey. My guy.
Shout out to J-Rock. Real Live TV.
That's right.
Yeah, man. Peace to the guys.
That's
man.
right.
Thank you guys for tapping in, man.
That's right.
Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. Put this on all your social media platforms, man. Real talk, man. Tell a friend, tell another friend, man, that y'all tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. We got DJ Kuttack.
We in they motherfucking
Best to do it.
It's the GOAT.
It's the GOAT. DJ Kuttack, Talk Mix Show, man. It's going down, man. Hey, man, we're going in tonight, man. Real talk. Cut. You killing them.
Just fucking with him a little bit, and I had the mic on the whole time. I forgot once again, and no echo. See, that was you, and I knew it. It all was true. Shout out to everybody. Trey Ali, man. Shout out to Trey, the little brother Trey. J-Rock, you know, Empress Goddess. You know what I'm saying? Who else? Yeah. Oh yeah, Commander-in-Chief, of course.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody, man. I just want to thank you guys in advance, man. You know what I'm saying? Thank you guys for being here, man. Appreciate that. I want to thank everybody for listening to this later on, man. Do us a favor, share it on all your social media platforms, man. We got to take this thing to the next level, you guys. You guys already know. You know what I'm saying? People channel, man. We're going to represent the right way, man. You know what I mean? DJ Cut, man. The best to do it.
Hey, I'm trying. Hey, so man, hey, look. Hey, boss. Hey, everybody put a flaming emoji and some bows in the air. If you heard Rod Hayes say Tukey Williams was walking around somewhere in California, mad that his hair
I mean, not to say that you lied on the brother, man. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I would never lie on the OG like that. Seamus Thomas, Jamel Thomas, excuse me, I'm sorry. Salute to the God. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, I'm not crazy. The man said the man came up out of cryogenesis, hit the streets, and his hair fell out, and he was pissed off, walking around California mad.
He'd have been more pissed off if he still had that goddamn curl.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What hair is he looking for? Yeah, but yeah, that's what
I wonder if he's still big though. He's still built though. You know what I mean? I mean, bro, you know when we talk about these three kings, man, and all stuff, man. You know what I mean? Like, bro, we got thousands of kings out here, man, and queens, and man, we been out here, man. Y'all understand what I'm saying, man? It's
That's
like,
right.
yo, man, we ain't been in no cryogenesis, man. We've been out here fighting, man, this war. So I don't know, man. Like, I ain't that guy, man. Like, I don't shit on shit.
Thank you, Seth.
But just like I told you, man, it ain't about what you did, man. It's about what the fuck right now for the future. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I love symbols and I love, you know, freedom and justice and all that good shit, man. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, y'all gotta understand, man, we cannot allow people to use us, our emotions against us. That's how they exert power against you. You know what I'm saying? Especially when this thing, we gotta figure out how to use it to our benefit. You understand what I'm saying? So it's free Larry Hoover, free Jeff Ford. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get into that. Hey, Cut, we want to get a little bit more in the mix, or you want to pull up this Wikipedia.
Sagittarius Jones, he heard him say that, man. I ain't the only person that heard him say that on the video. You know what I'm saying? I know I wasn't crazy. And that is why the name of this show, although we heard some crazy stuff, you know what I'm saying? Not crazy, just some stuff, you know, we've never heard before in some states. I mean, some instances.
Mm-hmm.
But that is why the name of the show is Rod Hayes Said. What?
I think it's got to be a segment, man. Like, you know what I mean?
Hey,
Real
yo,
talk.
make it a weekly
That's been a segment,
Rod
man.
Hayes Said.
What?
Hey, so look,
what?
it looks like Brother Rich and Rod Hayes is going on tonight at 7:00. I think that'll be something that we should tune into.
Absolutely.
I think maybe even live stream it. I don't know. A live reaction. I don't know. Rod Hayes Says what?
Shamel, I appreciate you too.
Salute.
Peace to the God. Appreciate all you guys, man. Real talk. Man, peace to everybody, man. Real talk, man. You know, we got a lot of work to do, man. So it's things that we could
let's avoid them and focus on the real picture. You know, the big picture, man. You know what I'm talking about?
That's right.
DJ Cut, best to do it. We gonna get back into some music, or we gonna get into this?
I'm jumping off right now, man. Give you a couple seconds, man. How's that?
All right, I'm gonna pull it up myself.
Okay,
Got you.
got you.
DJ Cut, the best to do it, man. It's the GOAT.
We in
DJ
that motherfucking chat.
Talking mix show, man. Let's get it. See Drake's high. Music in the building. Threads 3 stacks.
For the community. Look. Damn it. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists. You be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it. You can ride in here. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to tell. Chaos energy. I'm heated. It get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody travel up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural, you know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase the spatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all 9 equal powers. I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. He don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the win again. Tell a friend, we going in. All still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal. They sweat us dead like funeral. Winning record like Keno. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you beautiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit. You know about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate self-fictions like shit. System ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene, do the right thing. Dropping bass, thing, let free. I ain't on 48 cause I got 40 haters. Saving myself, I don't need no savior. Say what you want, just save it for later. I don't wanna save, I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you, stranger danger. If you gon' smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online type, give me that favor. Everybody tribe up, had to be major. League G, don't play with me, I don't got patience. I need some glasses that only see agents. Major is your fragrance, I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my Need G the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My foul be flagrant. Y'all pseudoscientists. You be proud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it. You can ride in it. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to tell. Chaos energy. I'm heated. It get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, that'd be major. Tribe up. Coming right back at y'all, man. You know what it is. If you won't smoke, I am no park ranger. It is what it is. Let's get it.
Cut. Killing them.
DJ Cut, the best to do it. Shout out to Mixcloud. CT Finesse, man.
Why you ain't your feeling?
St. Louis.
Girl, I ain't got no feeling.
Oh no. DJ Kuttack.
Can't get caught up in no temporary feeling. If it's other stuff, if that's just how you feeling. I got scars on me, it took some time to heal it. Say you all for me, your love, I just don't feel it. Can't give you all of me, been grinding, I've been distant. I can't get caught up in no temporary feelings. If it's up and stuck, that's just how you feel. I got scars on me, it took some time to heal it. Been since I've been in my feelings, I'm paralyzed. When you touch, I don't feel it. Hurt many lies, I'm just never gon' listen. Smoking all the time, cause it heightened my spirit. Cross the line, put a tape on my finger. The death chart, full roster, bitch. Turn them on, turn them off like a switch. No, I'm a coach and put them all in position. The same way you feel, ain't shit how I feel. But she can get real, feel when you in the field. I just wanna chill and run up my bills. Feel like it's real, I'm in the hills. Be worth some M's, show where I live. Spur the hot, really just trying to chill. You don't feel me now, I know that you will. Don't feel me now, I know that you will. Can't get caught up in no temporary feeling. If it's up, it's stuck, if that's just how you feeling. I got scars on me, just took some time to heal it. Say you all for me, up, love, just don't feel it. Can't get all of me, been grinding, I've been dishing. I can't get caught up in no temporary feelings. If it's up, it's stuck, if that's just how you feel. I got scars on me, it took some time to heal it. It's like it caught feelings overnight, I don't really know what that feel like. It's like you be doing shit out of spite. When you come around, I don't feel right. That mouth to me, but it's all hype. Just make sure you be that in real life. Got the head, only talk to her one time. She a pro and she know and it feel nice. I don't want no dealers, I don't have no feelings. No more conversation, I don't wanna hear it. Crash with me, hope you got insurance. Catch him on feed, got plenty endurance. It's just you and me, ain't no interference. Put him to sleep, only took me a minute. His body on freeze, bullets start hitting. May he rest in peace, don't care how you feeling. Can't get caught up in no temporary feeling. If it's up, it's stuck, if that's just how you feeling. I got scars on me, it took some time to heal it. Say you all for me, your love, I just don't feel it. Can't give you all of me, been grinding, I've been distant. I can't get caught up in no temporary feeling. If it's up, it's stuck, if that's just how you feel. I got scars on me, it took some time to heal it.
Hey, just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again and don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again and don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. Half a brick of salt for 20 pounds of that batch. Gram for gram like Uncle Sam, you know I tax. Know a freak little hoe stay bustin' off for flats. If she a freak little hoe, I'ma bust all on the back. When I do it, you know I do it to the max. We in Neiman, we in Gucci, we in Saks. I got the Uzi and G&O got the Mac. You ever play with the G, I turn you to a pack. Boy, you can't take the heat, it turns you to a rat. I'm trying to shake this D and serve all of this crack. You know we play for keys, you play with me instead. Get in that water, see us swimming for them racks. You see them blues all in my denim, bitch, them stacks. I probably need an intervention and that's facts. My Remy dirty, this 30 got me relaxed. Just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again and don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. My Remy dirty, this 30 got me relaxed. Just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again and don't know how to act. Just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again and don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again and don't know how to act.
always on his feet. He compete but never cheat. My mission get complete. Never close his eyes until they mention everybody. Always see you with them young niggas. When you can't tell them shit because most of them dumb niggas. That's OG. Always see you with them young niggas. When you can't tell them shit because most of them dumb niggas. That's OG. Always see you with them young niggas. When you can't tell them shit because most of them dumb niggas. That's why they don't respect you. You paint them a dumb bitch. That's why they don't look up to you or them niggas who hung with you. And I wouldn't look up to y'all either, cause most of you niggas cheaters. A lot of whole traits and most of you niggas features. Just a few of y'all that's strong, but most of you niggas weaker. Who hating when I should've been most of you niggas teach. I can't be helping them niggas that's stuck in the pain when the young niggas ready to future. Gotta watch how you approach it, nigga these days, the young niggas really a shoot you. Usually one of them niggas that come to your mama in them house and I really a scoop. Why all my young niggas wanna be killers when all of y'all really linebackers and hoopers? Usually with them niggas that's stuck in the pain when the young niggas ready to future. Gotta watch how you approach it, nigga these days, the young niggas really a shoot you. I can't be helping you and y'all that's strong, but most of you niggas weaker. Gotta watch how you approach it, nigga these days, the young niggas really a shoot you. Usually with them niggas that's stuck in the pain when the young niggas ready to future. Gotta watch how you approach it, nigga these days, the young niggas really a shoot you. Usually one of them niggas that come to your mama in them house and I really a scoop. Why all my young niggas wanna be killers when all of y'all really linebackers and hoopers? When you don't wanna do 35 birthdays away from your family and locked up with losers. When you don't wanna be in there with a nigga that'll knock your ass out and go in your booty. I can name 200 rappers killed, then they gon' see it. Nigga bet 100 bands, I can prove it. Man, I see 2 or 3 niggas get killed, but I cannot put none of that in my music.
Some loud, then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it all around. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. You can find me, I'm blowing on some loud. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it all around. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. Keep a OZ on me, and I only smoke OG only. Keep a OZ on me, and I only smoke OG only. Keep a OZ on me, and I only smoke OG only. Good strong leaf, that's with no seeds. High grade, the only thing that make my soul breathe. Keep a OZ on me, and I only smoke OG only. Good strong leaf, that's with no seeds. High grade, the only thing that make my soul breathe. You can't smoke with me, I'm 10 blunts in. And for you to smoke with me, you gotta max 10. So what I'm saying is you not where I'm at with this. You Daniel Son beginning, I'm Mr. Miyagi mastered this. This is history in the making. No, really, this is history. You just listening while I make it. They ain't rapping like I'm rapping. They ain't saying what I'm saying. They ain't trapping like I'm trapping. They ain't paying what I'm paying. But on the high note, they be saying I'm the man. You can get knocked off of that. That's really who I am. But I am. So don't get knocked off. Smoke the whole blunt, splitting this verse, and I did not cough. They wanna be gangsters like us, but they knockoffs. We ride around collecting money, making drop-offs. Top boss, I want all the smoke. Your girlfriend fine, I want all the throat. Excuse me for being so rude. This the aura you give off when you know you that dude. And I'm that dude, and I'm who they rapping about. I'm trying to stuff one blunt with a half an ounce. Ow! I'm blowing on some loud. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it all around. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. You can find me, I'm blowing on some loud. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it all around. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. It's the goal.
Salute to everybody in the chat. I see my man is going nuts in the chat. Mikey G13. What's wrong?
What's going on?
Mikey G13, he going nuts on somebody in the chat talking about, I stand out, vagina.
Girl.
Yeah, out there calling. Yeah,
hey man, shout out to Devon.
God bless him.
Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, man, we do this for y'all, man. Real talk, man.
That's right.
Real talk, man. Shout out to all the artists, man, that we play, man, we showcase, man. Do us a favor, man. Share us on all your social media platforms. We really appreciate you guys. Appreciating you guys' music, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's all the circle of love, you guys. Circle of love, man.
And
so tag your Sahab in it. Huh?
Yeah, that's right. And who else, you know what I'm saying? You get to hear your shit in rotation in different fashion, forms, and fashions that you wouldn't even be able to hear on the radio. You know what I'm saying? On my album.
Yeah.
That's what this show is about.
We could be playing Dirk and them. Hey, we could be playing Yo Gotti and Dirk and him. You know what I'm talking about?
Straight up on Mixcloud, but we choose to play it.
Shout out to Mixcloud, salute. Hey, salute Mixcloud getting this Aboriginal mix, man.
That's right.
Indians, man. Y'all know, man, we be jamming over there, man. Music's incredible. You guys are incredible, man. DJ Cut, you the best to do it, man. Real talk.
Man, I'm trying to inspire the next
Black Wolf
young people.
People the guys.
Black Wolf.
Mississippi stand the fuck up.
That's right. Hey, don't forget.
Anyway, y'all be like, I'm from Detroit. Be like, where your grandma from? Period. Well, my mama from Mississippi. Shout out to the D, man. Shout out to everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? But we the root. You know what I'm saying? You heard?
That's right.
Peace, everybody, man. Real talk, man. It's always about tapping back in, man. I had to learn that, man. You know what I'm saying? Tapping back into your roots, man. And, you know, they be like, finding your roots. Niggas be all the way in Timbuktu looking for their people. Nigga, your people is in Alabama. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's right.
Hey, you know what I mean? Y'all act like they separated us. Like, oh, we can't go across that state line right there. We can't go. Hey, it's an imaginary wall right here. Come on, bro. Once again, you dream in their language. Gotta change it up, man. You gotta change it up. And a lot of these songs and mantras that help, you know, vibrational pitches, man. This shit is deep, man. Everything we're doing is deep, y'all. It gets deep, man. This shit gets deep, deep, deep. You know what I mean? And like I said, it's about balance over here, man. And so, you know, I hope you guys, like I said, can appreciate what we're doing. Now, you know, a lot of people heard Larry Bernard Hoover, Peace to the God, man, the icon, the living legend, you know what I'm saying? Even being incapacitated for decades, man, you know what I'm saying? As a political prisoner, he still is an icon and an inspiration to a lot of warriors. Y'all follow me? And if you know his story, no matter who you was when he met you in the system, he wanted to love on him and bless him. And I you know what I'm saying? I know from other air quote sets or nations or gangs or whatever, organizations or whatever. Nah, it was about one nation. You know what I mean? One nation. One nation. One nation. Let's talk with hashtag one nation, right? So we talk about Jeff Fort. He said he was also known as I'm on Wikipedia, right? We're gonna pull up a video, you guys. So you guys see this video, but I want to give some little basic background people should know if you haven't heard of King Jeff Fort, right? But he also known as Abdul Malik Kaba. Is an American. Check this out, y'all. Is an American gangster and former gang leader from Chicago, Illinois, right? Fort, co-founder of the Black Keystone they say gang, right, is the founder of its El Rookin faction. Fort is currently serving a 168-year prison sentence after being convicted of conspiracy and weapons charges in 1987 for plotting to commit attacks inside the U.S. in exchange for weapons and $2.5 million from Libya. Y'all remember that? Ordering a murder in 1981 and a conviction for drug trafficking in 1983. All right. Said he was born February the 20th, 1947. He's 75 years old from Aberdeen, Mississippi. Right. Other names he go by is Angel. So you hear guys, he said Angel Bay. So he's talking about Angel is Jeff Fort, right? Black Prince, Chief Malik, Abdul Malik Kaba, as you guys heard, known for co-founder of the Black Peace Stones, founder of the El Rookins, Chicago, right? He's in Florence Federal Penitentiary, Colorado, right? His spouse, Diane Fort, right? He has children, Antonio Fort, so he passed in 1997. Amina Fort Matthews, Wakita Fort, and Tanya Fort. Bless his family, peace of his family. I think that's important, you guys, you know what I'm saying? They also have interviews. I know I seen one on Amina. Peace of the goddess. Convictions, it says murder, drug trafficking, conspiracy. You guys heard he has 168 years imprisonment. All right, and he's been apprehended since September the 10th, 1985. Okay, says Fort was the second of 10 children born. Second of 10 children, right? Born of John Lee and Annie Fort Lee Bacon, right? His mother died in 2010. They don't say anything about his father right there. In Aberdeen, Mississippi. He moved with his family to Woodlawn neighborhood in Chicago's South Side in 1955. He dropped out of Hyde Park High School after the 9th grade. Fort spent time at Cook County Temporary Juvenile Detention Center and at the Illinois State Training School for Boys in St. Charles, where he met Eugene Bull Hairston, right? So then gets into the Black Peace Stone Ranger stuff, man, from 1959 through 1966. Now, you guys think about this, right? What's going on at this time period, man? You know what I'm saying? In America, 1959, coming out of the South, a lot of people migrating out of the South, coming up, leaving the rural areas, coming up into the cities and things like that or whatever. We understand just the conditions and things that was going on, but why these, why it was the origins of these organizations and why they were formed from in a young man's perspective, especially coming from the religious backgrounds. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Everybody comes from the church, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. So, of course, once you're exposed to, especially in 1959 and 1966, the Nation of Islam, Moorish Science Temple, you understand what I'm saying? Along with all the biblical things and whatever, you understand what I'm saying? So all those things formed these organizations, but obviously from the young men who were in these communities. Y'all understand? So I just wanted to kind of give a little background on that. So it says 1959, right? It says around 1959, Fort and Harrison formed the Black Stone Rangers gang in St. Charles, right?
That's right.
The Blackstones Rangers originated as a small youth group along Blackstone Avenue in Woodlawn area, assembled to defend themselves against other gangs in the South Side. Harrison was the gang's leader, with Fort a second in command. The Rangers fought rival gangs, especially the Devil's Disciples, right?
During the early 1960s, Ford earned the nickname, quote, Angel, for his ability to solve disputes and form alliances between the Rangers and other gangs. By the mid-60s, Ford assembled a coalition of 21 gangs with about 5,000 members. He organized the coalition under a governing body called the Main 21, comprised of 21 gang leaders or, quote, generals. As the Ranger organization grew, it became involved in community and political activism. You guys already know how that goes. The gang also received support from a Presbyterian minister, Reverend John Fry, who advised Harrison and Fort how to manage their organization. I bet he ain't in prison, but he never even got locked up. Under Reverend Fry's guidance, Fort obtained a charter from the state of Illinois to form a political organization. Stop right there. Now hey, you guys, think about this, right? This is the 1960s. He don't have Twitter. He don't have large motherfucking followings. He didn't have, they had mail. They had to have, they didn't even have cell phones. They ain't have telephones. They organizing and putting this shit together, man, forming organizations, forming political parties, man. Now, could you guys imagine, without any of the infiltration and stuff, and even being involved in the political, I ain't gonna say political, because we definitely need to be involved in the politics of our community, man, but in a parallel world, you guys love fantasy ass island and shit, right? You know what I'm saying? In a parallel world, you know what I mean? The Libya stuff and you know, maybe moved just left instead of going right. You understand what I'm saying? Just a couple little tweaks that could have happened in the 1950s and 1960s, right? Because they were moving in that, and they were moving in that direction. If you're saying that you haven't obtained a charter from the state of Illinois to form a political organization, right? Grassroots Independent Voters of Illinois in 1967. Ford's organization applied for. Check this out, you guys. I can't make this up. Now, see, this is the problem. We got to always go back and check how these things have strings and shit attached to them, right? Check this out. I can't make this up, right? Could you guys imagine? Okay, check this out. Ford's organization applied for and received a $1 million federal grant. I'm gonna say that again, right? Ford's organization applied for and received a $1 million U.S. federal grant from the now defunct Office of Economic Opportunity to fund a program to teach $1 Here's the money, right? To fund a program to teach jobs to gang members. Now, it's a great idea. Then, right? Could you imagine the program was still moving and it was in that? Could you imagine what Chicago would look like, what America would look like today if this program, this is one small program, you guys. Shouldn't the churches and who get all these federal funds, free funds, and all these other things, shouldn't they be applying these same type of things? You know what I'm saying? To the community. Billions of dollars is going through the community, and it's not servicing the people. But it's just for job skills program to teach job skills, give job skills, opportunities to gang members, right? Said the Rangers also received grants, also received like more than one grants. So at least 2 more grants and loans from private foundations. See, that's the problem. Unlike many gangs, the Blackstone Rangers were not considered outsiders, but had been largely accepted by Chicago. I gotta make sure I get this word right, because I've been kind of winging with you guys. How do you do this? Gotta move this over a little bit. Yeah, hold on a second. Chicago's social. Hold on. Chicago social. Damn it. Nah, I can't see that word, you guys. Social, with Jeff Fort even receiving an invitation from the president. He got an invitation from President Richard Nixon. So think about it. The work that he was doing in the 60s, right? You guys got him an invitation. He received an invitation by President Richard Nixon following the 1968 election to attend the 1969 inaugural ball. Check this out. Ford declined this invitation, sending his top man, Mickey Cogwell, and one of his, quote, generals in his stead. God damn, that's gangster. Sheesh. Hey, you Negroes, y'all have been in y'all best motherfucking tuxedo, nigga. I can't wait. Oh, I want to be the one. I want to go see Trump. I want to go see Biden. Not me. King Ford salute. Hey, guys, just some gangster shit, man. I don't know if y'all see it like I see it, but that's some gangster ass shit right there, right? So we get into the Black P Stone Nation, right? In 1966 to 1976, right? Since after Harrison was in prison in 1966, what the fuck? Fort assumed command of the Rangers. By 1968, he renamed it the Almighty Black P Stone Nation, or Black P Stones. The Stones engaged in, check this out now. Now they getting all this money, free ass money. Now they gonna try to say the Stones engaged in robberies, extortions, and forced recruitment while also acting to keep order in the South Side, right? The Stones also gained control of vice in the South Side, demanding protection, payments from prostitution, operations, and drug dealings. In 1969, the job program became under investigation and accusations that grant money was diverted to criminal activities. Fort was subpoenaed to testify before the Senate committee. Fort introduced himself at the committee hearing and walked out. For this, he was convicted of contempt of fucking Congress. Gangster. In 1972, Fort and 2 others were convicted of misusing federal funds, and Fort was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Fort served 2 years at the United States Federal Penitentiary Leavenworth and was paroled in 1976. Now it's interesting they had him in Leavenworth, right? Leavenworth is military, like Oliver North him, you know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of interesting that they had him over there. But he was.
It's 20 minutes from me right now.
Leavenworth?
It's 20 minutes from me right now. Hey, and you know what? It's ironic that you say that. I want to do something about that Leavenworth, because you know the last Buffaloes that's in America is at the federal penitentiary, locked up with the niggas. I'm gonna take y'all some good footage and stuff like that, as long as they don't be saying I'm trying to plan no dumb shit.
Right. You already know. I mean, yo, bro, this is incredible though, man. Like, you know, you know what I mean? Like, as high as this got, you know what I mean? I do know that the Freedom of Information Act is still in effect, and we would pass 30 years to get a lot of this information. However, we know when you're doing the research on this, they redact a lot of shit because they say it's still a matter of national security. Now, like I said, you know, of course, these people, this is their rendition of the story, right? So check this out, right? So he said he was convicted of misusing funds, served time, served 2 years at the federal in Leavenworth, right? And once again, as we pointed out, that's where they put military criminals and things like that, right? Okay, so Fort converted to Islam and assumed the name Prince Malik. Right, this is in 1976, right? L. Rookins, 1976 to 86. After his release from prison in 76, he moved to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and joined the Moorish Science Temple. Fort then renamed the Black Pea Stones to El Rookin Tribe of Moorish Science Temple. El Rookin being Arabic for the pillar. In 1978, Fort returned to Chicago in a coup. He replaced the Stones' 21 generals, right? This cat came back in a coup, replaced the Stones' 21 generals with 5 close allies and renamed the Black Pea Stones Nation to El Rookin. In early 1977, Fort purchased the Oakwood, an old vacant movie theater located at 3947 South Drexel Avenue as their headquarters, naming it, check this out, you guys, the Forts. Law enforcement speculated the motive for the conversion was to take advantage of restrictions of law enforcement surveillance over religious organizations. During the 1970s, the gang trafficked in cocaine and heroin. In 1983, Fort was convicted of drug trafficking charges and sentenced to 13 years in prison. He was sent to federal correction institution at Bastrop, Texas, right? Fort continued to lead L. Rookins through daily telephone calls from prison, right? He ordered members of L. Rookins to meet with Libyan officials. So now they saying that he's doing all this on some hot ass phones in prison, right? The gang agreed to commit terrorist acts in the U.S. in exchange for $2.5 million, right? So for $2.5 million, see, this is what they said this man did, right, from prison, right? All right, so let's get to it. It says, in 1987, conspiracy and weapons conviction. Now, conspiracy, right? Of course, he wasn't there, so he just know about something. Or somebody say you know about something. Oh, they can say, well, we were talking about tennis shoes, but that was code word for go to Libya type shit. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And it's the United States government versus a person that they already been after, right? So in 1987, Fort was tried and convicted for conspiracy with Libya to perform acts of domestic terrorism on behalf of foreign governments. He was sentenced to 80 years imprisonment consecutive to his drug trafficking sentence and transferred to USP Marion prison in Marion, Illinois. In 1988, Fort was also convicted of ordering the 1981 murder of a rival gang leader and was sentenced to 75 years in prison to be served consecutively with his conspiracy sentence. Fort was transferred to the newly opened ABX Florence Supermax prison in Florence, Colorado, where they keep the Demolition Man in them, okay? In 2006, and remains there as 2021, being under a no human contact order since his arrival. No human contact. Where the fuck is that supposed to happen at in the world, Craig? Where's that supposed to happen at, man? I don't know. I don't know where that's supposed to happen at. Hey, Cut, you got that video, right? Shout out to Al Prophet, man. I haven't.
Which
I think
one?
I've seen this a long time ago. The Al Prophet video. I'm just we're gonna cue that up. You guys decided to see that. Just wanted to kind of. What do you think about that, though, Cut? It's really interesting. It's really, really interesting, you guys. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, man, a lot of it's very, very interesting. A lot of it I knew already, but it's great to just go back and hear things that you just didn't know.
Right, but they talk about Guantanamo Bay, closing that down because of inhumane treatments in prisons and stuff and all this, and then you talking about no human contact. That right? Come on, bro. Like, what are we talking about? And being underground and all this type of stuff or whatever. So I'm not saying that. Nah, I think that if somebody has done something, you know what I'm saying. What do we? You know, I don't believe in humane treatment as well. But sometimes some people got to go. Now, I think for the things like this, y'all can think of it from this perspective, right? What if the system wasn't against him in the beginning when they were doing the right thing? They wouldn't have had to turn to. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all feeling me? Like all the setups and all of the things, we know what happened. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if this video is going to get into that, but just the mind frame when we're trying to do stuff, there's always entities and outside people that say, okay, they went his way, and then they ended up in prison for misuse of funds and all these other things, which turned into something else, and it turned into something else. You know what I mean? So yeah, what about let's take the lessons that we can learn from the past and make a better present and future for ourselves. Let's don't keep making the same mistakes. You know what I'm saying? And that's my problem I have with a lot of things that's going on. Like, it's like, yo, we so stupid. We know what happened to that in that movie. We're gonna do the same goddamn thing. Really? That don't make sense. So I know it has to be something different that we can do, man. So yeah, I call for peace, man. We've been calling for peace, man. That's why we call this the summer of love. Show some love, man. It has to be the conversation on the table every day. You know what I'm saying? All the anarchy shit and all that, that's cool. But what about peace? Definitely free King Ford, free King Hoover, free the men, free all the political prisoners, man, in prison for marijuana. You understand what I'm saying? So come on, man. You know what I mean? And there's been people who they have let out of prison who haven't contributed as much as King Ford or King Hoover ever could contribute. You know what I'm saying? They have harmed way more people. You understand what I'm saying? So it's continuing. The things that they're done is still harming people. So if these two men could be a inspiration to a lot of people, man, that can bring some peace, I think America, for all the things, I ain't gonna say America because it's not the United States corporation. You guys should be able to do that. And you guys got Biden them up in there, whatever. Apply pressure. They shouldn't pardon another motherfucking rapper, another motherfucking bank baron robbing motherfucker, or another motherfucking pedophile before you let these people out of here. And we have to start applying pressure and demand it. You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to the guy Rod Hayes, man. Salute to Brother Rich. You know what I'm saying? Salute to DJ Cut, man.
You killing him.
Best to do it. Even your mama knew it.
That's right.
Shout out to Al Prophet, man. Hey. Yeah,
shout out to Al Prophet, man. Shout out to Al Prophet, man. We're about to get into this.
Going into it. So yeah, man, fair use though, you guys. Appreciate all the support, man, we get from you guys, man. Real talk. Like, share, subscribe, man. Share this on all your social media platforms. Tell a friend, tell another friend that you tuned in to the GOAT.
It's the
DJ Kuttack. Talk Mixo, man, it's going down.
Cut, you killing him.
I think you muted, brother.
One of my Jeff Fort story. Fort was the most powerful gang leader in Chicago during the late 60s while still a teenager. And his power was verging on the political. For example, when Dr. King was killed in Memphis, Chicago started burning. There was an all-white Catholic high school in the Inglewood neighborhood that Fort controlled. Fort had hundreds of his Blackstone Ranger gang members line up outside the school in formation, which intimidated the white students, administrators, and police. But it also protected them from potential attackers in the neighborhood, a strategic move brilliant enough to be in the 48 Laws of Power. But I'm sure Robert Greene doesn't know any Chicago gang history, despite Greene teaming up with 50 Cent for the joint marketing venture of the 50th Law. Fort is housed in Florence ADX with men convicted of thousands of murders, of dozens or hundreds of murders within the prison system itself, yet he's only been convicted of fraud, another probable fraud case, a marijuana conspiracy, and a murder conspiracy where the chief witness seems pretty dubious.
And Kenny Morrow is now working for the government on drug cases against the El Rukns. He became an informant because he believed Jeff Fort and the El Rukns killed his brother and his best friend.
Is there something that sets Jeff Fort apart from the people who led other gangs?
Well, he's a survivor.
Now, technically, the probable fraud case I referenced is his conviction with other El Rukns in the late 1980s for being the first American citizens convicted of conspiring to perform terrorist acts on behalf of a foreign government.
From federal prison, Jeff Fort oversaw the Libyan operation and determined the El Rukns needed bigger, better firepower to do the proposed job.
But I think the evidence points to that, them just trying to do a ripoff on federal agents posing as Libyan intelligence officials, but that's another chapter of the story we'll get to another day. So part one of my story on Jeff Fort ended with his release from prison in the mid-70s for misusing some of the nearly $1 million in grant money given to his gang, the Blackstone Rangers, by the federal government in the late 60s. After his release, he went to live in Milwaukee. Charles LaPaglia had been a social worker in the Inglewood area and had worked closely with Fort at the peak of his power in the late 1960s, and they reconnected in Milwaukee, where LaPaglia had also relocated with his family. In fact, Fort was paroled to the custody of Charles LaPaglia.
Former social worker Charles LaPaglia.
I guess the overwhelming impression I have of Jeff Fort was that he was a very intelligent person, very insightful.
Obviously, LaPaglia had a much different view of Jeff Fort than the police, prosecutors, and the media. So it's the late 70s and Jeff Fort is out of prison. He's become Muslim, changed his name to Imam Malik, and is picking up the pieces of the Black Pea Stone gang he left behind in 1972. Now, I'm not too sure what went on internally with the Pea Stones with Fort in prison, but by about 1977, a new group of, I assume, but I'm not sure, former Black Pea Stones has formed something called El Rukn.
The El Rukns bill themselves as a Muslim religion devoted to community improvement. Police call them thugs and drug dealers. Gang Crime South Commander Bill Woods.
We're talking heroin, cocaine, PCP, whatever draws a fast buck.
And that's the business of the El Rukns?
That's the business.
The foundation in Arabic around Imam Malik, aka Jeff Fort. The feds estimated El Rukn peaked out at less than 250 members, but these were all adults and serious people, not teenage gangbangers. The Navy SEALs of Chicago.
Psychologists have discovered that procrastination isn't caused by laziness or lack of motivation, but instead it's your coping mechanism.
Gangland, if you believe the feds. In fact, the story of El Rukn and Jeff Fort, which lasts only about 10 years of action on the street, is one of the most disturbing histories I've studied in crime, outside the crimes of the CIA, of course. And the El Rukns themselves are not even the most disturbing people in the story.
U.S. Attorney Anton Valukas would only give sketchy details about the arrest and the rocket at an afternoon news conference.
Knox was arrested in connection with his attempt
to receive an interstate shipment an M72 light anti-tank weapon for purposes of destroying a building.
In addition to weapons, which appear to be the main priority today, drug paraphernalia, scales, and records of alleged transactions all were part of the search of Al Rukin property.
Al Rukin was tailor-made for the early 80s, the Reagan era, pre-hip-hop, when black faces on the television screen were often used to scare white voters, well, they still are, and Islam was still an exotic unknown. And Jeff Fort himself was perhaps the archetype of the anger and danger of Chicago's black economic underclass.
Who do you have most of the trouble from? Is it white policemen or black policemen? Black policemen.
The media loved Al Rukin.
1976, when Jeff Fort left prison and declared a new religion.
For the activity and to shield them from the law.
In the next 9 years, the Al Rukins would set up a fortress-like headquarters on Chicago's South Side with reinforced steel doors and windows. It was called the Fort.
Remember that Jeff Fort was a serious political force while still in his teens in the late 60s, and that not only did he appear in front of Congress, he was invited to Richard Nixon's inauguration in 1972, though he sent Mickey Cogwell in his place.
Will you state your name, please?
Jeff Fort.
Al Rukin's political operations extended to the mayoral campaign. Al Rukin was paid by white Mayor Jane Byrne to campaign and deliver votes on the South Side, and they had ties to Jesse Jackson and his brother Noah Robinson, who ended up being convicted of hiring Al Rukin to kill 2 people for him, and he sits in federal prison for those crimes right now, but yet that's yet another story.
Question: what do singer Sammy Davis Jr., Southside businessman Noah Robinson, and the Al Rukin street gang have in common? The answer: $1 million redevelopment project at 39th and Drexel. The focal point of the deal was this building. It's called the Fort. Years ago, it was known as the Oakland Theater, but for a long time now, it's been the headquarters of the Al Rukin street gang and its now imprisoned leader, Jeff Fort. But this spring, at the same time the Al Rukins were, according to police, taking to the streets to shoot uncooperative drug dealers, a new business deal was taking place. A deal to renovate the fort here. A deal that would link the famous with the infamous. The players in this deal: Rico Crenshaw, convicted armed robber and a general in the Al Rukins; Maurice Wright, a low-level Al Rukin with a minor police record; Noah Robinson, a successful, controversial Southside businessman and half-brother of Jesse Jackson; and last but not least, singer Sammy Davis Jr.
Part 2 of my Jeff Fort story was going to be about Fort and other Al Rukins becoming the first American citizens convicted for conspiring to commit terrorist acts in this country on behalf of a foreign government.
U.S. Attorney Anton Valukas.
He was engaged in an attempt to perform terrorist activities against the United States for money.
After watching Muslim leader Louis Farrakhan obtain a $5 million loan from Libya, the Al Rukins decided in 1985 there was money to be made in the Muslim world, and so they too reached out to Libya. But what they proposed was the selling of their services. For $2.5 million, they would, in behalf of Muammar Gaddafi, blow up buildings or shoot down airplanes in the United States.
But let's make a detour first, a detour into the corruption of the Illinois criminal justice system and an exploration of how the federal government uses informants.
Would you say, God?
I was saying that sounds like some bullshit right there.
Yeah, I hear a lot of that.
I think, focusing on it, because this is very intricate. You know what I'm saying? I think this is something that needs to be, the case needs to be reopened. You know what I mean? All the players, all the sealed documents, pressure needs to be applied, is what I'm saying, you guys. You know what I mean? Real talk. Free Jeff Fort. Free the man. You know what I mean? And we know that the Iran-Contra, they make movies about this, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's just you know what I mean? It's like, oh well, we can make a movie about it. And it's just not LA, Chicago, Newark, Atlanta. Every major city went through this, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I do say this though, right? Once again, do it the right way. You know what I mean? When we talk about, how about, you know, because you need jobs for those 5,000 guys. You can't account for 5,000 people. Let's just say 5,000 people, right? They need jobs. So let's just say in the way they do these things, if say 2-3 of those dudes in the organization do something wrong, they're blaming the whole organization. And that's how the media do. You guys know how they this is what they do. So he did this in prison, federal prison, knowing that the phone calls that you're calling on are being recorded. Does that make sense to anybody listening?
That's crazy.
That don't even make sense. And of course, you know, they had people implanted, people were working on both sides or whatever, but we know that the CIA was definitely working to plant drugs and dissension and violence and everything. So the media say, okay, well, they were pressuring drug dealers, you know, and from their narrative is, you know, to uncooperative drug dealers. Well, uncooperating what? They might have said, okay, we don't want you selling drugs anymore. They're not going to tell that story. We have to tell that story. Y'all understand? But how about stop sending the drugs into the country and have it so everybody that's attached to the what they call entrapment and the setups and everything that you guys have done, then they should be free. So Jeff Ford should have been free. You pardoning all these other super criminals. And some of them are attached to this. Oliver North is attached to this. He went to Club Med. He ain't go underneath the dirt. All right, man, let's go, man. I had to say that, man. Yeah, no, Oliver North. He has a show somewhere, like on television. He's a hero, American hero, right? He don't have no bodies.
Wow.
Right? The buck stopped with him, so they ain't had to go. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I just think, man, when you're doing shit, man, you know, especially when you doing it with these people, you gotta make sure that you're right and exact, man. That you got your if you got 5 people in your group, you got 50 people in your group, you got 5,000 people in your group or whatever, you got power, you have economic empowerment. Start a bank. You understand what I'm saying? With the group, the 5, right? But also, if you're doing something, it should benefit the 5,000 people in your group, okay? Or the 300 people in your group, or the 30 people in your group, not just say the top people in the group. And I think those will be a lot of the problems. You have to be able to create jobs, create a livelihood for people. And if they're not, they're going to find it for themselves, and it's going to cause a problem. You know what I'm saying? So having security across America, that's what we're talking about. Having real security. Don't anybody want to be secure? Nobody want to get robbed or shot and beat up or nothing like that. You know what I mean? Going to the damn grocery store or Walmart or something. You know what I mean? So I just think, man, like everybody should be able to walk around their neighborhood and jog and walk with their little poodles and shit. You know what I mean? Not just certain people. So yeah, and we have to have those same type of mindset for the things that we're building. Have that same type of value. You see what I'm saying? It's the value that we put in it. Bronzeville is beautiful. You got the houses out there. That's what needs to be shown in Chicago. They don't want to show the beautiful side of Chicago. They always want to talk about all the negative stuff. Old Block is the only thing we can talk about in Chicago. Really. Think about that. So, yeah, man, I think we got to tap in, man. Real talk, man. Let's go.
That might be worse than the people they're informing against.
Twin early morning assaults, agents of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, gang crimes officers, plus state police and the FBI all converged on the El Rucan street gang, arresting 3 alleged members.
April 1984, the Ida B. Wells projects on 39th Street on the south side of Chicago. 2 men said to be members of the Goon Squad under the Black Gangster Disciple Nation are shot in the head in broad daylight by masked gunmen. El Rucan are suspected. By 1986, 2 men are convicted for the Goon Squad murders, Earl Hawkins and Nathan Fields. They're both sent to death row for being El Rucan hitmen, and El Rucan itself is destroyed by federal indictments in the coming years. But the story of these two particular Al Rookins was just getting started. Now, Earl Hawkins, one of the guys convicted, went on to become one of the most legendary informants in Chicago history. Former Al Rookin general, once described by prosecutors as, quote, a trained killer, a guy who bribed a Cook County judge to fix the double murder case that put him on death row. And his alleged partner in the crime, Nathan Fields, actually just hit the city of Chicago for nearly $30 million for wrongful imprisonment. So how did this dark and twisted reality come into being? Let's go back to '84 and the two murdered Goon Squad members outside the Ida B. Wells. Nathan Fields was picked out of a lineup by men who later admitted being members of the BGD Nation, and he went on trial with fellow Al Rookin Earl Hawkins. And the judge in the case, Thomas Maloney, was given a $10,000 bribe during the trial to acquit them, and he was going to do just that. But in the middle of the trial, he got the feeling, correctly, that the FBI was onto him. He had been taking bribes in other cases, including other murder cases. The judge ended up convicting them and putting them both on death row. But just a year later, a county prosecutor negotiated a deal with Earl Hawkins, and he was removed from death row in exchange for testifying against other gang members in Al Rookin cases and other cases. And 3 years after that, Judge Maloney's corruption finally came out, mainly because of Earl Hawkins, and he was convicted of federal charges that, among other things, he accepted $10,000 bribe from a corrupt lawyer named William Swano, who represented Earl Hawkins to acquit his client in the two Black Gangster Disciple Goon Squad murders. He was also convicted of fixing other murder cases. Now, judges taking bribes in high-profile or very serious cases is less rare than even I thought before I got into my profession here of studying crime, and it's pretty disturbing. Judges are people that we don't know a lot about but have a lot of power. Now, in the light of Judge Maloney's convictions for corruption, a new trial was ordered for Nathan Fields in '96, and while the retrial was pending, two of the key witnesses in that case recanted. A guy named Gerald Morris and Randy Langston had testified at the '86 trial they'd seen Fields and Hawkins gun down the two guys outside the Ida B. Wells, but the guys were wearing ski masks. And in affidavits provided to defense investigators, Morris and Langston stated
advertising is a race.
No
matter what products or services you're
advertising,
if your campaigns are not
that police and prosecutors had coached them to falsely identify Fields and Hawkins. Remember, Hawkins didn't have to go on trial again because he was already off death row because he was already working with the people. And in fact, those two witnesses had no idea who the killers were because, like I said, they were wearing ski masks. And according to trial testimony, a detective named O'Callahan coached the witnesses to point out Fields in lineups as the man they saw running from the scene. And during a retrial, Earl Hawkins, Nathan Fields' supposed co-killer, the one let off death row, he got up and testified and said Fields was the one who did it. And as part of his cooperation, he admitted to involvement in at least 15 murders for the Al Rookin. And the judge in that case, or the judge in the retrial, found Hawkins unworthy of belief, given all the things he confessed to and who he was. And he acquitted Fields on April 8th of 2009. So Fields got out about 12 years ago. And he said, the judge said, if Hawkins has such disregard for human life, what regard will he have for his oath of truth? So once Fields got out, the quest for a lawsuit began. Meanwhile, Hawkins kept testifying against Nathan Fields, but this time it was in the civil lawsuits against the city of Chicago. The city knew a lot of money was at stake. And just like they used Hawkins to put lots of people in prison, they tried to use him to save the millions of dollars Fields had coming. But in the end, Fields filed a federal civil rights lawsuit against the city of Chicago, and in December of 2016, a jury awarded him $22 million, and in January of 2018, a federal judge ordered the city to pay an additional $5.5 million in legal fees, so almost $30 million. Now, the prosecutor in the case, a guy named William Hogan, who was Hawkins' longtime witness protection handler. He kind of built his career on the cases that Hawkins helped him build. Recently told the Parole Commission back in 2014 that former Al Rookin General Earl Hawkins had testified in a total of 12 different federal racketeering trials between 91 and 96, leading to the conviction of 55 Al Rookin members and the judge, the corrupt Judge Maloney, who got 15 years in federal prison himself. But even more importantly, apparently for Earl Hawkins than the murders and drug dealing he snitched on, he'd cut a deal with the Illinois criminal justice system. Help us avoid paying Nathan Fields and get out early. And Fields' case took so long to play out. Remember, he got out in 2009. He didn't get a judgment until 2018. That Hawkins actually got out in the middle of it all. In 2014, 4 years before Fields finally defeated the city of Chicago.
Target 1, the fort, the El Rookin headquarters for a dozen years at 39th and Drexel. The ATF, along with other federal, city, and state law enforcement agents, hammered and cut and sawed their way into the fortified old building, which was once the Oakland Theater. The second target today, an apartment building at 6416 South Kenwood, believed to be one of the El Rookin's numerous property holdings. Arrested were 35-year-old Alan Knox, otherwise known as Gangster, a reputed El Rookin general, and Trammell Davis, an alleged general often used as a look-alike for imprisoned El Rookin leader Jeff Fort.
Former hitman who testified that he killed as many as 20 people was quietly freed from prison to start a new life in a federal witness protection program nearly 7 years ago. His release came despite earlier public assurances from prosecutors that Hawkins was nowhere near release, and Hawkins' own testimony during the civil suit where they were trying to prove, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but just 51% or more, that Nathan Fields was indeed the killer in the case. Hawkins said he didn't expect to get out, but he got out right after he testified. And Candace Gorman, who was Fields' attorney, said revealed the two prosecutors and two former Chicago cops, three of whom were key to all the Al Rookin investigations, wrote letters of support for Hawkins in his bid to win release from his federal racketeering sentence, because he already wasn't serving time for the Illinois murders.
That's crazy. Say a motherfucker.
While the terrorism case against Jeff Fort and Al Rookin and various other cases after that were very high-profile successes in the war on crime.
What's behind this blank? So much more than meets the eye.
In Chicago, but not surprisingly, given the nature of the informants and prosecution witnesses, many of those convictions were reversed after it came out that a lot of the guys cooperating, chiefly Earl Hawkins, not only were getting out early and getting off death row, they were getting perks while they even did the time they did do. They were given drugs, new clothes, and witness protection. You could pretty much wear what you want. They were having sex and witness protection. So they were living, like they were on the outs. So really they got out of prison a long time ago. Federal prosecutor William Hogan was fired in '96 amid an FBI probe into allegations he had concealed drug use in jail by two of his star witnesses, but that decision was reversed 2 years later by an administrative judge. Hogan was ordered reinstated and remains an assistant U.S. attorney. Illinois Circuit Judge Thomas Maloney, who presided over Nathan Fields and Earl Hawkins' bench trial that sent him to death row back in the late 80s, was himself later convicted of pocketing $10,000 to fix the case. Like I said, he got 15 years in federal prison. And then there was the federal jury that found Detective O'Callahan liable for violating Nathan Fields' due process rights for a fair trial during the original investigation into the double murder. According to testimony in that trial, O'Callahan coached witnesses to point out Nathan Fields in lineups as the man they saw running from the scene, even though the gunman wore ski masks. Now, setting up for part 3, O'Callahan was partners with a detective named Brannigan, who actually went to high school in Jeff Fort's neighborhood. He went to that high school where after the King assassination, the Blackstone Rangers lined up. And according to him, he had to fight off Fort's racially motivated gang attacks all the way back in the 60s.
Jeff Fort told me one time several years ago, I think it was about 1981 or 81, when he told me that Brannigan and I would never put him in prison. And I said, Jeff, just wait, it's coming.
Brannigan and his partner, a guy named Kolovitz, had vowed to get Jeff Fort personally all the way back in the late 70s or 1980. And the repercussions of that promise helped cause the city of Chicago to pay out nearly $30 million in the Nathan Fields case alone. And this is the problem with depending on informants, turncoats, and police with personal vendettas to fight the war on crime. Now, I hate to use the word ironic for such serious and dark matters, but I guess all I can say is think of the irony of Nathan Fields getting $30 million in a lump sum from the city of Chicago because they try to frame him up as part of getting the El Rookins. And I'm sure that the El Rookin itself, during the whole 10 years it existed, didn't generate $30 million in profits. It was a lot of money, especially back in the early 80s. Let that sink in. So, more on El Rookin and corruption in Chicago coming soon. American Dope.
Charles LaPaglia, who worked with Fort at the First Presbyterian Church, now runs a West Coast jazz club.
I see him as one of the people, one of the kinds of bright, talented people in the underclass who tried to do something about his situation and was crushed.
Everybody loves pizza. And at Paestro, we're creating the future.
Now that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Man. Cut.
That shit was nuts, man. Hey, that's crazy.
So, you know, when we talk about a lot of the things that have transpired, you got to understand a lot of that stuff led up to Jeff Fort being incarcerated. And if a lot of these other people that judge, I'm pretty sure he's not in prison. You know what I'm saying? He probably never, they didn't even say what happened to him, that whether he got convicted or not. So imagine all the other judges, all the other the cases, all the crooked process. They act like judges are the only people that get bribed. Huh? If the judge is bribed, I'm sure that the prosecutors are bribed as well. I mean, and just prosecutors are also, they swap back and forth for being prosecutors and what's it? Defense attorneys, right? They go back and forth, right?
Right. Hey, man, yeah, man, that whole thing, man.
They go back and forth, right?
They gave $30 million to one guy, and they gave 150 years damn near to another brother. That's crazy.
Right.
Wow.
So, free Larry Hoover, free Jeff Fort, man. Real talk. Free the man.
That's right.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So, you know, they know it's a lot of political things that have happened. And, you know, I just think though, yeah, you know, when you're doing this, man, you got to definitely be right and exact, man. Can't be on drugs. You know what I mean? It's just a lot going on, man, that they use to take down progression. So we got to learn from those mistakes. You know what I'm saying, Cut?
That's a whole fact.
Like, I don't know what more to tell y'all. We have to learn from the mistakes of the past and don't continue to make the same mistakes. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. It's like, it's insanity. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're not going to get a different result from doing the same thing that we've seen people who came before us, you know, with good intentions. Now, here's the crazy part about it, right? You know, like I said, even dealing with the negative elements that were there then and still here now. You know what I mean? They're going to be there in the future. You have to deal with that, right? I think there's ways to deal with it, you guys, the right and exact way. You know what I'm saying, Kat? And we talk about that a lot of times, especially moving the way we move, you know what I'm saying? And say, okay, make sure that we moving right. And you know what I mean? And just moving right and exact, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Right, we say right and exact knowledge is power. You know what I mean? That's just what it is, man. Come in peace. And that's just how it goes. You know what I mean? And I think people have to, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we really here for? As far as we say, what are the solutions? Like, and just using Chicago as an example, you know what I mean? What are the solutions? And, I think, communication has to be the first part of it. You know what I mean? Having these meetings. When you say call a meeting, you know what I'm saying?
Gotta call that round
have a
table
meeting,
sometime.
call the G's. Yeah, man, we need to definitely have this round table. But the problem with that, though, you guys, man, I gotta say this, man, and it hurts me to say this. It's just, man, it's almost like we almost gotta do it on CNN because you don't know who's who no more. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, people that we revered as heroes and stuff, from the Frank Lucases and on and on and on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, the game is twisted right now, man. You know what I'm saying? It's really twisted of who we, not who we, you know what I mean, uplift as heroes in our culture and stuff like that. Even from Alpo, for instance, you know what I'm saying? Peace to his family, don't disrespect. You know what I mean? But it almost became, to his unfortunate demise, you know what I'm saying? But, these same type of people, we went over that, how they implant these certain people into the community. We're talking about what the CIA has done, right? That has to be highlighted. That has to be said, especially to free a lot of the political prisoners who are, it's all politics, who have been entrapped in these things. You understand what I'm saying? And I just think, how they go through and they be like, this prosecutor right here has one case, well, then all the cases this prosecutor did should be thrown out. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that the justice system has to be revamped. You know what I mean? It has to be revamped. And I think it needs to go back into the hands of the people to be the final judges, not some weirdo sitting in a robe looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? It happened to the people, it didn't happen to him.
That's right.
Be the judge. You know what I'm saying? They say, oh, it's the jury, whatever. Well, who is he telling the instructions to? Who's he the judge of? You know what I'm saying? And like I said, once again, it's supposed to be the people, the peers, of our community, of the community that was harmed. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. You harm somebody and their family is the one judging you. You know what I mean? Like, motherfuckers will think twice. A lot of things, man. We got to start moving a little differently, man. Take some shit back and just kind of refine it for the president, for the future. Because it worked. You know what I mean? Like, we wouldn't be here. And once again, we know there's a lot of us not here now because we have allowed too much stuff to happen. Too much. We have. We have to be held accountable. You have a voice, you have arms, legs, you know what I mean? Changing your community, doing the right thing. You know, somebody like, you guys on YouTube. Yeah, well, somebody need to be the messiahs. Somebody got to get a good news cut. They know this to go. DJ Kuttack, Talk Big Show.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
It's the go.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. DJ Cut, man, the best to do it, man. We're in the building. Sorry if you're not.
Know.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me see. We got Haru, the Duke of Great Lakes in there.
Salute to the God.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody, man. Tap in, man. Okay. Yeah, man, I hope you guys got something out there. Out of that, man. It's pretty interesting.
Well, hey, I'll tell you what, something just flew by my wire. Looks like China's officially preparing to invade Taiwan.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're going as far as unveiling tanks in front of the banks in China, so none of their citizens can withdraw the money that they need to do whatever they're about to do.
Well, you know what, bro? It goes all the way to me, man. You know, when you have ignorant leaders on all sides, you know what I mean? You know who gets hurt? Women and children, innocent people who are not making decisions for whatever their decisions are. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Like that's why it's important to have when forming these organizations and doing certain things, businesses, it's just businesses, right? To have people that are making the right decisions in that business. You know what I mean? And sometimes it might, for me, just seeing the past, sometimes what people think is the right way to do it is not always the right way to do it. You know what I mean? Sometimes we have to be unorthodox. Sometimes we have to do certain things, whatever, to protect ourselves, to get to be effective and to get anything done, or to have any solutions or create any remedies for for the American people, man. So I just think, once again, if you have the right intentions, and I think that what you said, the universal spirit, the ancestors, some of whatever you guys believe in, ultimately that pushes you, motivates you. You know what I'm saying? That energy. You know what I'm saying? I think everything will be all right. You know what I'm saying? If that's your motivation every day, is to do something to build towards the present and the future. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the most important thing. I don't give a fuck how small it is. You're a builder. You're doing something for not only your family but your community. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I say, man. It's just next level, cut. It's next level, man. It's that GOAT talk. Shout out to everybody tapped in, man. Press GOAT if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history. DJ Kuttack. You killing them. Yeah,
How you
man.
feeling, man? I'm about to get ready to try to find me a tuna burger.
I see Bronze in the building, man. Oh yeah, we said we was gonna put the link in the chat room.
We're gonna put the link in the chat?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
No doubt.
Shop it up. Try, man. See how they feel about everything. Yeah, man. Jaguar Cloud in the building. Peace, everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Really appreciate you guys. DJ Cut, man. Best to do it. Even your mama knew it.
That's right.
Yeah, we're gonna put the link in the chat room, man. Yeah, man. See Snake God up in there. Bye. Appreciate that, man. It's great content. Appreciate you, brother. Hey, man, if you guys are looking for a DJ and a host virtually or on location, man, tap in, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com or idgafbookings@gmail.com. Looking to book Job Briggs, Trey Ali, Thread 3 Stacks, Mile G, Mr. LV, idgafbookings@gmail.com. Looking to book Big Aboriginal Power, idgafbookings@gmail.com. It's the GOAT. DJ Cut, best to do it. Peace, everybody, man. Tap in, man. Really appreciate you guys, man. Come in. Gotta move this thing around, you guys. Hey, yeah, man. It's really interesting, man. Going back to the brother Rod Hayes, man. Shout out to him. I think it's supposed to be live too, right? Or that didn't happen yet? I haven't got a notification.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be live.
Yeah. So we might have to pull that up, man, a little later, man, for you guys. If we're gonna still be here, not sure. Yeah, man, it's really interesting, man. Y'all, you know, we have a lot of examples of, you know, can't say things failed because we're still talking about it. And there's examples of, you know, things that could be done, and we're just not applying ourselves. And yes, they do use the social media to distract us. They also use games, video games, sports events, you know what I'm saying? Because one thing that you don't have to get back is your time, your energy, your currency, you know what I'm saying? And that's what we give to everybody else but ourselves, man. So that's what it's really about, man. Tapping in, man. It's the GOAT, DJ Kuttack, Talk Mix Show.
You killing them.
Let's get her, man. Look. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up needy, you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit. Dog, you benefit. Took her on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been great. And we about autonomy, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. Man, we ain't tryna integrate. Was broke back then, now the youngest seeing different cake. Man, we ain't tryna integrate. Was broke back then, now the youngest seeing different. Man, we ain't tryna integrate. Was broke back then, now the youngest seeing different cake. We don't go off feelings, we just make sure that the business straight. And if you ain't an intellect, then you can't get a penetrate. Local need you, now I'm getting love all in different states. Gotta need you, if you ain't got scars, then you can't relate. Local need you, now I'm getting love all in different states. Gotta need you, if you ain't got scars, then you can't relate. Local need you, now I'm getting love all in different states. Gotta need you, if you ain't got scars, then you can't relate. Preach the niggas, I'm just trying to make sure that my people straight. Woke nigga in a sleep world, but we keep awake. Man, I'm just trying to keep awake. Bodies dropping in my city, damn Perry, keep awake. Hiding black man, your op, make it make sense. When the system got y'all niggas going through the same shit. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you end up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit. Dog, you benefit. Go on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, been a great. And we about autonomy, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. Say you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see it. Say you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see it. Say you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see your troops. Getting money, pull up stunting on them. Let me see your coup. Genocide, they pointing weapons at you. You don't even shoot. Real nigga, how you say you real? You don't love your peeps. Family man, ride, feed your family, nigga. Fuck the streets, sliding on each other when the government the enemy. If we come together, we got power, nigga, in the beef. For real, nigga, in the beef. You ain't getting money, ain't no reason to be in the streets. Striving to be legends, we ain't trying to be a memory. And now you ain't my nigga, you my Niji Aborigine. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up needy, you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit. Dog, you benefit. To go on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. We gotta bang that motherfucker hella far back there.
So limitless, so limitless, so built for this, so built for this. I'm limitless, so built for this. Oh, I stone, oh Father God, put that on you, I'm speaking all facts. Know what that mean when niggas come through and they in all black. He must be a killer, no funeral. I'm on all of it. I remember when them bitches wasn't on me, but now they callin' back. But I can't lose my pace in first place. No, I can't fall for that. Keep old shit on my mind like headbands and baseball starter caps. Big roller, 7 out the gate. I picked up all the cash. If you need me, then I'll be on my way. Just know I'm hauling ass. Cause hard times short, nigga. niggas go through it. That pain never lasts. But if you stick around longer than most, you beat it like Everlast. I might settle down one day. Had these hoes so stupid, man. But I can't save no bitch, nah, no way. No, I ain't Superman. To make my own clothes, that's a long goal. They see that bastard brand. Ask for help, I care about myself. They turn and slap my hand. Lesson learned, I let that shit burn. Now I'm a better man. Lesson learned, I let that shit burn. Now I'm a better man. So limitless, so limitless. Oh yes, I'm built for this. I'm built for this. So limitless. I'm built for this. I'm built for this. So limitless. I wanna win so bad. Lately I've been feeling like a fiend. Hard to sleep when you ain't got it. I'ma live out all my dreams. I'ma stand over labels until I make they ass believe. And I can't work no 9 to 5. That shit right there just ain't for me. I ain't doing no free features. Gotta charge them all a fee. Gotta take care of mine. My little daughter gotta eat. I can't do these packs forever. I get tired of seeing weed. When I get behind this mic, when I write it, I bleed. He wanna put me in the ground, but he's sowing the seed. Don't think he wanna crash out. He ain't going my speed. Mama say she got carpal tunnel. Took a second to breathe. I gotta make it out now. Get whatever she needs. I don't know how to follow shit, but I know how to lead. He sending threats while in the cell. He touched down, we gon' see. All I know is keep it 100. All I know how to be. I done finally found my way. Shit was destined for me. So limitless. So limitless. So limitless. I'm built for this. I'm built for this. So limitless. I'm built for this. I'm built for this.
Salute to
So limitless. Unlimited. Yeah. DJ Cut, man, the best to do it. Give me your mama a little. Yeah. CT Finesse, man. Cut. Killing them. Big bro, come back in, man. Hey, links in the chat room, man. Anybody want to come up, man? Rapper tape, man. DJ Cut, man, going in as usual. But yo, you know, we talk about the gangs, these organizations and stuff, man, that ultimately were not started for illegal activities and things, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's ways to clean shit up, man, you know what I mean? I think we gotta be held accountable. Just look in the mirror and be like, you know what I mean? If you carrying that flag, you're supposed to represent it the right way. You know what I mean? And a lot of times it ain't even about what you know what I'm saying, showing everything, man. Niggas want to put signs all on TV and shit. You know what I'm saying? Want to do songs, snitch all on yourself and shit. You know what I'm saying? Tell on your homies, tell on the neighborhoods. People ain't rapping. You know what I'm saying? Some of the niggas ain't even really in that life. But they partners are, you know what I'm saying? Their cousins are, the other people are that ain't rapping, right? But they tell on everybody, right? Get everybody jammed up. Then something happened to them. Everybody want to cry. They want to be all in there. Oh, it's rats and roaches. It's inhumane. But what about all the young brothers and sisters that was listening to your music that's in those same conditions? What is your responsibility? You know what I'm saying? To tell the truth, first off, you know what I'm saying? But also, we got to have some discretion about what we're doing. You know what I mean? This shit gets deep, man. You know what I mean? Like, you know, yeah, man, it's like shit, bro, like, it's a lot of shit we can't even say. You know what I'm saying? You know? This shit get deep, man. Y'all be careful, man. You know what I mean? Be careful. This shit is deep, man. There's a lot of people out here just to send you off into the penitentiary, man, into the darkness, man, into drug abuse and stuff, man. Nobody should tell somebody that. Like, even people that's in there, they know what it is, man. You know, they're not gonna turn around and say, well, I want to get this to my children. You know what I mean? We know the destruction that these vices have had on our people, man. You know what I'm saying? Historically. So what is your responsibility? And if you say that you are in any of these organizations, your responsibility is to clean up, man, and to to change the conditions that's going on in our communities, man, across America, man. You don't get no more stripes, no more for harming your own people, man, and destroying your community. You get stripes for building your community up, protecting your community. That's what you get stripes for. How about get those contracts to protect your community? Where you from? Where your grandmama at? Don't just go on your grandma's porch just to do a viral video to let people know that you go back to your grandmother who's still in the community. Interesting. But that's what we like, though. You know what I'm saying? We like dumb shit. Shout out to DJ Cut, man. So DJ Cut, the best to do it.
Cut, you killing them.
Yeah, man. The GOAT and the DJ Kuttack talk mixtape, man. It's going down, man. Y'all heard it here first. Cut you wild.
It's the GOAT.
Cutting up. Hey man, we got Georgia Peach in the building. Sandra, how are you?
How you guys doing this evening?
I'm doing great.
I'm sorry,
Thanks, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I'm doing great. She asked how we was doing this evening.
All well.
I know he killing it up here.
Hey, Kat, I really get a tickle out of it, though. Shout out to all well. Hope everybody's all well. Hope you all well, sis.
Yes, I wanted to know how can I send my son's music to you?
chiefholiday@gmail.com, sis.
He got a single blowing up in Atlanta.
In Atlanta?
Yeah.
You think we're gonna be able to play it right now? Is it on YouTube?
I don't know how to. I don't know. I ain't really familiar with this social media stuff. You know, I listen to y'all.
All you have to do is send the music to Chief Holiday at Gmail. You know what I'm saying? In the next show, we'll add him in rotation tomorrow.
I had him to do that this evening.
All right.
What's your son's stage name?
His name is Prophet P.
Prophet P?
Yes.
That's what's up. Shout out to Prophet P. What's the name of the single?
Ratchet. Yeah, it's called Ratchet.
Ratchet?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up, man. It's a wild Indian summer, man. You already know what it is, man. I can't wait to hear this.
Yeah,
chiefholiday@gmail.com. Huh?
Yeah, he's killing. He's nice.
That's what's up. Shout out to man. Go get it in.
Yeah, I had the pleasure to hear it tonight. I've been missing y'all, but he do.
All here in the building?
No, not this evening. He's going to perform this evening.
Okay. Tell him to break a couple legs. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to perform this evening. They having an open mic night at the Chit Chat. It's a club here in Atlanta called the Chit Chat.
The Chit Chat?
Yeah.
Shout out to the Chit Chat. Open their doors up, man, to hip hop, man, to the culture, man.
giving artists a platform, man, to do their thing, man. That's what this is about too, man. If you're an artist, man, tap in, man. cheapholiday@gmail.com. Y'all know, man, all our social medias, man. Tap in, man. We here to, y'all be dope, man. Real talk. Name
so
like Prophet P, though. You don't have to be dope.
Hayes to come on your show?
Hey, dude, he's always welcome over here. Absolutely.
That'd be dope.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll have a great conversation. Brother has a lot of knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Too. Because I got
I just want to learn about this Tuki thing.
I got a couple of questions I want him to answer myself.
Like what? What's one of the questions you got? You might be listening.
Well, basically, the whole reversal thing about how they actually just took the land. I want him to explain that in detail.
How they took the language?
No, how they took the land.
Took the land. Okay.
Yeah. How they become our trustees of the land.
Well, let me ask you a question, right? How about this? Let me give you an example, right? You say you own your house, right? Your land, and you got a couple acres it's sitting on, right? And I say, I come over and I say, I'm taking half of your acres, right? You didn't say that. You didn't give me permission, right? But I just took it, and then I give you a piece of paper and say that this piece of paper says that this half your land now is my land. Right?
Yeah, that's really weird to me though, because
why? But I'm just saying, I have a piece of paper though. Here's a piece of paper. How you gonna refute that? This piece of paper we have right here that comes from this courthouse by that corrupt ass judge right there, and he corrupt ass politicians and all these other people. That's how they got in power. Weak motherfuckers let them in power.
I seen
weak motherfuckers keep them in power. Huh?
I seen a whole situation where.
But you understand what I'm saying? Though it's not like a magical. This all these stories that they told us. They just burnt down courthouse and came back, rewrote paperwork, and said this is their shit now. And they called themselves Americans and called us African Americans and called imaginary people Native Americans. In these stories, this is a story. It's like I came with a story.
Yeah, I got that.
Paper,
I mean, listening to y'all, I got that.
You see what I'm saying? Like, so when people start, getting into all this other stuff, it don't really work like that. You know what I mean? Some shit is just simple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, hey, man, they told us that they bought half this country. From who? Where's the bill of sales at? You know what I'm saying? Where's the Louisiana Purchase at? I still want to see it. Where is this? Who said that you guys... even when they talk about colonizing America and stuff, even like this morning, they talk about all the stuff that they did. Well, that doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? But that's just the story they tell. It's a story.
Yeah, I got that part.
But we keep telling our children the story. Hey, we speaking their language. Hey, we wearing their clothes. Huh?
Yeah, I remember when you did the bill about the Library of Congress
several times.
Yeah, I see that.
So if I have this piece of paper and say you honor it, right? Your next generation gonna honor it. The generation after that gonna honor it. The generation after that gonna honor it. Now they done built on your land. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have your land now. And they keep encroaching. You know that. Or they divert more of the power to their side. The water goes to their side. Now you're paying them, right? I'm just thinking this in a small scenario to grow. But now you're paying them for your water. Now you're paying them for your electric. Of course, their side's gonna build up. Of course, now you're paying taxes to them now. See what I'm saying? You're allowing them to rule over you, even on your side. Now police you in your community now. You see what I'm saying, bro? Sis, think about somebody else. You understand what I'm saying? This is how it's just, when we just keep it simple, how they did it. This is how they did it. We saying us, we did it. We're still doing it. Now we can clean up our own communities. We can stop the violence. We can do this. We can create our own opportunities for ourselves, and that's what we're doing, right? But we don't want to work for each other. We don't want to buy from each other. We don't want to love each other. See what I'm saying?
No, because back in the day they tell you a nigga do you wrong. Nigga ain't gonna pay you. That's what they
Hey,
used to
listen,
say
man.
back in the day.
I'd rather come work for free for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all follow that?
Yeah,
I'd rather come work. If you, you know what I'm saying? We have to have a different mentality because once again, our ancestors didn't build all this magnificent shit here that allowed us to be here, right? With that mentality. And in order for us to be into the future, you know what I'm saying? These Anunnakis or these Atlanteans and all this other shit, they even be these great. We're greater than them. Because we kept building, we kept loving, we kept, you understand what I'm saying? We kept giving to society around the planet. You know what I'm saying? So stop giving credit to some fucking aliens and some Bigfoot men and all this other dumbass shit. Or some Vikings. You the goats. You the ones. I stand on that.
Yeah, I see where you coming from with it.
Say what?
I said, I understand where you coming from.
Yeah. They're gonna y'all gonna make me believe it's some eight people and some Anunnakis, right? Okay, we'll do that. While y'all doing that, we're gonna keep building. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe shit until I meet Lucy people. You know what I'm saying? Till I meet these people, man. Till I meet these Anunnakis. Till I get abducted. You know what I'm saying? And I can know you guys. See, niggas will start telling you about astroplaning and shit, but they're not gonna tell you in the conversation when they were just talking about astroplaning or this dream and this and that and the third. You dig what I'm saying? Cause a lot of y'all like spooky shit. I get it. I ain't spooky.
Yeah, but I mean, my point is another question I got for him is another question I got for him is about the alien stuff that you brought it up. It's about if all of this is actually going on, then why they haven't shown themselves to us? Because he's been talking about this for months. You know what I mean? If that makes sense to you. You heard me, Chief?
I hear you, Queen.
Yeah, I mean, my point is, if all this alien stuff is real, and you don't put it out there on the table, why are you showing themselves to us? I think that's a good question.
Chief, did you fall off? All right, we got somebody else up in here. See what we got. Oh no, that's me over here sharing this screen. I can go on here and stop that. There we go.
Yeah, man, we still got Georgia Peach up in here, man.
Salute to the queen.
Huh?
Did you hear my question?
I did not.
No, I was saying that being that he keeps bringing up the things about the aliens, why they haven't shown themselves to us, because he's been talking about this for over 6 months.
Well, I mean, I would love to be able to have him over so we can ask these questions. You know what I mean? And just as journalists, as you know, as you know, people who want to bring the truth to the people, you know what I'm saying? I definitely want to see a little bit more evidence of these things. once again, I see it as people taking credit away from the greatness of our ancestors. You see what I'm saying? Like, we can explain why we're here. I can't explain why Bigfoot don't leave footprints nowhere. I can't explain why these giants didn't have giant drawers left nowhere, or big doors, and these monuments that was built for gods. Right?
That's right.
You feel me? We the American gods.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? And once again, right and exact knowledge is power. Niggas is looking for some galactic leader. Nigga, you the leader. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa. Like, you are the leader.
That's right.
Ain't nobody coming.
So some keep talking about a galactic council, and ain't nobody showed they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I think people need to be a little bit more critical, though. Yeah, you know, I do. I think we need to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? And we, you know, like the big Idris dude and all that, the hairy guy and all that shit. And once again, they're like the never-ending story. That's what I be hearing. That's what I be hearing, yeah. Because it all comes from the same thing.
Ain't nobody showing themselves.
Right. Well, we are showing ourselves.
No, I ain't talking about on our end.
That's all we can manifest is the greatness of what we can see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You see what I'm saying? And what we have seen.
Saying that he got receipts and we not seeing it.
Right. That's a fact. But a movie, Thor, or a book ain't enough though, y'all. I just wanted to let y'all, I really want to let y'all know that. Real talk. So that's just me, man. I don't believe shit. I ain't shit though. So. Hey, them some dumbass giants, some dumbass aliens. They got all these powers, but let us freeze their ass. You know what I'm saying? Like oh boy, like they did. Oh boy, not Homelander, but Homelander's daddy, Soldier Boy. Oh shit, Soldier Boy, man. Anunnaki Soldier Boys. Huh?
I want him on one of these live streams that he's doing one of these interviews to bring one of these aliens. That's what I want him to do. Cause you keep saying you got receipts and ain't showing them.
Now, and these are questions you want to ask Rod?
Yeah, these are questions I want to ask Rod because he keeps saying he got receipts. He on the young elder saying that he got receipts. And he's showing some things on the computer, but show things in real life in real time.
Right.
Now I catch all his live streams, but show some in real time. That's all I'm saying.
I ain't mad at you, sis.
Say anything.
I ain't mad at you, sis. I agree wholeheartedly.
You know, you can say what you want to say. You know, but show and prove.
No doubt, sis. Salute to Mikey. Salute to Mikey G, 13. No hard feelings, my guy. Salute to you, my man.
That's right.
I mean, you want to listen to what you're saying. You want us to follow what you're saying. Show us some proof for real.
Yep.
I don't even think, even if niggas had proof, it would matter. Like, other than seeing it for yourself, what would classify as proof for you of alien existence or extraterrestrial, or what even all that stuff means that you from on the other side of this ice wall and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you just said it, seeing it for myself.
Yeah. Oh, seeing it for yourself, but he's not gonna be able to do that because he hasn't seen it for himself.
Well, let him tell it he have.
We don't even know if Alma Bird went anywhere, even if he existed. Y'all see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
I'm just
seen
letting y'all
how
know.
school did that. The bill. I seen how school bill. I seen it. That was very interesting. You know, I seen that, and then for him to say that these things actually exist. I mean, goddamn, come on now, you don't have much. These people don't have much to show them something.
That's right.
They don't have much, man. I'm telling you. You put gas in our car. Now we ain't got no more gas. We about to run on E. You got to show us something. You can't keep talking and talking. You got to show us something. You can't keep doing that. That ain't gonna work. We don't got too old in age and long in the tooth to just follow somebody blindly. You got to show us proof of what you're talking about. Because at this point, it's just like you just keep gassing us up. You feel what I'm saying?
Tell you what, tell me something, is that what that's in specifics, that you want to ask him, how pretty much in essence, how do you know these things?
I mean, you said that he have seen these people, he have been in contact with these people. But if you have been in contact with these people and these people are hovering over us, show they goddamn self. What the hell is that?
Right. Yeah. And you know, I'm familiar with what he's talking about, but I'm not familiar enough to speak or teach.
Well, I'll call all his live streams in the last 6 months. After these 6 months went by.
Can I ask you a quick question? Not to cut your wisdom. Can I ask you a quick question then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the name of this show is Rod Hayes Said What?
Yeah, I know that.
And the reason why the title's named that is because I was telling Chief one of the things that I heard him say, which was, I wouldn't say it's a lie. I wouldn't say it's the truth or anything, because I simply don't know anything about any of this stuff. But he said that Tukey made a deal with the government and was put on cryogenesis for some time, was woken up from cryogenesis, and is now walking the streets of LA, mad that his Jerry curl, or better yet, mad that he lost his hair during the process. Ma'am, do you happen to recall that by chance?
Yeah, and he also said Kanye shaved his head in the fact that Tukey didn't have his hair.
You said what now? Hold on, say that again, please.
He said that Kanye shaved his head because Tukey didn't have his hair.
Exactly that. Yes, exactly. I do recall that as well. Okay. All right. Okay. I knew I wasn't crazy, but I said, hey, Rod Hayes said, what?
He said a lot of things that it's time for him to start really bringing the receipt. It's time, man. It's time for it.
And he actually spoke as if it was common knowledge in LA that, Tukey Williams just walking around the streets, just, yeah, hey, what's up? God bless
you. Well, it might be coming to people who's privy to this situation. I don't know. That's the whole point. We should know instead of us speculating.
Just the fact that if there is a such thing as cryogenesis, what that just means by itself, being able to freeze a person in one state and then revive them or thaw them out in another time in the same state, no damage, is something that could really help the world in the sense of people don't have to die so soon. You know, people could be put in a cryogenic state if that's the case of technology, which I do not know.
Well, they've been doing that since the 50s, bro.
I'm sorry.
They've been doing it since the 50s.
Right. Well, that's what I hear. But I'm saying, you know, people with terminal diseases could be frozen in a cryogenic state and revived once at a period of time when cures or, you know, different, you know, leaps and bounds, you know, just to name a few of the technological uses, or better, humanity type uses that we could use for that type of stuff.
Well, it costs you money to run those centers.
Yes, it definitely does, because you're talking about, in essence, what is that when you bury a box for 20, 30 years and then go get it? It's one of those type of deals. So, yeah, who's gonna pay rent on where you sleep?
Yeah, so basically, because you got to pay rent. So
you got to pay a 30-year lease.
And then you got to pay for the electricity that's going to be needed to run it. You know, you got people right now supposed to be frozen and waiting on the later date to come back.
Yeah, and you know, all this talk about underground cities and different type of beings that are really of our terrestrial realm, but they're so deep, or they're so deep they're out of sight. You know, I remember hearing a story from some military dudes on YouTube, and they was attesting to, they went to some cave and this giant came out and they started shooting at it, and it just kind of wiped out half they little military dudes, you know what I'm saying? So I know.
Yeah, I seen that too.
I know there's some people out there saying some really, I wouldn't say wacky stuff, just kind of terrifying, because when we don't understand something, we always want to write it off as, you know, we don't know anything. I don't know anything. All I do know is what I heard. You know, I did not see anything, but yo, it's very, very interesting. But yeah, getting back to Rod Hayes, salute to the brother, you know what I'm saying? Salute to the brother. You know what I'm saying? But when he said Tookie Williams is, I mean, I've seen pictures of Tookie in his casket. You
wow.
You know, I don't want to put the OG out there like that. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I do not want to put it on this broadcast. You know, I think that would be just kind of tasteless, to be quite honest, and disrespectful as well. So I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, it's a mystery to all this stuff, though. Like, when you come telling things, you gotta get an absolute and proof. Now we listen to what you gotta say, but I mean, as time goes on, you gotta start proving some of this stuff. You gotta start proving, bro.
All right,
ain't no way around it. Ain't no way around it. Because you're getting people gas. Yes, sir.
Oh, no, go ahead and finish your, I'm sorry to cut your thought.
Yeah, I'm just saying, when you giving us all this gas and you got us in the car, we ready to go. We ain't got nowhere to go because you ain't, you know what I'm saying, gave us no destination. If that makes sense.
Makes plenty of sense to me.
I mean, seriously, I want to believe the brother. I want to believe him wholeheartedly. But you got to come with some receipts for real.
Well, you know what? This is exactly what it is. Did you know you're absolutely factual in what you're saying. The thing about it is, hey, only thing you know is what he said out of his mouth because you heard it yourself, correct?
That's true.
Now, everything he say out of his mouth is belief until he proves it, correct?
True.
Because belief is not a state of knowing anything, correct?
That's true.
Okay, so if that's the case, and if anybody's taking what he's saying and they running with it, they are actually living what belief really means. Belief means to be, means to live the action of, be, lie, Eve. That means live the action of a lie early, like Eve, Christmas Eve. Believe means to live the action of falsehood prematurely. So now, one thing we do not want to do when we listen to this stuff is be believers and stuff. We want to listen to what people say because we know what we're hearing, but then we want to research that stuff so we'll know what we're talking about, what we're thinking. Other than that, never believe anything. Either you're just thinking to know, you know what I'm saying? You're just kind of thinking to know, you know what I'm saying? Believing is not a state of anything.
I be on Clubhouse.
Go ahead,
I be on Clubhouse, and there's a room, and they be in there talking about the aliens and, you know what I'm saying, all that good little stuff right there. So, it kind of coincides with what he be saying, but still, to me, it's just word salad. You know what I mean? Because these people have strong accounts that be in these Clubhouse rooms about this alien stuff and about the stuff that's in the ocean. And then you have some people that's in the room, they're from the islands, and they talk about their experience. They seen things come up out the water. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about.
So, I mean, it's a whole group of islanders on Clubhouse, and that's all they talk about is seeing things come up out the water. Seeing things hovering, you know what I'm saying? Seeing things walk up out the water straight onto the land.
Yeah. I've heard some things like that too. But like I said, hey, I seen a person, I seen crop circles before, then I seen a person go out and make crop circles.
Yeah, you too.
You know what I'm saying?
I seen that too.
And hey, I seen some Bigfoot tracks, then I seen a little white lady put some specialized carving stones she had in on like some stone flip-flops on the bottom, looked like toes, and she was out in the woods making Bigfoot pranks, Bigfoot tracks. They asked her, "Why are you doing that?" She said, "I don't know.
I ain't seen that one.
Just to fuck with people."
I ain't seen that one. You want to up on me, study. You want up on me.
That's so hilarious, though.
Yeah, you want up on me. I ain't seen that one. But, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I have never encountered anything strange as far as alien activity. And I stay in the heart of Atlanta. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I ain't never seen no alien activity. I don't see strange looking niggas, but you know what I mean?
That's right.
I mean, I'm like, what kind of tribe you come from? You know what I mean? I am seeing that.
A glotto.
I don't know where the hell they come from, but them niggas look they crazy to me. I ain't never seen that like it. Crazy shaped head.
Yeah, there's a lot of You got a lot of brothers from the islands and Africa and things of that nature down there as well. You got a large community of those folks, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying, in certain parts of the city. Cause like everybody's kind of clicked up down here.
Right.
And on certain parts of the city, you know what I'm saying, you might have your Africans and your Haitians, you know, your Islanders, you know, all y'all foreign people, the melanated ones in certain areas. And that basically is the Stone Mountain area.
Got you.
That's basically is that area over there. Then you have like your Afghans and your Soviets and your Mexicans. They on the north side of town, which as far as like Gwinnett County, where the Migos from.
Right. Okay. I get it. I tell you
so
what.
On the south side is where all my people at. The south side and the east, where the lower east side is where my people at, and the west side.
Got you. You know what? I've never been to Atlanta, but you know what? I think I go to Atlanta probably every other day, if not every day, even though I've never been to Atlanta.
I can believe that because basically everybody got the same model.
Yeah, that's real. No, because I like the Real Housewives of Atlanta. That's my show.
Yeah. They alright.
Guilty pleasure.
They alright. They don't really be in the city for real.
Yeah.
They mostly be, you know what I'm saying, mostly downtown and midtown and Buckhead.
Yeah, with the bougie.
Yeah, that's where they be at. You ain't finna catch their ass on the south side like that. Unless, you know what I'm saying, they going all the way down to like Henry County somewhere.
Got you.
Down, well, you know, Shaq down there in Henry County, him and T.I.
Oh, okay. All right, who we got here? I think Chief trying to get in and out. I think she's having issues. Let's check out Chief. My brother, are you good? Let's check his sound now. You be working his sound now.
You got him over there busting his speaker.
Nah, he over there with them busted earpieces. You can't be rocking them knockoffs, you know what I'm saying? Them is the ones that catch on fire.
You gotta get them Ray J's.
Hey, you know, I heard about the Ray J's. Now, sis, you in here and we on a show and you promoting Ray J's now. Hold up. We ain't even getting paid for this advertisement. So, if you're going to do that, you're going to have to tell me about them right now. What's up with the Ray J's? They sound good?
They sound excellent.
They do? I heard they sound good. But
My son got some. And I just happened to just take them and listen to see, you know what I'm saying, what the hype was about.
Really?
They sound real nice.
Okay. I'm going to grab me a pair of Ray J's. I've been wanting to get some anyway.
Nice.
That's what's up.
Yeah, they sound nice.
Salute to everybody in the chat. The link is in the chat. You're welcome to join us right before, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and get out. But anything else you'd like to speak on, you're welcome to stay and chat with us. You don't got to go nowhere. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate you coming up and voicing your questions for Rod Hayes. They're valid questions. I appreciate it myself.
I can hang out because, I'm enjoying myself.
All right. Anybody else like to come up? The link is in the chat. I think, let me see. Yeah, let me put I'll put it in there again. I'll have to remember how to do it.
That's what I got to learn how to do. I got to learn how to work this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm older, so I'll be having to remember how to do this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I'm old.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, old but bold. I'm a nice bottle of high elevation wine. I just learned the other day, higher elevation grapes make for better, higher quality wine. Do I know that for sure? No, I don't.
It sounds good. You gonna get you some high elevation wine?
Nah, I'll probably get some lower elevation Henny.
That's right.
You know they make ice wine here in Georgia.
You said ice wine?
Yeah.
I've never heard of such.
Yeah, when we have a freeze, they take them grapes and they make ice wine with it.
Okay, hey man, I want to try that. That sounds interesting. Vonnie, go to submit your music to chiefholiday@gmail.com. Somebody please put the Chief's email in the chat for Vonnie and anybody else that needs to submit some music. We'll appreciate everybody's music. We'll submit it and we'll put it in rotation as well. And if you'd like us to be your personal Siskel and Ebert, we'll judge it and your videos and give you an honest opinion. Straight up. Oh, there it is. There it is. That's how you submit your music, Miss Lady. That's exactly how you tell your son to submit his music as well. And then tell him, put in this subject matter that he's your son.
Okay.
So we can make sure we look out for that.
Okay, that's fine.
You know what I'm saying?
I sure appreciate it.
That way we'll be playing this music and we'll know exactly who it is. You know what I'm saying? The most different from other people. How's everybody doing out there? Supreme Chief Holiday's having technical issues. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and rock a couple more songs here. And we'll see if we can get itself together. Shamel Thomas. Salute to the God, man. He be looking out for real. You know what I'm saying? Who is that? Oh, Kingdom of the English. Salute to the God.
That's right.
He said something that was very interesting in AP chat today.
Oh, I did?
Kingdom of English. He said it was 2972 the year.
2972 the year of. Okay, you said that was Kingdom of the English. Kingdom of the English. Would you like to join us in the Queen?
Yeah, I want him to come and explain that.
Come on in. You're more than welcome to come right on in here and state your position so we can be educated by you, sir. You know, I'm curious about that myself. Wow. He said facts. He said facts. Look it up. No, all right, but come on, translate it to us, brother. Let us come on in here, if you don't mind. You don't have to.
I kept asking him, did he have a channel? Because I wanted to go see, some of his videos or whatever. But he never responded back.
Yeah, Kingdom, if you don't mind, can I do a little small interview and you can go ahead and kind of state your position if you have time. If not, I do understand. Life is going on around us.
Yeah, I want to know about that. Because that just did something to me. I'm like, what?
Didn't sound right, sis.
I'm 29, 72. Hold on.
That's the future, huh?
I'm like, hold up. What's up with that? How you get that?
Hell yeah, that's like 700 years in the future.
Yeah, no, they say,
BCE.
They said they added 1,000 years, so I'm like, what?
Yeah, hey, one of the things I get confused about, and I get confused about that as well. Where they say we were black Europeans, I'm confused about that. That right there doesn't ring. It just kind of sounds kind of oxymoronish. But
I don't think we were black Europeans. I think when we went over there, and I think we made it with some people.
Right. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I think that as time went on, the color, got distorted. Some came back light skinned, some came back dark. Because I was looking at a TV show called Vikings.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. Hey, now you hear that, Chief? You can type in the chat and say you hear the Queen talking about Vikings. Now, me and Chief talk about Vikings every day. Now I finished it, and he's catching up right now. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm here. I was having some technical difficulties.
Hey, see how the universal God and the ancestors do? We be talking about Vikings almost every day, and here come the Queen, come talking about Vikings and the correlations. See, and sis, I'm gonna tell you something about Vikings you probably did not know. Vikings is really a mistranslation of what they are. What they are really. They represent 6 kings that represented 6 kingdoms. And when they first seen the Roman, when they first seen BIKINGS, they didn't realize that B and the I represented the Roman numeral 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for the 6 kings. Yeah, just a little unknown history. You know what I'm saying? And you see all of those kings get together. Now there's 9 kings on that stuff, but it used to be like 6 kingdoms. And then when you look at those 6 kingdoms, then you look at the 6-point star, then you see all these gangs in America, and you'll see what's up. They put us in a primordial state. We've been whipped back into that. Almost.
I get that. I get that.
But hey, tell me something, sis. How far along on Vikings are y'all? I don't want to give nothing away. You might have to come in here daily and get in these Vikings talks.
I don't know. I watched it like to mid-season, and then I've been into other things because y'all be on, then I kind of cut it, and then like when on my downtime I get back into it because I watched it when it first came on a couple of years ago.
That shit gets bananas.
I know. Really I kind of fell off when they went and they started going into the Byzantine area.
Oh yeah, and then you start
to the southern.
Yeah, oh yeah, and Siberia, because they all are in one landmass. You got to think about it. You got to think about it. The Asian is the white man and the Asian. They're like cousins. Brothers.
Yeah, I know.
And That's real. I mean, shit.
Yeah, because see, the white man came down from the north. And they started making into the tribes. See, I know about all this situation because I actually did the walk of shame with them.
Right. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. If you really just look at it, what's another name for the white man? What they call themselves?
It depends on what area they coming from.
On they driver's license, what it's called? What they call?
What, Caucasian?
Exactly. Caucasians. That means they're from the Caucasus Mountain region of Asia. Asia is the same place where the Asian is. See, they're really kin. They're from the same land.
Yeah, see, they came down out of the mountains on top of them. And they started making it to their tribe. And from them, they went back towards the, well, we would say that's the east. Well, going back west. They went west. Listen to me.
Okay, I'm listening, sis. Go ahead.
They went west towards Europe. And they started getting enslaved by them because they really couldn't fight. Because the niggas was beating them. And they started taking their women, Western prize women out their running. A blonde, blue-eyed girl. They was taking and they was having kids with them. And in turn of that, that's when the Sultan was, their children was getting murdered. And the Sultans was getting murdered. And the only person left in the house is that blonde, blue-eyed girl.
Gotcha.
And she was taking over his kingdom. Henceforth, Isabella.
Okay.
You got to see it. You got to look at it for what it is. They started mating with them, and that's what their destruction was.
Salute to the God. Salute to the God. Who we got here? Who we got here? King of Queens. Who is that?
Anglo-Saxon.
Salute to. We can't hear you, God. Sis, I really appreciate you and your wisdom that you're sharing today. I really appreciate your time as well.
Oh, no problem. I love to catch on. Sometimes I have time to talk and sometimes I don't.
Salute to Sister Bethy. Salute to Sister Bethy. The elder chief, sis.
Yeah, sometimes I have time to talk and sometimes I don't.
Yeah. Well, I'm appreciative of your time. Now we got let's see, who was that?
So the Kingdom of English ain't come on yet?
I think that may be him. He may just go under.
Yeah, I think that's him right there.
I think he goes under another mic.
He might have to go out and come back in if his mic ain't working.
Hey, yeah, all you have to do is go back and come right back on in, and it should work for you. Anglo-Saxon or Kingdom, or both.
Yeah, I want to hear what you got to say about that. They had me bugged all day.
Who else is out there? Miss Samantha White, salute. Of course, Sister Bethy is out
What's
there.
that?
Of course, Samantha White is in there. We got all right, man. The TV too far for me to be able to see.
Yeah, man. Peace to everybody tapping in, man. We really appreciate you guys, man. Real talk. More than you guys know. What we got now?
Snake God.
Watson.
I thought that was what his name was, but his TV's a little far. I didn't want to befuddle his name up. Befuddle. That's a new name. I got that from watching the white programming. Befuddle.
I know you did.
Befuddle. Befuddle. Hey, man.
Oh,
hey.
you the fudge. You ain't want to fudge.
Yeah, I didn't want to fudge it up. Fudge. Hey, welcome to the Go and Kuttack show. I am Cut.
You killing him.
He is the GOAT. And she is the guest. And we are appreciative to have her. Everybody's in the chat. We got Mikey on my channel and a couple other people on my channel. We got a gang of people on Chief's channel, and I can't see Mixcloud, but I'm sure there's a few people there because that thing is growing on its own. Salute to everybody. I appreciate everybody, hanging in here with us. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, Cut, you got a channel? What's the name of your channel?
Oh, it's DJ Kuttack 1.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I'm gonna start getting on there, and what I'm gonna start doing is a little bit of tutorials, you know what I'm saying, things of that nature, how to get your stream right, things of that nature, tips and tricks with the graphics, video editing, maybe even some mixing tips and tricks, help these kids get their music together, all of that type of stuff, because that's what I've been doing since '93 professionally.
Okay.
So that's what I've been doing for years, and I try to give back to the youth.
Ain't that wrong with it? It'll come back to you 10 times fold.
Go.
Yep, it'll come back 10 times fold. So how far along in the Viking you in?
Oh, I finished the whole thing.
Oh, you finished
the whole thing? Can you hear me?
Already?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
Can't you?
You can hear me? Check 1, check 2. Chief Holiday, Chief.
I can hear you. You can't hear me.
Who? Hey, sis, can you hear Chief by chance?
Yeah, I can hear both of you guys.
Yeah, she can hear you. Yeah, she can hear you,
sis.
Brother. Yeah.
Rod Hayes said he doesn't do this for money.
Yeah, I heard him say that too.
I know you've been critical of him. How does that sway any of your opinion on some of the things that you're saying, or you think how you feel about him? So I think that's very honorable.
I don't think it's wrong for someone to ask for him giving the information, a little cash or whatever, because we all gotta survive out here. If you got $1 to give, I don't think nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? But I've seen him on people's program, and
I don't want to point out though, you wouldn't have a cash app if it's not about money though. Just wanted to point that out. Shout out to Tim Washington in the building.
I mean,
my bad.
Hey, that's the point too.
What I'm saying?
Can't say nothing about that. That's the point.
Like, nah, my nigga. I don't have nothing. Yeah. Shout out to everybody, man. Appreciate everybody, man, to tap in, man. Shout out to all the anonymous.
Now, I'm going to say, when the people, the host, go out his cash out, we don't never say, no, brother, I'm not taking no money.
No, I just wouldn't even
You don't never say that, no.
Hey, yeah, definitely. We definitely looking for singers, y'all. Real talk. Tap in chiefholiday@gmail.com. We're looking to break the next Whitney Houston. You know what I'm saying? On God. Mocam production, man. Audio, visual production, man. GOAT production. Hey, man, it's just crazy, man. Like I said, man, I don't know. Y'all video, man.
whatever y'all budget is, man, we can work within y'all budget, man. Put something dope together, man. But if y'all want to do numbers, man, fuck with us, man. We got definitely a dope system, man. You know what I'm saying? Just the production, marketing, distribution. You know what I'm saying? The whole 9 yards, man. Branding, product placement, everything, man. Just one-stop shop, man. Tap in, man. ChiefHoliday@gmail.com. Hey, we are providing opportunities, man. Shout out to DJ Cut, man. The best to do it.
Cut, you kill him.
Hey, yeah, man. Real talk, man. We're looking for beat makers, man. We sell production. Just want to let y'all know. We just don't sell beats. We sell production. We have producers in our camp. Major placements, man. You know what I mean? So we really do this over here, man. So it's not for play. This is not a hobby. We love what we do, but it's not a hobby. It's a motherfucking wild Indian summer. Cut! You killing them!
Cut! You killing them!
Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. God bought our freedom, we'll leave a crack and scratch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky ball, child play, yeah, nigga, that's respect.
That's right.
Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up mad stuff like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy a corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? B2B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Microphone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In the streets like EBT. When we at war, make peace with me. I'm understand. Fuck who stole this land. White or black or tan. Understand. It's fuck who stole this land. All these dudes is Sambo, man. They full shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth, that's an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. After it, I'm straight say this ain't so ape shit, show rank shit. Vibes on tape shit.
B2B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. End up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. Keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. We can't keep the peace. War, gotta keep the peace. Then I meditate, should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit. Then I meditate, should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit. Then I meditate, should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Damn genius. Shot the body. Shout out to all the great artists out there, man. Real talk, man. Really appreciate you guys, man, tapping in, man. We're here for y'all, man. DJ Cut, best to do it, y'all. Yeah. To go, DJ Kuttack. Talk Mix Show, man, is going down.
How
you gonna refute that?
I don't think Mixcloud was ready for this today, though, man. But his ain't.
How you gonna refute
Right, he said, what?
How you gonna refute that?
That's right. How you gonna refute this heat?
How you gonna
refute it? Shout out to Truth Not Cheese.
How you gonna refute that? How you gonna refute that?
Wild Indian summer, y'all. DJ Cut. Best to do it. And your mama knew it. It's go.
It's cut. Cut, you killing them.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody tapped in, man. Hey, Kingdom of English, man. Yeah, tap back in, man. See, my brother from another mother was in the building earlier, man. Mr. Aboriginal, Mr. Brooklyn. Shout out to Brooklyn, man. I can't wait to get back to New York, y'all. Love me some New York, man. It's just so hip hop. Way niggas walk, dress, talk, son. It's just so hip hop, man. You know what I mean? Just the air, it's just electric. You know what I mean? That's how this movement, man. It's just electric, man. It's just like game day every day, man. You know what I'm saying? Or just a big concert coming through this, you know what I'm saying, for the weekend, man. So it's just what it feels like, man. It just feels real good, man. Damn, it feels good to be Aboriginal. Real talk. Y'all better go find Big Idris. He might got some brothers or something, you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Man, shout out to all American guys, man. Coming soon, man. Y'all know what it is. Let's go. DJ Cut. Tax.
You killing them.
Show. It's going down, y'all. Real talk. Appreciate you guys, man. Real talk. Cut. Still cutting up over there.
Fucking around.
Yeah. Drop the Garfield rule in the building. Queens. DJ Cut. Best to do it. Shout out to the big basket.
Just make sure you add that B.I.G. Don't know my name, then ask your bitch, she probably
St. Louis. Peace all my dirties. I can't wait to get back to St. Louis too, man.
Before that band, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Don't know my name, then ask your bitch, she probably shop with me. No, we
That's right.
shit to shoot my shot, I flick my wrist with ease. You copping one, I throw you one, you gon' need two at least. Producers catching on my wave, they send exclusive beats. I'm super hot like burning rocks, I walk straight through the heat. Step hard as hell in these side swells, I got Respucia feet. See, I been trapping all day long to get me through Next up a dime breed for sure, yeah, I'm the biggest beat. The biggest boss, I pay the cost, I bet the house on me.
That's right.
Just make sure you add that B.I.G. Before that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Next up a dime breed for sure, yeah, I'm the biggest beat. The biggest boss, I pay the cost, I bet the house on me. Who is best to hold this beat? Can't see finesse without CT. I'm in the lane, fly on my own. I heard your song, he just a clone. We don't do internet beef. If it's a problem, hit my phone. My last bitch say I'm a dog, still be eating me off the bone. Been booking flights and taking trips, packing light, one carry on. Cause when I land, I get straight to it. Hit the mall, put on V-Long. Just keep my feet up in the A. Chill for a week, but smoking strong. Got on some bitches looking right. Got to the crib and did them wrong. Reminiscing about my freak shit was so fire, I made a song. I'm so toxic when I pop it. Left her dripping like a rose. I just wanna hit her wife it. Ice my neck and leave it froze. Pocket stocky filled with broccoli. Pay the price to get them blown. For that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. For that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Next up a dime breed for sure, yeah, I'm the biggest beat. The biggest boss, I pay the cost, I bet the house on me. For that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. For that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Next up a dime breed for sure, yeah, I'm the biggest beat. The biggest boss, I pay the cost, I bet the house on me.
Shout out to CT Finesse, man. St. Louis. DJ Cut. You killing them. Original Purple Panthers. Brian College Station.
Salute to the Panthers.
Corrupt City. Yeah. Pre-Jazzy Tuck, man.
What's up?
Cut. Cut. You killing them.
Hey, man, we got Joshua James in the building. Selling Hope. Peace to the guys, man. Juice in the building. What up, though, man? Peace to everybody, man. Thank you guys for talking. Links in the chat room, man. You guys want to taste. Yeah, man. Rod Hayes says, what? Yeah, man, it's really interesting. I think it's really interesting. I definitely would love to have a conversation with him, interview, whatever, and talk about the Tukey thing and a lot of things he say. But the Tukey thing could be, if Tukey's out there, like to interview you as well, maybe we can help you with your hair problem. Nah, man. No, I'm just joking.
What'd you say? I didn't hear what you said. I apologize. You said something about, I was trying to tell you, did you say something about Tukey, man?
I mean, yeah, it'd be out there. I would like to interview it. I think that'd be the interview of the century.
Man, come on, man. We can't even go into see, this is the thing. This is belief, what you're talking. This is when we're living the action of a possible lie. By even saying, let's see him. You said, let's go ahead and interview. No, we're not even going to go that deep. We want to first see. And then we'll talk about.
Oh, okay, man.
Yeah, I mean, because, man, I don't know, man. We don't know about this stuff, man. But I do believe that there are, now, even though I think there is something that they're doing where they are trying to freeze people and bring them back. I believe that might be possible. It's hard to avoid the word belief. But anyway. What you think?
I mean, like I said, certain things I don't know, so I can't speak on. You know what I mean?
All of the cloning and all of that Antarctica stuff. We can't speak on none of that stuff. It's fascinating. We could write some books. Thank you. We could write some. Hey, that's one thing. Everybody in the audience, there's your sci-fi. Start writing books about that stuff.
But it's actually mixed with that, though. Literally. Especially when we start talking about Star Wars and Star Trek.
Yeah.
Certain things. Okay. A lot of the things are taken from, air quotes, Sumerian texts and stuff. So, okay, so who wrote that? Who wrote, what was that, the Book of Enoch? Who wrote that? What makes it a credible What makes it a credible source? Nothing written. Okay, so I could just go etch something in stone that makes it, that's it?
Not just the credible, not just the credible source, not just the credible source, ignored source. Go ahead.
I mean, anything that's written, you know what I mean? Like people say, I have a Christopher Columbus letter. Really? You read it in English from 1492. You read a letter, right? So somebody gave that to you. Somebody gave you this story, right? The story is created to push a certain mindset, a certain narrative for social, political, economic power. Because theoretically, if you say you paid your house off, 30 years mortgage, boom, you got 5 acres, your house, you built stuff on it, you got some additions, a pool, in-ground, you know what I'm saying? And then you stop paying taxes. Or you pass and your next generation stop paying taxes. You lose all that? To who? Why? Do you really own it? It's the GOAT. DJ Kuttack. Talk Mix Show, man. It's going down. Mixcloud, YouTube, man. around the world, man. It's going down, man.
Yeah,
It's
man.
infamous Trey
You're
Ali.
absolutely right about what you're saying.
It is
You're
a fact.
absolutely right.
It happened. It's been happening to us, and you know what I'm saying? So certain things and certain measures and things have to be in place, man. Shout out to all the builders, man. And all the things that we talk about, generational wealth, man, and being able to maintain the things that you work hard for, you guys. You know what I mean? But the fruit and stuff of your labor is for your children, is just to make their lives better and things in the next generation. Whatever. It's not to make them softer. No, it's just to give them the knowledge and things that you've acquired. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, you worked hard for 20 years for somebody, so you're going to tell them to go do that? That doesn't make any sense. Why not work for your name? Why not work for your legacy? You know what I mean? And so that's one thing I do like about Vikings, though, bro. You know, when they talk about, carrying a name and having to live up to a name. You know what I mean? That shit is deep. And wanting to be famous. You know what I'm saying? Not to say I'll do before you, because all fathers want to see their son do more than them. Like, you're gonna take it as far as you can take it to your last motherfucking breath, and your sons supposed to be right there. I'm supposed to be like, son, try to outdo me. Nah, motherfucker, take it to the next. You got the baton now. And then other you there advising them and helping them push this shit forward for their sons. And you understand what I'm saying? This shit don't supposed to be how we think it is. You know what I'm saying? So we have to start thinking like Vikings. We have to start thinking like conquerors. Like, why not have a name? You know what I'm saying? Even when you take it to the basketball and football and stuff like that, coming from a competitive mind state, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. You want to be the number one in the state, number one in the country, number one in the division, number one in the National Football League. You know what I'm saying? You want to go down in history as the greatest or whatever your position is of all time. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we working for, man, to be, hey, man, they say we're going to be the greatest producer of all time. Yeah, that's what I'm fighting for. That's what I'm working for. And not just to make music. That's easy. It's about producing something for the next generation, man. That's what we on, man. So shout out to all the builders out there, man. Let's go. DJ Kuttack, man. Talk Mix Show, man. It's going down.
Yo, and
exclusively on Mixcloud and YouTube, man. Yeah, what'd you say, bro?
The other side of the spectrum, they big on his family name, but if you look at the exact other side of the spectrum and look at our people in this present time, it's more of a bastardization going down if you really look at it. That's the play of the day. But I don't want to get into that, hey, I do value what they're talking. I do value family values. That would make me mostly conservative, I believe. That's what.
Well, I'm just saying, how do you look at your family, as a burden or as an asset? You know what I mean? And I think that most people don't look at their children as an asset. Look at their children as burdens. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be a burden of love. You know what I mean? That's as joyous. You know what I mean? That you felt when you was making them, and then, some people were happy when their children came out. You know what I'm saying? Most people supposed to be. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be that forever in my world. You know what I'm saying? Well, I think. You know what I'm saying? Children are always gonna be your children. We always gonna be children of somebody. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my mom and dad. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
Real talk.
Hey, but you know what? Hey, some children fall short too. So hey, we ain't gonna never rule that out.
I mean, all the fruit. You know what I'm saying? But we go through seasons, man. You know what I'm saying? We all went through some shit. You know what I mean? So you still gotta be there, man, to guide your children, man. Not like you tell them out there, hey, go do it on your own. You know what I mean? And be like, hey, man, did you mess up? Like, you get on them because they messed up. Nah, you supposed to have been there. What do you mean? Your children are you in the future. Ain't that the most valuable? Shouldn't that be your most valuable possession? You in the future? Motherfuckers like they Corvette or they Rolls Royce or what, a house or a dog more than they love their children. That's wearing their skin and look like their ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Nah, you responsible for yours, man. All of them. That's how I see it. Real talk. Ain't no bad one. Ain't no bad you. Well, it could be. Everybody got different sides. Look at Ivar. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that kind of that's it too, man. You know what I mean? So it's all balanced, man. You know what I mean? You gotta take the good with the bad. So you gotta have as many as you can. You have more of a chance. Real talk.
We got 243 entertainments. As taxes are not mandatory. That's right. In Constitution, taxes are only the he levied on profits from stock market earnings. You're only obligated to pay tax when you're a U.S. corporation citizen, respectively.
If they ban, they're passing the bill right now to ban a weapons ban on automatic weapons, high capacity weapons, magazines, and all of that. That right there is a violation of the Constitution. It's not to be infringed on the citizens' rights to bear arms or how they see fit. So that's what's up right now. Biden's desperately trying to get us disarmed while he's sending motherfucking guns and shit over to you fucking wherever, you know. They're fighting hard to disarm us, but they fighting real hard to arm others. That makes sense.
That can't. DJ Cut. To go. Cowboys and Indians too coming soon, y'all. Trey Ali. To go.
Yeah,
DJ Cut.
I'm so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the times. Rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the times. Rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? He $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah, God's children. Give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God or Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English potted on our homes. Tribal families turn on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we nothing's turned to somethings. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man.
Yeah.
This the message to the black man. Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. Wake up. This the message to the black man. Say you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. You stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master, who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God is never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you can change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let their slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patent accurately. I ain't even tell half, Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit.
That same energy, gotta keep the same energy. I had some partners turn to enemies, still in my lingo, turn to mini-me's. 4-5 XD with the limit squeeze. I cock this bitch and up it so fast. You think I told them freeze? These niggas out here talking like they hot. Not even 10 degrees. If I asked for something, then it took a lot. It's just a man in me. You asked for something, gave you what I got. You still a man to me. Don't follow my problems cause we locked. It's just my tendency. In my bag, gotta keep a big 30. Like I'm from Tennessee. No love, entertainment, got no heart. Like I was in LA. If I got it, I bought it, it was earned. You ain't this shit for me. I know you heard me on Limitless. I can't do shit for free. Diving in a tank of
piranhas. I swim like Scuba Steve, while everybody throwing rocks at Adam. Who ate the apple Eve? Dressed for war, knowing we gon' score. Pull down his curtains, please. Left his face just for a display. That's common courtesy. 911, he's unresponsive. Think it's an emergency. I pray for all these fuck niggas that's out here putting dirt on me. I pray for all these rap niggas. Can't see these boys out working me. I'ma get my shine on me. Longer than 270. I'm about my mop sticks when they throw my little felony. Most people gon' change on you. You better off just let them leave. They done woke me up now. Feel like everything is in my reach. Now they wanna fuck with me. I know they wanna come and leave. Bad bitches wanna suck on me. Text thread is just for the free. When somebody came and checked on me cause I ain't had sleeping weeks. I've been fighting demons like I'm dying trying to find some peace. Only say shit one time cause as a man I cannot beg a plea. I might fuck what you saying cause I'ma stand like I was in feet. If they don't understand it takes a man to go and raise me. Mapping out my plan cause I be damn if I just succeed. I don't know why they doubting me but keep that same energy. I don't know why they play with me but keep that same energy. You gotta keep that same energy. I swear for God they gon' remember me. You gotta keep that same energy. Never let that fuck shit get to me. Be back.
Everybody, I had to respond to even what's his name? Bartholomew. Salute. He asked, do we support the LGBT? I think Doc told him no, and I just went in and said, hey man, he said, well then we want to donate substantial amounts. Best wishes. I told him, hey man, just do you. No disrespect though, my man or woman. Hey man, just do y'all, man. We ain't over here cowtown for no money. You know what I'm talking about? We over here reaching our people. You know what I'm saying? And trying to do the righteous things by our people. You know, we ain't got no beef with you, but you know we ain't got no money for you either. And you know we ain't gonna kowtow towards no money neither. Sorry, I said cowtown. That was real country, wasn't it?
Yeah, man. I'm just saying, man. We would support our people. So what happens is people come in and create different groups that of our community. You know, a lot of times they talk about these groups. You know, this particular group. If they representing this particular group, then I'm assume that they trolling. But you know what I'm saying, like. This abstract group that they're talking about, right? It's not addressing the problems and things that are happening within our community. You know what I'm saying? Just set aside preferences. Set that aside, right? Still the different in you guys' stances and things like that. If you're speaking for this community, bro, you know what I'm saying? So it would be like you already identifying it as outside of the greater community. You know what I'm saying? And that's a problem, you know, as far as separating the community, brother or sister. Bartholomew is a dude, so let's just say a dude. So yeah, man. So we're not trolling. We don't practice hate or division. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, just live your life. You know, we're not mad at you. You know, do what you got to do. You know, this is your life too. You know.
And just the views and opinions of myself is not views and opinions of DJ Cut and anybody You know what I'm saying? So everybody can't say we are representing everybody's viewpoints on stuff, though. You know what I'm saying? So I can only speak for myself. I'm a pro-lifer. I believe in life. Bartholomew.
Yeah.
Hey, Bartholomew, I got a question for you, though. Do you believe in life?
Who?
I want to ask the people that identify as LGBTQ. Do they believe? Do they believe
to come
in?
Join us, man. I mean,
yeah,
man, we won't judge you or anything like that, or anybody from the LGBT community.
I want to ask them. Just check it out. I want to ask them: do they believe in abortions and babies and all these things or whatever? Do they?
And how does that work, huh?
Are they pro-life or pro-choice? Because you could be, have a whatever preference, but you can still have an opinion on that right there. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. You know what I'm saying? Think about it.
Right.
So I really do have it. Bartholomew. We pro-lifers, and if you're pro-lifer, then we have something in common. And if you believe in honor and respect, that doesn't have anything to do with your sexual preference.
We don't.
You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? We never asked nobody that in this chat room what was your motherfucking sexual preference ever. Never time. One time.
We don't deal with it. Hey, but like I said, anybody from the LGBT community within the chat that feel like, hey man, I like to talk to you or would like to educate us if we think in different ways, or if we can, if we could possibly ask you some questions in turn. Of course, you'll be able to ask us, just so we can be able to live in harmony. We will not.
You already living in harmony. Motherfuckers acting like they got a problem. Why is this a problem? Everybody in there live.
It's a problem.
Wilson,
it's a problem. It's a problem. You know why it's a problem? It's a problem. Because my wife just asked me for some money, and I was like, yo, man, I just denied Bartholomew.
You a goddamn fool. After the chosen one in the building, man. Peace of the God. Hey, man. Hey, this is why people be doing that, man. Don't have no honor. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? We're here for the righteous, man. We're for the right exact knowledge is power. You know what I mean? So it's org to the morgue for me. Real talk. JJ, the flat earther, is in the building. Enox 0407. Yeah, man, just really, man, like I said, man, we're not, it's not about no hate or thoughts at all. So put the link in the chat room. I see TNT in the building. TNT. Yeah, I'm just gonna say TNT clan in the building. Peace of the God. Link in the chat room. Maybe Bartholomew want to come through. You're definitely welcome. Definitely welcome to be in the chat room. Definitely welcome to listen. Yeah, come on the panel. We can build.
We won't beat you up or do
nothing. Now, if you're thinking that if that's supporting your community, then of course I think that would what is that denying your community? See what I'm saying? So we got questions and we got jokes too.
Yeah, we got a little bit of jokes, and he can crack some jokes too. We can take it. We got tough skin. Yeah. We got tough skin.
You gotta have jokes. It's all love.
We got tough skin.
If I don't crack jokes about your ass, I don't fuck with you. You hear me?
That's right. That's right.
Real talk. Like, man, hey, this motherfucker go. I don't like him. I ain't gonna crack a joke about this motherfucker. We got I guess that's Mr. LQ313. What up, though? Hey, man, that's where y'all tapped in from, man. I see King Ether, a.k.a. Mr. Aboriginal TV in the building, man. Peace to the guy, man. Digital Black Dollar, man. Get y'all some Digital Black Dollar, man. Support the real, man. Support people, man, that are making strides to make themselves better in their lives, in their community, make everybody, in turn, that's the mirror, making all of us better, man. You know what I'm saying? So, salute, man. Salute to everybody, man, doing this shit, man. Let's go. DJ Kuttack. Talk Mix Show, man. It's going down, man. Panthers. DJ Cut. I do want to inform you that I just got the notification. Your boy. And then, I guess that's MH. No, that's not MH. It's MR. Man, that's a little man. Let's see that. MR, yeah. MRLQ. 313. All right, bro. Hey, man, where y'all tapped in from, man? Let us know where y'all tuned in from tonight. What y'all smoking on, man? Hey, tomorrow's gonna be crazy, y'all. Shout out to Mixcloud, man. Press go over there on Mixcloud, man. Let us know, man. Y'all tapped in, man. Hey, do us a favor. Like, share, subscribe, man. Share this on all your social media platforms. Tag me in it. Tag Cut in it. Let us know, man, that y'all fucking with us, man. Tell a friend, tell another friend that you tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's the GOAT. DJ Kuttack. Talk Mix Show, man. It's going down, man. GOAT Talk. Cutting up. Yeah. It's another murder. I know you heard of me. Another first degree murder.
I'm a pimp C, bitch, so rum in my bucks. I so pussy on the street cause I knew nothing but sluts. Just can't pimp C, bitch, so rum in my bucks. I so pussy on the street cause I knew nothing but sluts. Just can't pimp C, bitch, so rum in my bucks. I so pussy on the street cause I knew nothing but sluts. Just came back from Dallas, Texas in a 6'8" lack. Bitch, I got ostrich on my seat, my candy paint red and black. Just can't pimp C, bitch, so rum in my bucks. I so pussy on the street cause I knew nothing but sluts. Just came back from Dallas, Texas in a 6'8" lack. Bitch, I got ostrich on my seat, my candy paint red and black. When I left I had one, but I'm coming back with two. And she bought a girlfriend, hey, so now I got a few. Hey, hit the website and make it do what I do. I make 3,000 in one day, so motherfuck what you do. If I told you pussy number, you would think I was fibbing. Going in and out of town, you might think I was tripping. In the game ain't a thing, coming foreign with Jag. I spent 1,000 on a Sachi shirt and left on the tag. Got a badge, no money, and that bitch is legit. I hooked that hoe up with my plug and that bitch hit for a brick. Whipped it up, double back, cut them rookies some slack. Bitch, I came up a corrupt, I'm selling pussy and crack. Got some cuts from California, had to take me a trip. Bitch, I mailed myself a 30, made 2,000 a split. Hit the studio with sound cause I got something to say. Pussy stay up out my face cause I got something to spray. True hustler out the South, big bag man. Haters see me drop his head and get mad. And X see my new bitch and get sad. And start crying cause she eating out the trash can. Central Texas motherfucker, that's why I stay. I be in corrupt city every goddamn day. Big paper, I'm stacking. Hoes gon' let me beat they back in cause all this dick that I be packing. A black man and a poet. MC one of the best to ever do it, and I'ma make sure that y'all know it. My best friend a real killer, so you best not trip. Pussy keep on popping off, he gon' get shot in the lip. Slow ass nigga. It's the first degree. I know you heard of me. It's the first degree. I know you heard of me. It's the first degree murder. Murder. It's the first degree murder. Murder. It's the capital murder. Murder. I brought it back. Shout out to Bun B. Just like Bun B, bitch. I was a king of moving chickens in my kitchen whipping. Never slipping, pop the clipping. I kept my seat dripping.
You gotta keep that same energy.
Never
let that fuck shit.
Plus I got bitches dripping. Now peep this game from a heavy brother, the fatty lover. Overeating belly stuff. I never got bitches dripping. Just in case the tassels is flipping. They got them stitches tipping. I ain't tripping, pain dripping. Like murder. I brought it back. Shout out to Bun B. Just like Bun B, bitch. I was a king of moving chickens in my kitchen whipping. Never slipping, pop the clipping. I kept my Bun B, bitch. I was a king of moving chickens in my kitchen whipping. Never slipping, pop the clipping. I kept my Bun B, bitch. I was a king of moving chickens in my kitchen whipping. Never slipping, pop the clipping. I kept my city dripping. Just in case the tassels is flipping. They got them stitches tipping. I ain't tripping, pain dripping. Plus I got bitches dripping. Now peep this game from a heavy brother, the fatty lover. Overeating belly stuff. I've never been a petty hustler. I get this dick to your mother cause I'm a motherfucker. Chew me up like some hubba bubba. Shit, never love her. I'm trying to duck a sucker, you're so Mr. Master. Hit your sister faster than pastor to the pastor. He fuck behind the church in the pastor. Seen a bitch walking almost past her. Let the window down, then I passed her. The gas, then I asked her if she had asthma, I gassed her. Told the bitch forget about her past her. Skin is yellow like hello. Booty poking like an elbow and shaking like a bowl of jello. Yeah, ho, hit the track and she ain't talking about no railroad. All she said is yes, she can't even spell no. Yeah, bro, strap like some Velcro and they'll blow. Brother better have my mail, ho, before I catch a murder case and go to jail, ho. And them suckers gon' suffer. I bust a buster at this brother with this cutter from Russia. If the 12 wanna discuss you, I'd never discuss you. Throw your body in a mechanical car, crush you and crush you. Don't know what the fuck is up with Usher, but I'm burning your lover. Be at your funeral smoking with the preacher, deacon and usher. Bust your head, have your head leaking red like a gusher. Throw your body in the water like some tissue and flush it. Chop you up like a machete, like you been fighting with Freddy. Face and belly looking like a bowl of meatball and spaghetti. You ain't ready. All of my niggas dead. They'll piss on you like R. Kelly and shit on you like a white freaking Lee. You stanky as I know you heard of me, you know. Another first of rain. I know you heard of me, you know. Another first of rain. I know you heard of me, you know. Another first of rain. I know you heard of me, you know. Another first of rain. I know you heard of me, you know. Another first of rain. I know you heard of me, you know. Another first of rain. I know you heard of me, you know. Another first of rain.
It's the go.
Salute to everybody. I think I'm about ready to get on up out of here. What you like, Chief? Ain't nobody jumping on the panel. They ain't fucking with us tonight. Nah, they been fucking with us all night. Salute to everybody in the chat. Straight up, we appreciate y'all. Straight up. We are extreme. A round of applause with extra white folks screaming in the background.
Yeah, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Real talk. Appreciate the dog. Real talk. Shout out to Gretchen Helm in the building. To the Lady E. Peace to the guys. Appreciate you guys tapping in, man. Real talk. Appreciate all the love and support, man, we get, man.
It's the go.
Like I said, man, we just like to give it back, y'all. Real talk, man, as much as we can, man. Hopefully we can get you guys through the day, man. You know what I mean? And then inspiration as well, man, and motivation. You know what I mean? You guys motivate us, man. You know what I mean? So it's all a circle of love, man. You know?
That's right.
You know, just bringing it all together, man. Real talk. And like I said, man, we open to talk to anybody, man. You know what I mean? A lot of times it's just be miscommunication, misunderstanding. You know, and why not talk about it? Why? Who interest is it to not talk? Like, you know what I mean? Be like, don't go talk to them. They got a problem with you though, but I don't want you to talk to them. That motherfucker right there telling you not to talk to them might have an interest in keeping you from talking. You know what I mean? Or who made you a coward? Like, I'm just saying, man, we got to start opening up lines of communication, not only amongst ourselves, you know what I mean? But, things that were taboo, let's open those doors up. You know
Shout out.
That's
Shout
right.
out E-Knots. Shout out E-Knots.
That's right.
Shout out E-Knots. Hey,
or
man.
socially taboo. Niggas still think we niggas is laughing in laughing barrels and shit. Niggas is like all type of weird shit. You niggas is weird, man. Niggas is like, boss, Motisa. Y'all see Umar? He's like, boss, Motisa. Moti. Like, what? Get the fuck. They gonna walk up the block and be like, I'm tough. I'm a Pan-African. Nigga. This is America, Jack. Move around. Shout out to all the great ones, man. Press go. If you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, man, it's the GOAT, DJ Kuttack. Talk
Cut,
Nick
you
show,
killing
man.
them.
going down, man. Yeah, man, we ain't gonna be around too much longer, man. We're gonna get up out of here, man. Y'all know we got a little bit of work. We got a little work to do tonight, man, before we shut it down. You already know, man. Appreciate you guys. Real talk. Real talk, man. In a real way. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man, that tapped in, man. I think English came through. Mr. Aboriginal. Mr. Brooklyn came through, man. Shoot you guys, man. You guys didn't get to say what y'all wanted to say, man. Appreciate you guys for coming through.
Salute to everybody. I appreciate it.
That's right.
I see Epic Studies in the building. Peace to the guy, man. Yeah, I might have to go check out see what Rod Hayes says. I'm gonna find that clip, Cut. We're gonna find that clip of him saying that about Tookie, man, and that curl, man. Ah, that's terrible, actually. Tookie.
I'm gonna find it.
You gonna find it? This nigga say he gonna find it.
Not right now.
Oh, okay, you said you gonna find it.
Yeah, cause I know I ain't
You guys
crazy.
find it,
And
man.
then a couple people also, they also attested to hearing it.
And Jones. Peace, Empress. Murder. You ready to go? Heard DJ Cut. Cut still mixing back there. What is you doing?
Fucking around.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Real talk, man. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, man. We're gonna start winding this thing down. We're going for a little while, man. Nice little clip there. Appreciate you guys, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Do us a favor, man. Tip for DJ Kuttack.
Cut, you killing them.
That's that. My OG.
Spell it for you, hear me?
We gonna spell it for you.
Pyrex gang, check this out. My love first I'm ready. OPP, no PPP. Ho see me, she keep. OPP, no PPP. Ho see me, she keep. OPP, no PPP. Ho see me, she keep. All eyes on me, bitch. GGG. Go get it, gang, bitch. GGG. OPP, no PPP. Top tier talent, bitch. TTT. Who am I? Daddy Dope D. DDD. OPP, no PPP. OPP, no PPP. Who see me, she gon' keep. She wanna see that BBC. Big plumber lay pipe, no peace. I ball every summer like CP3. Thanks to COVID-19 and the CDC, I got 3,200 on my EBT. So now it's Big King Crabs when I eat AT. I'm one of the best like B.I.G. or PAC. Look, RTNOCAP. In the streets, I got a motherfucking PhD. See my piss in my blood full of TAC. You can see it in my skin like a TAT. When I put it in her throat, she gon' GAG. I ain't with it if it ain't about a BAG. Yup, like PAT. Paper power and prosperity, PPP. Potent plants and parakeets, PPP. Pretty pussy poking, PPP. Plenty prostitutes provoking, PPP. Black educated intelligent, BET. Treat every bad bitch like a PET. I'm a dog, I ain't never seen a VET. When you talking about hustling, I'm a VET. They need to let the real niggas out of TDC. Cause the kids out here stuck like PCP. The old head stuck in the past like a DVD. Be some A, B, C, D, E, F, G's, H, I, J, K, elemental PIMPs. No JOBs, no GEDs. $1 million made off DOPE. BPD couldn't see OP. APE. From the ESK to the OGP, we sold to the black and white like an OTV. I just ATE, big tomahawk steak from HEB. OG King Kong, big APE. I do a trail ride show on the ATV. Been rapping since 1983. My favorite color purple, GRAPE. OPP, no PPP. We sold to the black and whites like an OTV. OPP, no PPP. OPP, no PPP. I just ATA. Tomahawk steak straight from HEB. OG King Kong, big APE. Do a trail ride show on an ATV. Been rapping since 1983. Color purple like a GRAPE. Blowing Zaza, no CBD. All my youngsters train to go, bitch, TTG.
All my youngest train to go.
Blowing Zaza, no CBD. All my youngsters train to go, bitch, TTG.
DJ Kuttack. Talk Nick Show, man, it's going down, man. Kuttack, you killing it. Kuttack go bust some speakers around this motherfucker. I know you heard the news. Go! Shout out to everybody, man. See Fishing with Camo Joe in the building. Yeah, man, it's my OG, man. He be spitting, man.
Straight up.
Yeah, he be spitting, man. Oh, man, y'all know I got some new shit. So stupid. I just be like, man, like, have you ever had a problem when you have too much music? You ever had to tell the artist, be like, man, stop making music, man. Please, man, don't make no more music, man. Like, can we just work with the music we have, man? Like, sheesh. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do know what you speak.
Plug on the medicine, shit.
I got so much music I gotta mix, man. It's just been like,
yeah, man, we do got some work to do, man. It's a lot of work, man. It's fun though, man. It's really fun, man. To see something, you know, and then the people enjoy it, get the, you know, because I'm really a fan, man. When I open, it's like open up a little gift when you guys send your music and stuff. Especially if you dope, man. If the song is dope, you know what I'm saying? You dope, you know what I'm saying? I'm really honored. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I'm still a fan. I'm still that guy. I remember going every Tuesday and buying everything that was hip hop. And I remember when it was obviously a limited supply every Tuesday, because everything came out on Tuesday. Still do, I think. You know what I'm saying? Stuff coming out on Tuesday. And you go, you buy the cassette and obviously the CD. And, you know, and now, I don't know, you know, whatever happened to that experience, but that experience, a lot of people don't even get to grow up in that experience. And we did, you know what I mean? So still having that feeling, obviously you're not going to be able to have that feeling. You're not connected. Like having to go to the record store to get your favorite Salt and Pepper album or
that's right.
You know what I mean? NWA. You know what I mean? Like, I can go on, man. Like, it's crazy, you know what I'm saying? DJ Magic Mike, I can go on and on and on.
Oh, yeah.
You know, then obviously being a DJ and, you know,
straight up.
You know, yeah, man. Record pools, man, you know. So, yeah, man. So, we want to make this like a record pool, man. We're going to have listening parties over here, man. We're going to be doing album reviews. You know what I'm saying, you guys? Like, yeah, y'all gonna see a lot of the culture over here, man, on this particular show, man, that we doing. Yeah, man, it's gonna be a lot of the culture, man, highlighting a lot of the culture, a lot of people that might not get highlighted, you know what I'm saying, because they might not want to walk that line. You know what I mean? So yeah, we're on this side of the line, man. So yeah. So tap in, man.
Real talk. See Big Dog Philly OG in the building. Peace to the God, man. Appreciate everybody, man, tapped in. Real talk. DJ Cut, man. Appreciate you, brother.
No doubt. I appreciate everybody. You know, hey, you can tip me at $Kuttack, $Kuttack. We appreciate that. You can donate to Only Builders, $Only Builders. You know what I'm saying? And we appreciate you guys, man. We do it for you.
Make sure you. I don't even feel like this is work for me, y'all. So definitely, man. Show DJ Kuttack some love, man. Real talk. I appreciate it.
That's right.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Real talk. DJ Kuttack. $Kuttack.
Appreciate y'all.
Kuttack, man.
Anything y'all can do, man, I understand, man. We in a bad time. Everybody, not only that, hey, put some extra food away. You know, put some dry goods away, just in case catastrophe happens, because we're on the brink of a lot of stuff geopolitically. So we'll touch on that tomorrow.
Yeah, man, we're gonna have a dope show for tomorrow, man. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, I don't even want to spoil it. I'm surprised you, man. Yeah, I'm surprised you guys. So, yeah, man, appreciate everybody, man, tapped in. Appreciate you, DJ Cut.
No doubt, no doubt. Hey, salute to everybody. We appreciate
everybody.
Y'all have a good evening.
$Kuttack, $Kuttack, $Kuttack. Some love, man. Show some love to DJ Kuttack, man. We appreciate you, man, coming in with this mix, blends, man. Energy, bro. Really appreciate it, man.
It's the go. Cut, you killing them.
It's no problem. I do it for the people.
Yeah, man. So we're gonna get up out of here, man. So wish everybody a good evening. Yeah, if something happened tonight, y'all never know, man. We might pop back on later on, but yeah, I doubt it. So we're gonna see you guys tomorrow, man. I know it's a wake and bake show. Big Average No Power, man. We're gonna try to be on time tomorrow, though, y'all. So we're saying what's 2 Eastern? Yeah, probably right around 3-ish, you guys, tomorrow. So you guys tap in, man. It's DJ Cut. Best to do it, man. To go, DJ Cut. Talk show, mix show, man. So it's going down, man. Tomorrow, 3 Eastern, man. Yeah, we got a few things we're gonna got lined up.
Hey, but behind the scenes, you know what we about to do, right? We about to go ahead and pull up Brother Rich and Rod Hayes so we can. Rod Hayes said, "What?"
Oh shit! You should just pull that shit up.
Yeah, I know, huh? Nah, man, they live. I don't want to take from their viewership and get.
What do you mean? He got 4,000 motherfuckers. He ain't gonna hurt 44 of us over here. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see.
Hurt that. Yeah, if that was the problem, yeah, we would have been there.
Let me see what we can do.
Motherfucker probably leave here and go over there. Yes.
Hey, if y'all want us to stay, man, and rebroadcast or review this to Rod Hayes, man, hit the Cash App, hit some fire emojis, do whatever you can. You do not have to give money. We appreciate it, but you do not have to. At least hit fire emojis all in the chat. We'll stay and broadcast that right now.
Tayshawn said turn up. $Kuttack, $Kuttack, man. Show DJ some love, man. Y'all be acting like I think y'all be acting like y'all don't. Cause I don't think they like the mix, man. I don't think they like the mix today. I don't think so. I don't think they like the mix today. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so. Why not? JJ got the fire emojis though. And Jones got the fire emoji. Fish and say turn up. All right, man, let's turn up, y'all. We're gonna turn on up on it then. I got it. Nah, it's all good. Tayshawn, we appreciate you guys, man. You guys support. Empress Goddess Namaste. She love the mix. Cut. They say turn up, man. See the fire emojis.
Well, it's turned up. Here we go. Let me mute up.
Shout out to Brother Rich. So
Shout out to Brother Rich.
He rocking that red, black, or green American hat, though, man. We're going to talk about that. Brother Rich, man, let me get that interview, man. Let me interview you, Brother Rich. Come on over here, man.
Tonight, y'all.
He'll do it. He'll do it.
Back.
Hey there. Had a bad dream?
Shout out to Brother Rich. That's my man.
Some parts are scary and some parts are fun.
Shout out to Red Pill and Blue Pill,
Always
man.
remind
My
yourself,
guys, man.
it's only a dream and everything. Check and the
That book 666 in the room right now. Wow. Oh man, that's such an evil number. But shout out to everybody.
No, it's not.
Shout out to everybody in chat. Hey, listen, Rod Hayes. First of all, welcome back, my brother. Welcome back. Oh, right. You on mute. You on mute. There you go.
Yeah, I was saying thank you for having me back.
Indeed.
I can't tell you.
Hey, man, every time I see this brother, man, the weed must be getting better and better wherever he going. The money must be getting better and the weed.
You said you on, I think it was Telegram earlier.
Oh, Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was with Lisa. Yeah. Okay. Oh, so you heard the interview.
She tried to pull me on to speak, but I wanted to listen to you.
Okay. Dope, man. Okay. What you thought about the interview, man?
I knew you had that erudition, that study behind you.
Yeah.
And the description you gave was familiar to me because it reminded me of my studies. And people saying I don't know what I'm talking about. And I literally got about 25 totes full of books downstairs from my library to be transported. And I ain't even done packing them up.
Damn. Wow. Yeah, man. Well, I'm glad you got an opportunity to hear the interview. Shout out to Lisa. I
Salute Snake God.
But I just did an interview. She actually interviewed me, family. So I did an interview with the Queen on her Clubhouse. So shout out to everybody who listened for that. But right now, listen, family, there's so much going down. Ryan, let me ask you before we get started. Let me see if I can pull this up while I'm talking to you about it. There's so much talk in the science community, in a quantum physics community, about this James Webb telescope that they are saying is getting images that they have never gotten before, and that people have been waiting for a lifetime. So have you heard about this James Webb telescope? You know what I'm talking about?
I haven't had a chance to look into that.
Okay.
But I'll look into it and then I'll get back with you on it so I can be up to speed on.
Well, salute Rod Hayes. This is the first time I ever heard him say he does not know something. Okay.
Rod Hayes said what?
Rod Hayes said what?
On what it's talking about. But if you think about it, when they launched the Hubble telescope and it was sending pictures back, it was pictures that they had never seen before from deeper in space that is closer to the sources of light that is taking pictures of. Right? So it was the same thing with the Hubble. And before that, it was a ground telescope in the Vatican called the Lucifer lens. Right? Now, earlier you mentioned the name of Lisa's channel, The Matrix Unveiled, ties right into what you told me you wanted to discuss tonight, this holographic universe. And the infiltration of the training universe and being corrupted by adverse forces.
Indeed, because I thought this was Big Mama's plan. I thought Big Mama said, I'm going to create a universe so I could discover more of myself because I am the all that is. So in order for me to discover who I am, I'm going to...
Salute Rob Monero for the Cash App donation. I appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate it.
Create this universe, and through this universe, I could discover who I am. And it seemed like things went left or something like that. So got to talk to you about that.
if you really look at it, the reference is all things come together for
Rod,
the
that
greater
sound,
good.
you got to come in and out. That sound when you talk sometime.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Okay. You let that brother come in and out sometime when he's, for some reason, when we start the shows off, we get that sound when the brother talk, and then after that, it'd be fine. So let's just be patient. Here go the brother right here.
Hey, that mic holder, you got
Right, go
that
ahead,
that
brother.
mic holder
How it sound
killing
now?
them.
Sound better.
Okay, where was we at?
I was asking you about the Big Mama and her plan and how it went
Oh
left.
yeah. So I was telling you that the quote is all things come together for the greater good. So whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, some kind of way we got to salvage the uselessness from it and use it as part of putting together the grand plan. In the secret societies, the grand plan is called the Great Arcana or the Great Work. And the great work is to teach man how to become what we call the perfected man. This is the Leonardo da Vinci painting of the universal man, right? The painting is symbolic of the mirror images of the ego to the soul. So the ego is the self that the society create for you as a autopilot version. In case you don't use your free will, you'll be on autopilot,
right?
Like an extra in the video game.
Mm-hmm.
So then you have to follow what's called a predestined path. Before we all come into this matrix, we know what's taking place before we come here. The trick is to receive the amnesia to try to remember under the harsh conditions how we became to be here where we are today, right? And the inquisitive mind is going to look at the structure of creation. The structure of creation is a torsion field. The human body is energetically a torsion field. And the globe Earth is energetically a torsion field. The solar system with the sun at the center is still another torsion field, right? And all of these torsion fields is energy folding in on itself in the name of some stuff called love. The love energy tempers the dark energy of the chaos beings that we are. If we don't learn to harvest the love energy, the chaos being becomes destructive to the society at large. They become the monsters in the video game that we going out to go shoot, right? Because they terrorizing all of the players in the game. So without an opposition, you will never know how high you can attain in wisdom, because you have nothing to compare it to and nothing to test it against.
Snake God.
Right? Which is the same principle for a hologram. You got to have two fixed points that scan in motion in order to generate the holographic image. Right? So I told you before, the moon
and the Dark Knight satellite
are on the same rung, but they never collide. Right? So this would be like a dual projection.
Salute Smoke Signal for the Cash App donation. Appreciate you, my brother.
The simulator. Right? The way I'm seeing it, looking at it, like drawing my perception view out into outer space, right? It would appear that we somewhere else and that we are using these avatars on Earth to learn something, which goes to the ancient doctrine that Earth has always been a school.
Mm-hmm.
This is the X-Men Academy for the gifted, right? So the dark and horrid conditions we experience is polishing the 666 carbon code under the pressure and temperature of the oppression in order to turn the coal into its most pristine form as a crystal. And this crystal we know to be a diamond. Right? It's the same thing we doing training in this simulation. Right? Now, we never know that there's a game at the top of the creation of the construct. And it's called the mastermind game. Right? The mastermind game is when you're able to use your psychic abilities to influence the physical world with spiritual warfare. In the spiritual sense, you fight to find balance in the dark aspect of creation, the 666 carbon, to generate the 999 ether in the as above, so below. Right? So you got 666 on the ground when it manifests in the human form as a melanated being. But the melanin specific that is required is in the reticular formation of the brain. Dr. Richard King write about it. He calls it, call it the black dot. Right? And it's written about as the gateway in the Bible, as narrow is the way, open is the gate, or something similar to that. That's not an exact quote. Right? But we understanding that there's talking about a gateway. Like right now, the image that you sitting in what's called the sun seat, because your head is dead center of the sun. Right? And right. So you come in as the chief in a full feather regalia in order to have this conversation on the matrix, because we have to know what's going on in order to break free. Right? All of this stuff is part of what we call the game of the gods. Right? The game of the gods is the mastermind fifth dimensional chess game. The goal is for us to learn the rules of the game as they are scattered out in the physical world, in the different rules of the elements that make up the structure of the world. Like in the society, Monopoly tells you about the banking system. So learn the rules to Monopoly, then you understand how the banking system is monopolizing. Right? But you also got to be able to read the words as anagrams, right? As contractions in the long form, short form, etymologically, colloquially, which is the common language usage of the same word. And when you start matching up the frequency that generates, it changes it from you seeing a word to you reading it as a frequency over the lifetime of the word. Right? This is a subconscious function of the mind that automatically takes place. All you have to do is your due diligence and study. And as you activate different parts in the mind, you bring these things into play in resolving the problems in the 3D world so that you can manifest from your God self your best life. The one who can pull the most people in pursuit of their best life to agree that we all should be able to live our best life creates a critical mass of people who rebel against the side of the society that say that you have to live your life according to the conditions of a corporate legal fiction. A legal fiction can never generate a society to satisfy the soul of an infinite being. So it's going to create defects at a low vibrational level that can be corrected from a higher vibrational understanding at that level.
Right.
Right? So when we take the mastermind test, they tell us it's a board game. So rules are spread out in the board games. Learn the board games. And it's told in a nursery rhyme. Wherever you hear rhymes spoken, keys are given in secret in the public domain, in your face, behind your back. Because if you can read the music, the story can be told without two people ever meeting face to face in order to relay a message across time and space.
Okay.
Right? So what we doing is we monopolizing the nature of a hologram. Right? The hologram, the microparticle of it is all of the same information as the entire hologram itself. So when we look at the construct, we know that we are coming from a light formation called Metatron's cube. Metatron's cube is talked about as the star of life in the book of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. And we know the star of life to be a 3D geometric formation of the Magen David, or the shield of David. But that's the false part, because it's actually the seal of Solomon. And the 5-point star, the pinnacle, is the seal of David. And David is the king of all kings. And the king of all kings left his kingdom to Solomon. And Solomon was the wisest of them all. And now one wiser than Solomon comes. That's what the books say. So the riddles that they gave us to unravel the mystery is tied up in the story of Solomon and his pursuit to wisdom. And it ties directly into the hero's journey of the great heroes of the ages in the mythologies. So while they was giving us his story, our elders was putting together mythologies that held mysteries that concealed my story. And my story is the rules of engagement in order to reclaim the kingdom for the righteous and to remove the imposters from the land. And so when you follow the blueprint, and the blueprint teaches you growth and development, and in your growth and development, you start to realize that you can conquer your vices. And when you conquer your vices, you have developed to a level of self-discipline where you can now be fit to teach self-discipline beyond the reaches of the self, because you did the self-work, the battle with the dark side of the self, the chaotic self that we need to temper with the golden heart in order to make it shine in a righteous formation in order to guide others. So that's why I say, keep not your candle under the wicker basket, but let your light shine that the world may see it. In other words, you have to tell what you know that's going to benefit the most people if you understand what you know and how the people can benefit from it. So the rules that developed from learning the board games and the meaning of the words and the meaning of expressions and how to read the art in the community, which became reading the graffiti that was written on the wall. And the book said, and he was reading the writing from the wall. The graffiti tells me where the tribes identified from and how I can recognize them on the land. They call it tagging. Right? And the tagging is the writing on the wall that's written in the symbolisms that tells us which tribe is in which part of the land, because we didn't used to fly flags. We used to rock totem poles that gave the same information that the tribes give off today in the graffiti that they call the tags. And the tags identify the connections across the land and who's related to who and who belong where at the close of the age. So it all tells itself. So you don't have to tell the story. You can just read it from the script that's written in creation, or what we say was written in the hieroglyphs, or the Medu Neter. And the Medu Neter is the words of God, the words of the Neter, which spoke things into fruition, which means they gave the weight and density to the words that empowered the throat chakra to exercise the exceptional insight, as Ryan Karinga wrote, the Husia. Authoritative utterances, exceptional insight, which allows the people to see deeper into themselves in order to find their way from freedom from the bondage of an artificial system masquerading as a government. I hope I wasn't too much at one time.
Nah, I mean, whew, wow, that was now I'm just sitting back learning and listening. Definitely powerful. Let me ask you this, brother. So, let's say we are pre-creation deities, before creation, before the sun, moon, and stars, as I believe the most honorable Elijah Muhammad taught. What relationship, what was we doing before creation? What was our purpose before? Or did we just exist in this void before creation? Was it boring before creation? Talk to me about life pre-creation for the primordial beings.
Okay, so when we talk about creation, we're talking about the three-dimensional matrix and the Big Bang scenario.
Yes.
In the sudden emergence of physical matter into existence, that people may exist as a physical being.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so what we looking at is a grand design, right? The grand design, you have to be outside of the creation if you are the creator, right? But in this case, the creation takes place within the self, right? So remember, the torsion fields are cycles within cycles folding in upon themselves. We are torsion field like the apple in the hologram.
Right.
We just a part of the whole. So before creation, we was outside of the hologram. We were pure consciousness. Right? And as pure consciousness, we was what you call a whole like being. In modern times, they call it a spirit being. Right? The whole like being is the part of the self that is projected into the physical form that animates you as your body goes through the process of metabolism, the burning in the breath. So you always have to inhale oxygen in order to exhale the carbon as it is consumed. It's an energy exchange taking place at every level, because the same process of energy conversion that the human body goes through, the atom itself goes through the same process. And when we draw out and look at the universe, it goes through the same process. So when we examine the self, we looked at what we made of at our simplest levels, the cellular level. At the cellular level, we made of crystalline amino acids in a double helix with a sizable portion inactive called junk DNA. And we understand that the unveiled matrix is the matrix in the mitochondrial, which is the powerhouse of the cell. it become a step down capacitor when you condense stardust into a human body in order not to cause spontaneous human combustion, because too much light will burn you from the inside out if you can't control it. So the conditions in the person's life is according to their temperament, and it's the temper, as the temperance card in the tarot, their ego, so that it can be purified to facilitate the full embodying of the higher light body into the physical form without the chaotic resistance of the carbon-based ego, right? Once the whole light being becomes conscious in the physical body, your awareness of the entire hologram, you see it. So the scientists explain it using physics and metaphysics. The mystics use mysticism and what's that other term? The mystics use mysticism and metaphysics to teach the same thing. Now, when you look into the human training process, every field of learning, when you get to a certain level, you end up into some form of metaphysics, quantum physics, or mysticism, or something of that sort, what we call the occult. The occult is the things that the average layperson will never have the time to properly consume to activate those faculties of consciousness that's at rest within that person, right? Because the humdrum of the day-to-day life is the distraction so that somebody else can harvest their energy, and it's like you hijacking another person's avatar in a video game.
Indeed.
And you making their avatar do what you want them to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The only way to remedy that is to find all of the, what Bobby Hemmings talked about, spirit artificial. Right? He said, if in one of his lectures, he said this counterfeit spirit is still on the earth, but it was here long before what they call white people. And he said, I'm going to tell you something else. And this was a shocker for me. He said that these folks, they look just like us. Half of them still in Africa to this day, doing that motherfucking destructive conjure work in order to steal the blessings of the righteous and subjugate them in order to hijack their avatars. So then in computer terms, they put in a hard drive that holds a series of binary codes that clears out the bugs in the computer and call it virus protection. This become the old souls that understand how the system worked from its creation, because the old souls was there from the earliest creation. And this takes us to the Lovecraft Necronomicon, and the story is told as a fiction, but it's actually the ancient conjure, and it actually is a living sigil packet, and how to activate it and use it the same as you use an app on your phone, except you using a spiritual app in order to develop a function in the physical realm from the spiritual realm that you already supposed to be tapped into.
You talking about H.P. Lovecraft?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, right. Damn, it's powerful, man.
So they scattered the pieces around. My job was to find the scattered pieces and bring them all together. And people came from far and wide to give me little pieces to the puzzle, right? And I had to keep track of all of the pieces to the puzzle in order to put it together. So my mother preloaded me on doing puzzles when I was little because she used to always want me to do puzzles with her.
Excellent.
Right? So I see the puzzles in all forms now, and now I can read the ticker in the matrix, so to speak. So when I be talking about stuff, I be talking about it like I'm reading that ticker from the matrix.
Well, well, in terms of let me put the camera back. Yeah, like I said, I'm just, I'm amazing listening to you speak, my brother. Always amazing information when you're on here. Once again, shout out to everybody that is in the building. Make sure you hit the like button. We have an amazing show so far, and we're gonna continue. We'll be on here for about half an hour more, 45 minutes. So enjoy yourself here while we're here, family. Rod Hayes. So I asked you about what we call Big Mama. Now, you talk a lot about Inky and Enlil and the Anunnaki, these lesser gods. Since we all come from this infinite intelligence, where did they get their jealousy from? Where did they get their envy from? Where did they get these traits from? Being that we all come, we're this hologram. You said the piece of the hologram contains all hologram. So we're just as we got the same amount of power as the entire hologram. We just appear to be small, but we're really big in stature. Where did they get this inferiority complex from, Rod Hayes, to do all this shit? Because they seem to be intelligent.
The same thing is to ask in the Sega Genesis game. Mike Tyson is Ironhead, and he the hardest character in the game to beat. So you asking that question is like asking, why is the character Ironhead the hardest character to beat? It's the same question value.
Got you.
And the reason is because it's programmed that way. There's no other reason, because if we living in a holographic simulation, we living in a program.
Got you.
And if we living in a program, we got to continuously upgrade the software in order for the program to remain current. It's the same with computers. It's the same with the human mind. Our human minds is reduced to lesser thinking with base gossip in order to keep us from ever thinking about more complex questions. And they make us think that we wrong if we ask questions in the society that go against the standard or the norm.
Definitely. How long does this program, Big Mama, allow this program to go on? Like we said, we keep going through these cycles: the age of Kali, let's say the age of Aquarius, the age of Pisces. Then the civilization rises, civilization falls again. Then it rises again and falls again. Does just go on for infinity? Does Big Mama allow this universal program to go on to infinity, or do you think does this eventually end according to the ancient texts?
It's a training simulation. Okay, so when you go to the laws of Mott, we know that the whole goal is to find the balance. Right? Now, what happens to a star when it loses its balance in real life, according to our understanding of astrology?
What happens?
It goes supernova. Right? It can no longer hold on to its own energy. In the human form, we learning how to control our energy in an accelerating learning program. By going through a couple of lifetimes of refining the balancing mechanisms from different angles, right? That's being influenced by different angels. Right? And they are teaching you how to control your light body matrix And once you do that, you become your own neutron star in the galaxy, and you become the god in that galaxy universe you create. And to do it all over again to determine
Hayes said,
how
what?
to refine the balancing of the overall universe in the end. So
Rod Hayes said, what?
I did want to ask him how you feel about flat Earth. You know what I mean? And no space and all these different things, man. I have a lot of questions, you guys. Shout out to Brother Rod Hayes. It might seem like it's gonna be a little tough. But yeah, we're definitely going to get to the bottom of some of these, some of the things that he believes in. Hey, shout out to the guy, Bobby Hemmett, man. I tell you, I can watch a whole 8-hour Bobby Hemmett lecture, right? He'll be going in the whole 8 hours. In the last minute, he'll say something out of left field, like it'll just like he kicks upside the head. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, what'd you do that for, man? You and then you just came out of nowhere. So I used to say, I thought that was just for like dramatic effect or something. You know what I mean? To make you remember him. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, I think it's really interesting. A lot of the things that we're hearing, but I thought it was interesting every time. The example is a video game or a movie, and say that it comes from reality. No. Show us the reality. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, check this
Give us
out.
where we can get the reality of these Gilgamesh and them.
I was thinking the same
Stinky
thing.
you hear me?
I was thinking the same things. All of his analogies and references come from movies or video games.
That's fact.
Notice that. Well, brother, I'm about to get ready to go get me something to eat. I'm going to let this continue to play.
Let's go.
All right.
When we look at the polarization of outer space, we're looking at something called the red shift and the blue shift. One is drawing things ever closer to the center, and another is pulling everything furthest to its outer reaches. Right? They call it the red shift and the blue shift. It's taking place simultaneously in the same matrix. So this creates the two opposing forces, and you need two opposing fixed points in order to establish the base for making the hologram. And they have to be able to scan, for lack of a better way of explaining it, longitude to latitude, and from prime meridian to prime meridian, like an X-ray, right? And then you look at it externally as from outside of the creation in order to know how you should perceive your inner world by looking inward, then looking back out. It's a comparative analysis of your inner development of your own personal soul so that you can purify your ego and become more like it's like graduating high school, going to university, right? When you awaken in the matrix, now you graduated. Once you graduate, now you go to university for higher education. And in the meantime, you have a period between the two where you enjoy your graduation gifts before you go to university. Right? So you have your graduation party. You hang out with your family for about 6 months or a year, and then you go off to university. Right? It's the same way when you wake up from consciousness levels. You graduate, then you have a graduation ceremony. In some people's life, it come across as a quinceañera, a coming out ceremony for the princess in the Latin community, or a sweet 16 coming out. So she's passed 2 cycles of life at 14 of 7 years. And then she evaluated from 12 to 24 months by the elder women to determine when she's functionally fit to be presented into the society as a celebration. When they approve her, she have her ceremony and she is celebrating, right? Because she made it through the first 2 cycles of life. Now she's going into the cycle that requires greater accountability and awareness of the self. Only they erase part of the training methods out of the equation so that they don't have the same family building qualities that they had in times past. Right? So we have to restore all that stuff back by putting everything back in its proper position, because you shift in the matrix from the microcosm and it's trickling back up to the macrocosm, and then it's going to balance the 2 out.
Rod, how long would you say who we call black people, how long have we been down here on Earth?
Ever since Earth been here.
How long would you say that is?
Well, it depends on the terms of years, and it depends on at which period it wasn't always Earth.
What was it?
At one time, it was the great water planet called Tiamat. Right? A lot of the water from the planet, when the asteroid belt was knocked from it, it took a lot of water from the planet that went out through what we call the South Pole. Right? And the ice shelf is not an ice wall. It's a shelf. And there's a civilization under it that, when the calamity came, drew the water over the civilization and flash froze them. Right? So those are the people that Adolf Hitler found in during World War II through going into the archives in Tibet. And in Tibet, they have certain archives that if he was able to reach certain levels of adept understanding, they obligated by universal law to reveal that secret. So when he was coming through the Thule Society, he was looking for the key to where the ancients were still present on Earth, because their energy signature never left. Right? So when we figure that out, it's like we doing the rescue in the video game of the ancient ones. Now, we didn't always look physiologically the same, and we wasn't always brown. We used to be shades of blue and green because we were surviving off monoatomic platinum group metals, which changed the conversion in the carbon. The conversion of the carbon is based on iron now, as opposed to magnesium. So it's an iron copper fusion in the metabolic rate, in the energy conversion. When we used to be more like chlorophyll, our skin color was varying shades of green and blue, according to the monoatomic chemical that was most prominent in the system, or most active. So it's like they was putting a supercomputer, which is the DNA, into its optimum function. We used to materialize at will into the physical form, and that's why you can't find us in a lot of the fossil records. We didn't have death. Death is a construct of the 3D by the chaos beings that came in as the rogue element or what we would call him the problem child in the school. Everywhere they go, they starting some shit with all of the good kids. So none of the good kids can't get a decent education because they getting bullied by the problem kid. The law of nature say adapt. That means that even in this scenario, we don't have to like it, but we have to learn from it in order to overcome it. And that's how we get the imposters out. When we say get the imposters out, we talking about getting out all of the problem children that corrupted the workings of the system. So if we was playing the video game, it's like somebody, like you sitting there playing your video game, having fun, and your big uncles come in and just start attacking your character on the game so that you can't never win. Right? So you always getting shot in Fortnite by friendly fire.
You know, I'm curious, Rod, when we talk about, you know, these entities and aliens, I always hear Hitler's name come up. Even on the History Channel, they be like, the history of Hitler and the aliens, or the history of Hitler and such and such. And it seemed like I don't hear about any other historical figures having this much interest or contact with extraterrestrials or aliens or whatever you want to call them outside of Hitler. So I'm like,
have you ever heard of Dwight D. Eisenhower?
The president, yeah.
You ever heard
about the Galactic Council or something like that, right?
Yeah. You ever heard of Valiant Thor?
No.
Valiant Thor was the Venusian. That means he was from Venus. That lived 3.5 years in the White House during the Eisenhower administration as an advisor.
And he was from Venus.
Yeah. And during the Eisenhower administration is where the
Rod Hayes said, "What?"
And created something called the military-industrial complex in order to establish something called the Leviathan Force.
Not Venice.
Explain this to me, brother.
The American military has a operation Leviathan Force.
Men are from Mars, women are from Venus, nigga.
For the Galactic Council to reclaim the world from the tyranny of what we now know today to be called the deep state, that was controlled by something called archons. And the queen of the archons would dwell in the basement of the Vatican and give her edicts to the Pope. And so the archons is the rulers in secret. And they are the ones that's pulling the strings behind the scenes. So we have to read all of the symbolism in order to see what they're doing. I kind of got off track to where I was going with that.
No, you're going. It's perfect. Go ahead, brother. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Yeah.
Okay, so now the orders come in reverse down, and it involves the monetary system. It involves the political system, and the political system is a game of public checkers played in the presence of the public to distract them from the man behind the curtain. And the man behind the curtain don't want to be seen, because if the people see the man behind the curtain, they'll rebel. Because he'll turn out to be a computer. And it's an artificial intelligence. Which takes us back to the video game aspect.
Rod Hayes said,
we in the simulator in our avatars, taking everything too personal.
That brother crazy, man. And the financial system is exactly like the game Monopoly.
Hell no, man. Hey, this shit crazy, y'all. Brother Rich, wow.
He wild for that, man.
On it too. He like this shit deep too. Like somebody said, Black Magic acting like this shit deep.
Damn. Hey, but did you hear about the dude that was the Dwight Eisenhower's advisor? Forgot the name, but he was from Venus.
Absolutely not. That's a first.
No, he just said it, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. I had to chime in. I'm like, what the fuck? Rod Hayes said.
I was dozing off waiting on some food. I heard you say that, but I didn't hear what he was saying. I dozed off almost waiting on this food.
Man, this nigga cutting up, man. I swear to God, this nigga's cutting up right now.
Man, I'm going upstairs.
Hey, when he first said it, I thought I heard Venice. You know, like Venice in Italy. You know what I mean? Like, okay, why he didn't just say Italian? But then he said Venus, and I was just like, Venus? Like, Venus, like, not Venetian. Venusian. Man, this is Star Wars, man. Klingons and shit, man. This is great. I think this is great, y'all.
Yeah, it's good. It's interesting.
It's great entertainment. Real talk. Shout out to Brother Rich, man. Black Magic 360. Hey, man, like, share, subscribe, man. Support the show. Only Builders, man. DJ Kuttack, man. We appreciate you guys, man. Real talk. I see Bright Modizi in the building. Anyway,
like and subscribe. Period.
He who is Mr. Darkfly Brother #1 is in the building. I think that was funny though, man. I thought we might not be the only motherfuckers watching Vikings. The men they just said paragon of virtue. That sounds like some
straight up.
Yeah. Hey man, I think it'd be like, I'm a paragon of virtue. They're going to be like, wait a minute, I don't know if I'm virtuous enough for this to be a paragon of virtue. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all, man. That's dope. Shout out to all the Aboriginal love out there, man. Appreciate all the lovers out there, man. It's a summer of love. Hope y'all loving on somebody, man. Real talk, man. Make your life feel better, man. Real talk.
I'm about to go get me something to eat. I'm going to push play.
Let's go.
In order to wake up in the Matrix. My dumb ass took both the red and the
shout out Mama Sophia Stewart.
So now I'm wide the fuck awake in the Matrix trying to tell y'all how this motherfucker works. Right? So the stage show that is politics is a way that they put in the public domain their orders and their rules under the pretense of the people making up the orders and the rules. Right? And they use admiralty law as the mean to apply the appearance of legitimacy by the paperwork. Our people are not asking the simplest question possible about our current circumstances and condition, and we don't know why it don't make sense that they're not asking. Before 1492, we didn't have no prisons over here. The first prison built over here was built in Philadelphia in the 1800s, so they're not even 200 years old.
Wow.
So before the prisons over here, what was we doing to keep us from needing anything called the prison?
Right.
Right? Because the people from the land, we know how to respect each other's boundaries and live in harmony all across the land. But the ones that's not from the land cause mischief and bloodshed all over the land, hoping that they can confuse the heirs and claim it as abandoned property off the eminent domain at the close of the age because we failed to do our part. So the application of higher law becomes required to override the onslaught of the legal fiction called the corporation or the nation. So if you're looking at how the Matrix plays out, it's like telescoped in on itself in cycles. By like this conversation interrupt the cycle for so many people, it allowed them to actually see the fabric of the story that's being told. That's grid talk. Because you have to be able to use the stories to strike the proper vibration in order to awaken their own memory, so they don't require your information. They require the self-awakening. Right? This is us coming into that balance that's required to operate within the matrix without being victims as a extra in the video game.
Right. Rod, you ever took DMT or shrooms or any of that? You ever took any of that to tap in?
Yeah. When I found I found a book called Breaking Open the Head about a shaman's search for enlightenment through hallucinogenics. And in our culture, we did ayahuasca ceremonies. We did toadstool ceremonies. They used the venom of the toad ceremonies. And the other side of the water, the Afar Inca, they used the ibogaine ceremonies. And they got a different psilocybin over there that they use, that Shaka would use with the THC. All of the organic tribes are have been cannabis consuming people, and that's why they banned it, because the ability for us to psychically communicate when we smoke cannabis is increased 1,000-fold. So it goes back to the history of the assassin. The word assassin, if you do the etymology, comes from a Persian word, hashashin. Hashashin is those who are high on the hash, right? And the hash is made out of the marijuana plant by condensing the chemicals in it into a more where you can get a heavier dose of those same chemicals.
Right.
Now you got something called the endocannabinoid system. That's your auric field or your spirit body. We used to use the THC as a means to strengthen the auric field in order to give us more spiritual control if we gift it. Right? Because when you are have the spiritual gifts and you haven't learned how to control them, you can inadvertently cause major problems without knowing it to other people. Because you can interfere with their energy input cycles. Right? So we always pass in psychic messages, but only a few of us is tuned in to the psychic channel to a high enough degree to catch them.
Like I said, that the psychic channel, you got to be tuned into the psychic channel to catch these messages.
Right. So the receiver for the psychic messages don't come in through the brain.
You just gotta be tuned into the Supreme Chief Holiday
They
channel.
come in through the heart.
Get the message.
As a telepathic message. Right? And then it shoots the chakra shoots the question through your crown chakra to Prime Creator. When Prime Creator answers, it comes in as what we call a download. The reason we call it that is because right here on the right side of your head, you have a part of the brain called the anterior gyrus. And it's known to be activated when spiritual people are receiving spiritual messages. right? So our elders knew this, and they encoded it in the art and in the architecture. So if we lose track of the oral tradition, we don't have to rely on what they wrote on the paper, because they wrote on the paper to give us the appearance of legitimacy, right? So anybody can be the leader as long as they look the part. But when the real leader comes, all the rest of them have to take a back seat, because the leader in our culture is the one who knows the way, right? So in let's say in YouTube culture, if I wanted somebody to guide me on how to develop my YouTube channel, I come to Brother Rich. Hey, Brother Rich, can you show me how this done? In that case, you then taking the lead, and you also becoming a mentor and a teacher to a mentor and a teacher. So we just switch positions as you explain to me how to develop a YouTube channel. Because you know the way already, and the verification that I'm right is in the fact that you have an open and functional YouTube channel, right? And you have a lot of people that listen to your channel. Now, I hear some people complain about certain guests, and they not understanding journalism to the degree that you understand journalism. You can't only have the people that I like, right? Sometimes you got to have people that I don't like to give an opposing viewpoint in order to make sure that the viewpoint I gave was even correct. Because if it's not challenged, how are you going to know it's right? Right? So this is what we be exchanging ideas, even under hostile circumstances, would look like an adversarial position, right? So it still has to be done, because the information has to be challenged in order for it to prove itself, because they say the truth don't need no support, right? They say the truth is like a lion. Turn that motherfucker loose and he'll defend himself, right? So you tell them, don't argue with me, argue with the receipts, and then they get mad. Emotionalism. That's what you call intellectual masturbation. If you're into an intellectual pursuit, you can't be only because you want it to be that way. You know, I always go back and look over my information. Sometimes I find errors, and when I find an error, it's going to either tell me two things: correct the error, or find the wisdom in the error. If it say find the wisdom in the error, then I begin to look at the things that surrounded the error that made me create it, which shows me a Freudian slip, which was a message from my higher self that's overriding what my lower self is saying in order to get my attention on the topic that need to be discussed. So I started to learn to read how my mind processed information and communicate it back to me. That's part of your shadow work as well. It's more of the more pleasing side of shadow work, I should say, too. Because when you start to understand the difference in the communication with yourself and spirit, you also get to differentiate your communication with your parents. Because y'all going to be eternally tied in the heart chakra through this same thing we mentioned earlier called love. And that's why my mama used to always tell me, son, you got to honor both your mama and your daddy, that your days may be long on this earth. That means don't take sides in our bullshit. Find a way to make it better for your children than we made it for you, because we made it better for you than our parents made it for us. So it's passing the baton forward by teaching you how to stay in the middle and just follow what's right. And there's never a wrong time to do what's right. Free Larry Hoover. Motherfuckers. Free Chief Malik Angel Bay, motherfuckers. All the political prisoners. Assata Shakur, let her come home, hands off Assata.
That's right.
We ain't playing.
Got that.
We dead serious, Rich. We dead fucking serious. Hands the fuck off. Look, what my man say, we might fight amongst each other, but I promise you this, we'll burn this bitch down.
Gets pissed, yeah.
Yeah,
Tupac,
so we
rest
ain't
in peace.
playing.
Rest in peace, Tupac.
We back for everything they owe.
Talk to him, brother.
We back for everything they owe because we won the game. We conquered the invader who came to conquer us, who swore that we would be their eternal enemy, and they would lie in wait for us at every turn, making secret oaths to kill the kings, the princes, and the people of the land. Putting it in the public domain, revealing that they declared us imbeciles in law by unum sanctum papal bull, by papal decree, instituting something called the white man's burden. And the white man's burden was to civilize the heathen and wherever he found him in the world in order that they can spread Christendom around the world. And the cause to spread Christendom around the world sprang from the ambitions of Emperor Constantine when he created the church in the first place. Right? So now we know what they did. It's a wrap. We back for every fucking thing they owe. Every tribe from the earth tribes. Right? We all organic from the earth, but we all slightly different. So you have your Mongolians, you have your Huns, you have your Aryavedics, right? You have your Ainu, right? You have your Yin people, right? So when we start going around the world naming all these tribes, you got your Norsemen, your Scotsmen, your Britsmen. They all humans from the earth tribes, and things was done to corrupt the earth tribes by external beings coming from other places. This is what you call a breach in the matrix. The breach in the matrix is the virus in the matrix that was Mr. Smith. He was originally created to not have a bias in his performance of the function in the matrix, but he some kind of way artificial intelligence became slightly conscious enough to want to subjugate, right? And that made it become a virus, a parasite of real.
Indeed. Hey, Rod, a couple of questions before I get to the questions, they've been asking, I didn't want to interrupt you, but they have been asking about your Cash App. It's capital S-I-K-A-P-E.
Capital A.
Capital A-P-E. All right, so I'm putting, for those asking, I seen y'all asking in the chat, but I didn't want to interrupt the brother. The brother's Cash App, Rod Hayes, $, capital S-I-K, capital A-P-E. For those who appreciate the brother's work and want to send a donation his way, that is the way to do it. We're going to get to a couple of Q&A, and then we're going to get out of here, family. But I thank everybody for tuning in tonight. We got about 3,000 people. Thanks all of y'all for tuning in tonight and listening. Rod Hayes, what damn, I done forgot the question I was about to ask you. I had a question on my mind I was gonna ask you. Damn, just forgot what I was about to ask you, brother. Let me get to some Q&A. I want to ask you about what's going on in Europe. We keep hearing about the earth changes that's happening, the downloads that's coming from the sun, the solar flares, this, that. Now there's reports in the news about over 1,900 people dropping dead in Spain because of the heat wave. What's up with the sun, number one? And what's up? What's getting ready to go down with this energy coming from the sun, my brother? Because this is intense right now.
I done an update on Dr. G when I got done doing a task for Big Mama. Soon as I came back from the task, she called me when I walked through the bus door coming from the bus station. And I was telling her about the cycles. Okay, so the Piscean age was the silver cycle, or what we call a lunar cycle. And it is the cycle that facilitates what you call ice ages. We had more than one ice age on Earth, which can be confirmed by the geological surveys. And these ice ages come in the lunar cycles, but when the sun cycle come in, it ushers in what's called the golden age. It's called the golden age for several different reasons, but one of them is that the UVBs and the UVAs, right, the UV rays that's coming in is doing something to the DNA of very specific groups of people. And as the temperatures gonna rise, they can rise as high as on an average of 20 degrees around the world, or as little as 3 to 4 degrees. But it's a temperature increase that comes with a different exposure to the solar rays. And then there's another torsion field that we going through at the Aquarian age that also has a blue field to it, or a blue ray of light that serves the purpose of resetting our DNA. And all of this is coming in at the same time as the close of the Piscean age and the emergence of the Aquarian age. So the temperatures of the earth got to rise, and everybody can't take these new temperatures, because you're going to have South African temperatures in places like Europe and Asia where those temperatures are not common.
Wow. All right, let's get to a couple of questions before we get out of here. Let me see what's going on in the chat room. Somebody said ask about the explosion at the Hoover Dam. You know anything about that?
Yeah, that was an energy weapon blast. It followed something called the sighting of Horus. I posted it on my Instagram. And the sighting of Horus was the rising of the Phoenix, which is telling us that this shit is a rap. So now we got to brace ourselves for the shock and all of the sudden disclosure, because as everybody know, they got to tell us what was going on in secret now, because we going from that secret squirrel shit in the age of belief to the age of knowing under the Aquarian age, and all of the dirt that they did got to be revealed to the public, so that public will understand what's taking place and why we sending certain people off world to be executed as opposed to here.
Wow.
Rod Hayes said, what?
They're asking about your Instagram. One of your Instagrams got taken down?
Instagram shut my Rod Hayes page down.
Oh man, damn.
All I got now is my Morpheus Mysticus Megas page. Morpheus is spelled MORPHREEUS.
Okay.
Megas, MAGUS. Mysticus, MYSTICUS. Megas, MAGUS. Morpheus Mysticus Megas.
They said, Rich, can you ask Rod about the Vatican? What's going on with the Vatican? I keep hearing about the Vatican. What's going on over there, Rod?
Those are it's closed. It's being all of those priests, pedophile priests, is being rounded up. They've been doing that for a couple of years now. Because we had in the Catholic Church, they got a group of priests that's called the Purists, right? And Dr. Flager from Chicago, one of them. Father Flager, you seen him with Farrakhan before.
Yeah.
And they believe in the purity of the priesthood is what upholds the integrity of their devotion to the Christ that they believe in. And they believe that the pedophile priests and the nun-raping priests are pariahs to the priesthood, and they don't want them there. They are the ones who leaked the paperwork revealing the lengthy sexcapades of the priests from the inside. So they was fighting the same war from a different angle, with never knowing that by they was only trying to do what's right, but they believed in a dogma that they didn't know was to use as an oppressive mechanism until they was too deep in. So once they found out what was taking place, because now they've been a priest probably 40 years, they didn't throw their life away if they don't find value in their discovery. And the value in the discovery is there's nothing wrong with living the pious life. And you can believe whatever you want if you strive to live the pious life, which means doing what you know is right in your heart. And so even though they was trapped in the monstrosity belly of the beast called the Vatican Catholic churches, they was the priests that was still trying to do what they knew in their heart was right. And that's what made them leak the information so that something could be done to clean up the Catholic Church. Not for the sake of the Catholic Church, but the sake of the purity of those who choose the lifestyle of priesthood. Because you got different types of priests. Right? You like this, like Credo Mutua was a priest, a shaman.
Right.
Right? Dr. Sabi is a priest. Right? He's a holistic priest. In our culture, that's what they do. They try to teach you how to find balance with the world around you so that you don't have those things distracting you from your higher thinking, which is going to give you access to living your best life.
They want to know, Rod, how to open ourselves to downloads. You talked about these downloads from Big Mama. How to open ourselves to them?
Well, I give out a couple of suggestions on this. One is to do a body cleanse of your major filters, like your kidneys, your liver and gallbladder, and your intestines. Do a heavy metal cleanse, and take spirit baths. Right? It's a book called 105 Spirit Baths, and you can add your own touch to the spirit bath to make the energy more potent. Right? So from the energy baths, practice grounding to the earth, especially for the women. Because now they becoming a Tesla coil, so to speak. So they syncing up. This is called the Sybil effect. The sisters are syncing up in order to answer the grievances according to the Akashic record and to mete out justice according to the laws of Mach. Right? Taking no revenge, but sparing no vengeance. Right? So they said a double-edged sword, which cuts both ways. It cuts to tell the truth, and it cuts down the liar. Right? So I'm getting off track here. Brain firing too fast. I can't keep up. But the double-edged sword is the speaking of the truth that cuts two ways. And when that's a communication technique. So when you see the language, you also see what's called double speak. Double speak reveals the fork-tongued liar. But you don't know his language, you can't reveal him because you don't know his language. Once you know his language, then you can reveal him, right? Because you can show the secret that was kept in the pale face with forked tongue. That means he was speaking on behalf of somebody else, but he was saying what they told him to say.
Right.
We call it talking out both sides of your neck.
You're right. That's what we call it. That's exactly what we call it. Let's do one more question, y'all. Then we're gonna get out of here. I just seen a question. Hold up, y'all. What's the best method of developing the spiritual psychic abilities?
Practice. So you have to pick a training tool. The training tool comes as oracle devices, tarot cards, scrying mirrors, runes, seashells. As you train to learn to read those things, you training to learn to read the energy that's coming in, because the energy affects the oracle reading tool. And is projected through your subconscious mind, and that's why you're able to translate it. Right? So you get you a control remote viewing manual, and you learn the principles of control remote viewing, and then you practice on your own time. Don't nobody have to know what you're doing, because you can do it all without saying a word. Right? But you keep your own personal record so you can monitor your development. Right? So all of these faculties is natural to the human. And it was the Kali Yuga that allowed us to be subjugated and used against us and weaponized to oppress us.
Indeed. Listen, once again, Rod, I want to thank you for coming on here. I want to share your Cash App one more time before we get out of here. Anything you want to leave the people with before we get out of here, my brother?
This is the part of the game where we close out all of the contracts that's still extant. Right? And so we need to be watching for the sudden exposure of the revealing of what's taking place. Like they got a county, I think it's in South Carolina, refused to acknowledge the presidency of Joe Biden. Right? And the expectation is for that to set the precedent that's going to launch a wave of similar events happening across the nation. Right? And then we have to watch for the computer from the boy. I don't want to get too much more specific, but those who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. So the son's computer is the catalyst. That's the straw that broke the bull's back, and it's being released in different forms. Some forms is parody, in order to soften the people up for the full exposure of the content that's going to tie it to another file of another guy that's going to tie it to a lady from Arkansas. All of it is a domino effect. And it's going to go all the way around the world with all of these resigning prime ministers and high ministers of the country because they was in on the corruption. And ain't nobody getting out here without paying for their dirt. That's the bottom line.
It's the bottom line, huh?
Right. And so the verification been came in off the Blue Lodge on the Atone to validate the claim that everything that I was saying on behalf of our people was accurate, and that I had got all of the tribes on the same page. Right, by following the instructions that all of the tribes gave in bits and pieces. Like I told you, everybody brought a piece.
Right.
So it's not me who really did it. It's them that did the most work. But I had to do the most work to get all of the works together.
Indeed.
In order to see the big picture. That don't make me better than nobody. Right? That just make me had a different function for our people than say another guy that came up in our community. My role is different. So I had to do a different job, a different way. And the way that I done it was the only way that it would work. Because of the patterns that's set in the holographic matrix. These patterns is what we have to read in order to solve the problems. So we collect the grievances in order to solve the problems of the society going into the golden age to usher in an age of wellness and prosperity. And this is supposed to release a lot of the previously concealed medical technology that the government was holding back from the people because they couldn't exploit them in the name of insurance. Right? Like the Oregon and all of those different things that they label quackery is still proving to perform beneficial healing results. But now we have technology that's so much further advanced than they've been telling us, because they've been getting the technology from our elders that came from all parts of the universe to upgrade Earth at the close of the age, the Piscean age, so that when we usher in the golden age of the sun cycle, we can come in with prosperity, high technology, and now we are grassroots, each one teaching one how to open our spiritual senses to receive the spiritual messages without feeling the guilt as if you are insane. We understand that the fear-mongering and the insanity accusations was what was weaponized to use as the security defense for the system to continue to run their tyranny, and the people who spoke up became persecuted for speaking up. So the people who don't want to speak up in the interest of the people shouldn't be speaking at this time, because now it's not about me getting my pocket fat. It's about bringing in global liberation of the people and giving everybody the opportunity to take the destiny of their life in their own hands and create their best life from the prosperity that we are trying to establish. That's going to be successful because it already is.
Indeed. Thank you once again, my brother, for coming on the platform. Tell them your other Instagram one more time. Because
Morpheus Mysticus Magus. That's capital MORPHREEUS, capital MYSTICUS, capital MAGUS.
Indeed. Make sure y'all follow him on Instagram. Thank you for tuning in. I might be back tomorrow. I'm not sure, y'all, but I'll let y'all know. But with that being said, thanks for tuning in. This is Brother Rich with the Brother Rod Hayes, and we signing out, family. Peace.
Peace, God.
Yes.
DJ Cut. I don't know if you with me. Rod Hayes said, what? Terrible.
Rod
Hey, man, shout out to everybody.
Hayes
Man.
said, what?
What? Terrible, man. Hey, man. Free King Hoover. Free King Jeff Fort. Appreciate everybody, man, tapped in, man. Y'all enjoyed the show today, man. Cut went down, man.
Yup. About to go lay my behind down and watch some TV.
Yeah, man.
So, man, it was, hey, we did our thing. Man.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see y'all tomorrow for sure. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. We'll get to work on that show tonight. Yeah, man. So, y'all appreciate everybody tapping in.
We're gonna jump on. I'm about to jump on this clubhouse with Tayshawn them.
What y'all got going on in the clubhouse, Tayshawn?
Yeah, they said not a coincidence, and them got a topic in there that's intriguing.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I'm probably gonna watch y'all listen to that and fall asleep.
I think it's some paint. I don't want to go watch somewhere it's dry. I think that.
Oh yeah, you about to watch the Vikings?
Yeah, not a coincidence. Terrible. Terrible, man. Some of the terrible. I get to the clubhouse. Yeah, I don't know how to get to it either. Right, Mo. Hey, man, peace to everybody, man. Like I said, man, it's a lot going on, man. Hey, you guys, Aboriginal Drip, weare2am.com. Weare2am.com, man. We appreciate everybody who support the movement, man. Chief Billy Drip, 2am Drip, man. BAP Drip coming soon. DJ Cat. Hey, man, y'all just stay tuned, man. It's just exciting times right now, man. It's like, it just feels good to be Aboriginal, man. Damn, it feel good to be Aboriginal.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Damn, it feel good to be Aboriginal right now, man. Real talk, man. It's a real good, great time. You know what I'm saying? So I want to thank you guys at the bottom of our hearts, you know what I'm saying, for tapping in today, man. We really appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Yeah, we had fun. We really had fun. Yeah, OTOHF too. Terrible. Really terrible, man. Shout out to Gretchen, man. Let's get together, man. Support Aboriginal businesses, man. Support the movement, man. We're gonna get up out of here, man. It's the GOAT, DJ Cut, Talk Mix Show, man. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man. We're gonna have a great show tomorrow. It's gonna be super dope, man.
Yep.
Appreciate you guys, man. Tapping in. Like, share, subscribe, man. And put this on all your social media platforms, man. And we appreciate everybody, man. That tip the DJ, man. Real talk. We appreciate you guys.
Thank
you. We up out of here. DJ Cut.
You killing them.
The GOAT, we out, man.